thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 you come on out and dance with me instead? Focus on you, leave them all on red. Trust me, I've been through it, I've done it all. Some things are better left unsaid. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about.
Hey everybody, it's Gangly. I'm here at the Riot Games campus to talk to some of the TFT developers about the brand new set, Runeterra Reforged. Let's take a look at what the devs have to say about the new set. Let's talk with Sam, a game designer on TFT, to talk about region portals, the new set mechanic in Runeterra Reforged, which I heard is replacing the opening carousel.
Yep, you heard right. In Runeterra Reforged, we're going to be replacing the opening carousel with instead a series of 3 region portals. Players are going to be able to decide for themselves which region they want to vote for, and based on the vote, the entire lobby is going to head to the same region of Runeterra.
Can we expect that different regions are going to be affecting the game in a similar way?
So each region's mechanics are based upon actual characteristics of that region. For example, Noxus, which is known for its military prowess, is going to be a region where your battle tactics are tested and you're asked to use your positioning acumen to make the most out of that particular region's effects. But Zaun, for example, with its Chem Barons, is going to be focused on making money and how we can ask you in different ways to use your money in order to win the game.
You can experience region portals for yourself in Runeterra Reforged when it goes live in patch 13.12. Let's talk about Legends, a brand new mechanic in Runeterra Reforged with none other than Riot. Mort, tell me about Legends.
So Legends are this new system where before the game even starts, you go in and you pick the champion that kind of has the augments you're really excited about. And then when you go into the game, your augments, one of those will be based off the legend you selected.
It kind of feels a little bit like you're choosing a play style before you even load into the game.
It's not so much that, because a lot of the augments we've chosen for the Legends will still allow you to play any type of comp, but it's more to ensure that there's an augment that you're really excited about and can have a good game based off of.
All right, give me your personal favorite legend of the set.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of the Earth Legend because it allows you to get that Tome of Traits early, which I like to use to try to get that 3 Piltover start and get that big T-Hex going and that big cash out, you know, that's always fun for content.
Well, you can catch me taking Tom Kench and playing Rich Gets Richer every single game of Runeterra Reforged when it goes live in patch 13.12. Runeterra Reforged is bringing new mechanics, new units, and obviously a brand new set of traits to TFT. So I'm sitting down with Isaac, the lead VFX designer in TFT. So I want to hear first about the new economy trait, Piltover.
Piltover is a very exciting trait. It's going to be different from our standard econ traits that we've done in the past, and it's going to be actually focusing on getting a stronger board over time. For you Legend of Runeterra fans, we took T-Hex and brought it into TFT. The cool thing about T-Hex is that you can actually choose at any time to sell the unit, making it our econ unit, or you can invest them till the end.
Out of all the traits that you're bringing into Runeterra Reforged, what are your favorites?
Easily, it's gotta be Yordle. I mean, they're super cute. It's gonna be a reroll comp, which I actually love. But this time around, they're gonna get to 4-star. They're gonna be doing new abilities.
That early part of the set where you're experiencing all the traits for the first time is one of the most exciting parts of TFT for me, and I cannot wait to experience that in Runeterra Reforged. Some of the new units in Runeterra Reforged are crazy. So let's talk about a couple of them with Giovanni, one of the champion designers in TFT. Where do you want to start?
I'd love to start with Ahri. Most sets in the past, we've had a quintessential big boom caster. This time around, we wanted to make Ahri the same sort of thing, but instead go for this 1-2-3 cadence that slowly builds up over time and keeps you on the edge of your seat. So she'll dash around the battlefield, absorbing health from enemies, and eventually culminate in this giant explosion that kind of eradicates the enemy team.
It feels like this set is building off of the elements that we've seen in previous TFT sets, which leads me to a legendary unit I'm very excited for, Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger's back, but this time we've really wanted to amplify that Runeterran fantasy where it's all in on his turret. And over time, you'll see different upgrades available to him in the shop, shrink rays, big rockets, and you can combine and mix and match them to make the ultimate turret.
This is just a taste of all the amazing champions you'll be able to experience in Runeterra Reforged. I cannot wait to experience all of the novelty that this set is bringing. Make sure to check out Runeterra Reforged when it goes live in patch 13.12.
Looking
It's faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? I wish they could do everything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind. But you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? It's a stand to attention, you could get a mention. Take one, you're in the presence of a legend. Street fighter, I'm survivor. Hit the grind 'cause we keep getting higher. Don't miss this, you wanna witness? My star rise like a beast, no weakness. No weakness, no weakness. Only know how to go undefeated. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. 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 I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. 24/7, time for a lesson. I'm a good teacher, you're a new obsession. I'll bring the thunder, I'm excited. Double click, click, yeah, faster than lightning. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. 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 I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win.
What the hell is chicory? I was going to open this desk, not the game. I know what the game is. It's great. I was going to open this desk with something about like 30 Seconds to Mars and how Jared Leto's a weirdo, but that all has gone by the wayside. I went up to get the same cup of coffee I have made every day. Oh, something is happening with my cup. Anyways, same cup of coffee I have made every day this weekend. And I come back 30 seconds to go and I hear, hey, Matt, have you ever heard of chicory as a coffee substitute? I've never even heard of chicory. Someone needs to explain themselves to me. Max, do you have any idea?
Yeah, chicory is a plant. It's like a salad. It's like a green plant. I don't know why you would drink it instead of coffee. I googled it. It doesn't even have caffeine. I'm missing the point as to why you would drink that. Our producer is saying it's like cereal. I'm really at a loss for words.
Morgan, have you heard of this at all?
I haven't heard of neither the game nor the drink until like I was 3 minutes ago years old, because this is the first time I've seen some people use. Okay, when you think about something that fills in the place of coffee or something that fills in the place of an energy drink, you would say, oh, so it has caffeine, but maybe it's diet friendly. It has less sugar. It's something that has like you're maybe allergic towards something that is in coffee. I don't know if someone could be even have an allergy to coffee or something, but for you to substitute coffee with something that has no caffeine, then what's the reason?
Yeah,
It's something to drink, I guess, man. Anyways,
but you could just have like a cocoa instead. Like,
yeah,
I don't see the point.
Soda. I see why you wouldn't want soda. I haven't drank soda in a while, but there's so many good drinks. There's so many. Anyways, we'll figure that out later. We'll get a response from our producer during the first break, and we'll let you guys know what he comes back with to defend himself. But in the meantime, we have some players defending their chance at a Golden Spatula Cup title. You like that segue? I saw that smile, Makes. You're proud of me. I know it. You don't have to say it. And
I'm
of course,
actually laughing because our producer is like putting images upon images upon images into our green room, trying to defend himself.
he's pulling out James Hoffman videos. Oh my God. Okay, I'll investigate for you guys. We'll get an update. But this is, of course, day number 3 of our first Golden Spatula Cup of Runeterra Reforged. So if you have missed any of the action, and if you are desperately awaiting for an explanation on this shickery nonsense, then we have a recap for you, and I will investigate during the break. Oh yeah, I guess we should talk about it first. It was good. There were some really good games. I was really happy with it.
You were. Notably, everybody's favorite Woofy boy is absolutely dominating. Every single time players are picking up Ravenous Hunter, it is going extremely well for them. We're going to speak to an expert on that later on, but for now, just know when you're being offered this augment, you should take it.
Yeah, well, Morgan, what was your big takeaway day number 2?
Honestly, I think that we should be seeing more and more hero augments, because the way they diverse around the game is just way too good.
I want to see the boss.
I want to see. We have not seen it once on the broadcast, if I'm not mistaken. I think we might
not
have
on
seen
the broadcast, but during the tournament, it was picked up.
Let's go.
That's exactly my point. Is which means we didn't get it. If there's no video proof of it on Twitch, then that means that it probably didn't happen. Where is that guy? Him doing all these sit-ups or push-ups or crunches or whatever they're called. I haven't been to the gym for a year and a half. But my point is, we need to see it on the stream. I need to see a game where it's like set 8 all over again. I need to see the boss, Ravenous Hunter, Riftwalker, all of these things. I think there was also one for the Galio. It was called Winds of War or something. I want to see that one as well.
Yeah,
so
that makes him super
actually,
beefy.
there's like 5 hero augments, but there's only 3 that we really count here, and that's Riftwalk, the boss, and Ravenous Hunter, which is going to be set Kassadin and Warwick. And we don't speak about Swain or Galio. Just don't pick them.
It don't matter. I actually had a game with both Ravenous Hunter and the boss. It was the happiest day of TFT in my entire life. It was so much fun. So my fingers are crossed for that 1 in a million chance to happen on broadcast. We'll see if it does. In the meanwhile, catch yourselves up on day number 2 with this quick recap, and then we'll be back to talk more TFT. I've lit a small candle to honor the players of ours that left us on day number 1. You know, all of our friends that we've seen before, lost like leaves on the wind. I almost thought that wasn't gonna go out. It was really.
I don't know. Really, I mean, this was working a lot better if we had like the ability to play like specific music, just like have winds of change, you know, like just going in the background.
Really bad.
Being taken down with his Belveth carry, and it doesn't look like it. This board is incredibly strong. Echo on to Belva. She moves out, comes back in, takes him down, and Nuri will take the L here. Matt Black taking game number 1.
3 board long timers. Uh-oh, Legend Samir. He realized his stonks are rising right now.
Be good for Skip here. I don't think that's something you're mad about. I think you're really happy you made it into those top 4. You're going to take the additional points with you. But look at the Warwick, man.
Make sure Odessa stays undefeated.
Gonna be a close one.
Oh no!
Playing that Zed reroll that is currently one of the strongest reroll comps in the meta, and we're seeing why. The entirety of the board for Scapeas has been deleted.
Be punching pretty hard and take out the Rise almost immediately. But the carries still stay alive for a few moments longer, not long enough to swing the tide. There goes down. Darius is dunking. He has got just a little bit more left of the tank. Takes out the Katarina, but he hasn't got enough to reach the end of the line. Respawning Aatrox will not make a difference.
But it's another Triss, sorry, yeah, but actually, and this makes a lot of sense when you look at it. Like, he's just trying to keep these puppies out of the pool when he's rolling down 4 these 1-cost.
Nice. Let's heal up again and again and be the last mummy standing.
Absolutely disgusting. The Lux hasn't started targeting him yet, nor has the Azir. Azir quickly ripped to shreds, as is the Lux on the rest of the board. Narc
up to the task.
Poppy doing so much, and it looks like Little Bit Pro will take a win of the entire lobby. Little Bit Pro takes first place.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care and thank you for watching.
So in the video our producer linked from James Hoffman, there was a link to an article from 1864 that was on Google Scholar titled Coffee and Chicory. And I got about 4 pages in and none of it explained anything. So I don't have anything here. They just said it was a good drink. Behind the scenes, I was just like, so what's up? And they're like, it's good. It's not that I don't believe them. You know? You don't at all? You're not buying this thing?
I'm not.
Morgan, are you buying it? Do you believe
Honestly,
it could be good?
I'm down to try anything because okay, let me tell you a small story.
Okay,
in
I'm ready.
In MENA, we have something called the Arabic tea or Arabic coffee.
Yeah,
Everyone, okay, yeah, let me tell you something. People in MENA are rough, man. Everyone is just like, it's the tastiest thing you could ever drink. It's so sweet. It keeps you up for like so long. And I've seen people in a venue where I was in a VIP area. Yes, I am bragging. And everyone was just like, okay, so the way they put it, he just has it on his body literally and just goes around, puts it in a small cup. He gives them. And by the time he gives another person, it's like they have already drank the first cup. So I see them taking more. That means it's good because if it was bad, they would have not took again. So he comes to me, he pours the first cup, and then I taste this thing with, I took a huge sip because I thought, oh, if everyone is doing it, then that means it's probably tasty.
Yeah.
And man, that sound, it tasted like 4 spoons of coffee blended in with no sugar. It was so bitter. It was so, I'm like, do you guys put sugar on this thing? He was like, no. Arabic tea never gets
no,
sugar.
Of course not. You
and then
peasant.
I'm like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, how are people taking more of this? How can you drink this? And this was the first and the last time. So I'm always ready for the first time of everything.
Yeah, first time of everything, including our standings for the day. Yeah. All right, that one was a little awkward. Max, I can see your disapproval. I felt it through the screen.
It's okay. We do have standings. Yeah, Germans. 2
of my favorite German streamers.
We have Zaza. We have lots of Germans, but of course other players as well. Kubikson, Snubble, Jimray, all kind of sliding in at the very end of yesterday, making their way through. Good to see Matt Black still in. We saw him yesterday dominate with that Ionia as well, with just the best unit you can get. And of course, here are our top 16. We're all going to fight it out to get that first place, the golden ticket to the EMEA Rising Legend Finals.
Yeah, and I think my highlight here is Tomino. We had an interview with him yesterday, and he was just over the moon, completely just running on raw adrenaline, which is my favorite thing to see from our players when they're just like, I'm too excited to answer your questions. Stop asking them to me. I just want to like scream in joy. It's like, yeah, I know, but we want to hear about it, man. but he was very happy about that. So I was really glad to hear from him. But right behind him, of course, is Wagga, one of our German players, one of the stalwarts of the scene, joining us here in an interview today. Wagga, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Also, I am painfully American, as you can hear from everything about me. Can you pronounce your name for me so that I don't mess it up?
Oh, it's Wagga.
Wagga?
Actually, yeah, it's. I know it's confusing because it says Wagga, and
yeah, I was like, I'm not sure.
The thoughts are there in her imagination.
Yeah, I told Makes to tell the others. Yeah, it's Wagga actually, but I know it's not that easy for you. But yeah,
no, I'll get it. I'll get it.
Give him a pass.
So
yeah,
okay.
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. And, you know, as are you throughout the games yesterday, I saw some incredible play there. You started off with Ravenous Hunter, which is like my favorite composition by far. Is that something that you're playing because you enjoy it, or is it just because it's so strong?
It's absurdly broken, and I played it twice in a row actually yesterday, and I went 1-1. So I think it speaks for itself. You know, I don't know. I just hope I'll get it again today. Get some easy games and get the confidence going.
You got it 3 times during day 1 and day 2. All 3 times were a first place according to our screenshots. So I did my homework. You think you're just going to get more? What kind of deal did you enter with more, Dog? I'm just asking for the rest of us.
Yeah, I just sold my soul in order to get some Warwick.
That's valid.
I hope I get some more today.
Some more. You will be needing a lot of Warwicks in order to be able to, let's say, hit the final power of Ravenous Hunter. But speaking about this specific comp, and since you played it a lot, Wagga, which comp do you think that this comp might a little bit suffer against in the late game? Of course, in the early game, you're a little bit, you might be suffering quite much before you get that Warwick 2, before you can get to your full board strength. But in the late stages of the game, which comp do you think plays really well into Ravenous Hunter?
Well, you need a lot of burst to get the Warwick down, so I don't know. Maybe if you kept your board around like I don't know, maybe Double Trouble Callista, something like that.
Double Trouble Callista.
It's a attack that I've rarely seen this GC, but it's actually quite good. Yeah, you just need a lot of single target DPS. It's like a 1v9 machine.
Exactly.
Yesterday
so
I hit yeah, exactly. But if you hit, for example, long distance spells, one of the strongest augments in the game, you can just dual carry, for example, Urgot I played yesterday with Jaggerspat, and he had absurd amount of stats as well. So that's like 2 threats you can barely deal with at all. So it's way too strong right now. And
good tips. Good tips. If you're against Wagga with him playing Ravenous Hunter, he just gave you the secret to beat that comp. Thank you, Wagga. You fell right into my trap.
God damn it.
Well, Wagga, one of the questions I wanted to ask you, you know, this is not your first rodeo. You have been through several GSCs at this point, but this is the first one of Runeterra Reforged. How are you feeling about the new set? How are you feeling about, you know, the beginnings of your next season of competitive play?
Well, I feel pretty good since it's actually my first GSC1 I've participated in. For some reason, I always dropped out in like open qualifier
warm-ups.
Or like in set 7 I went to regionals, right? But I didn't even participate in GC1. And you know, this time around it can only get better, I think.
It's a good start. But of course, we don't want to keep you too long, Wagga. Stage is yours. Anybody you want to shout at? I'd assume the German community is in there as well. They're always rooting for you out there, but family, friends, people you prep with, stage is yours.
Well, I think you've heard the name Memo a lot. You know, Memo, I, and like a few other people, we've built quite a big community. It started all in his small stream and the small Discord you've probably also heard about. And yeah, I'm proud to be one of the founders of this awesome community. Like, there's a lot of people standing behind me, prepping with me. For example, Marks, TFT Marks, you all know him as well for sure. Zaza, who won GC last set, also great improvement in him. And I want to especially shout out Elia, which sadly quit TFT, or like competitive TFT at least, but he is still with us all the time. He helps us prep, he helps us, understand the game more. He is still very interested. He's more of a coach for us now. So these are my main guys I prep with. Zaza also opened a Patreon where he posts like how they prepare for tournaments. So should check that out as well.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Wagga. That Patreon actually showed up in a discussion of ours when we were prepping for regionals. So we are very familiar, but just to let the fans know, thank you so much for coming on with us, and good luck in the rest of your games today.
Thank you.
I feel like we know a lot more about the Warwick composition, and also somehow a little less, because it was just like, yeah, it's really good. You can maybe burst it, which we did see yesterday. We did see that Poppy 4 doing her best, but that was without the Quicksilver on that Warwick. So if Quicksilver had been there, I would be a little worried about that.
Yeah, it doesn't really. You want the Quicksilver just to avoid situations like this where he absolutely gets CC'd, but we do have more exciting news on the horizon, because this is not the only event that's happening, I think, this month. There is one in 1 week, 2 weeks? Somebody math check me on this.
What? A little under 1 week.
There we go.
Yeah, we got there. Of course, you are talking about the Gamepolis Invitational. We mentioned it over the past couple of days, but just to keep you guys up on what's happening, there will be a LAN event happening in Malaga, Spain on July 21st to 22nd. The qualifiers have already happened. Players will be flying out. It will be 32 total players. And that will again be happening on July 21st to 22nd. So if you want to follow along, get a little bit more information, head over to our socials at TFT Esports EMEA. If you want to join the discussion for today, you can always use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends. So we see the teams on our screen right now.
Look at all the cool team names. I'm always so excited when I get, player personalities somehow, and names like, Best Friends or High Roll or FF, I think just speaks for themselves. Really cool.
A real cool name that I liked was Uncarryable Boomer, because it has fitted Lokmice from MENA region. And this is something that we've always been making fun of Lokmice for. He's one of our Tunisian players. He also owns an organization that has Bricks in it. If you know Bricks, of course, you have the name for it. He is one of the World Championship participants. He plays in Team GNG. So Lokmice is someone that is a part of GNG, a part of the management team for GNG, and he plays the game. So whenever we would play, whenever he'll play with Bricks, we'd be like, oh my god, Lokmice, you're such an uncarryable boomer. So them putting that as a team name is a surprise to me. I love it. I love that they just embraced the meme in this team name selection.
My highlight is going to have to be my Italian lads, TFTS Mi Vida, with Luque and Balotelli, who, of course, have that joint Discord server around which a lot of the Italian community congregates. So love to see that representation on the screen. And, of course, no preparation for a TFT event would be complete without talking about what kinds of things we're going to be seeing today from our players. Over the last couple of days, we have seen the meta shift ever so slightly, as I think I am still haunted by Kale reroll, but there have been a couple of things around the rest of the meta, as you're seeing on your screen now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Enzo and Lococo first. You're going to see their different compositions that they played with throughout the day, just highlighting some of the variety that our players bring to the table. On Enzo, of course, it has to be noted that during the mid-game, you'll find the weirdest comps on this guy's board, because he makes them strong by using Zephyr, by using CC units like a Jarvan or a Morgana in the past set, and somehow gets by on that. But of course, some stronger hitters there on the right side from Lococo. We're seeing the Ravenous Hunter that we spoke to Wagga about, but also something like a Gwen 3 or a Talia carry, not something to snot at.
And of course, when you want to speak about all the compositions that they're playing, you also got to mention the Legends. We've seen a major swap and a major outbreak that has happened in the Legend selection throughout these patches and throughout this set. It started with going off with maybe something like Draven, when it got the major buff for Draven's Spoils of War and all of these things. And then we had the Ezreal getting buff for the Buried Treasures, so everyone had to play with the itemization that they would get. And slam items and the gold and components were just way too good for you to give up. And then now we're getting kind of back again to Poro. So for Poro, it makes the game absolutely flexible. I love seeing it because no game is like the other. Nobody's tailoring towards anything. They just play flexibly with whatever they get.
Yeah, and then taking a quick hop over onto our Orn boys, rather, if you will, Lelouch and Legend Samir, both playing some interesting compositions. My favorite, of course, is going to be that Jinx reroll. We were saying we really wanted to see it get a first. Not quite, but Lelouch was able to manage a second place. So we're seeing a lot of compositional variety from our players, and it's really exciting coming into the final day, see what further adaptations we're going to find. But we are also going to have a contest later on, which is always exciting for all of us here. Morgan, do you think this time you're going to win?
Am I win this time as in what? As in the selection that I chose, or in the portals, or as in Hyakuya from
Morgan, buddy, we've got day 3 of finding Teemo. We've got to have a little bit of a hunt and find, a little bit of a Where's Wally, Where's Waldo situation.
Okay, yes. I'm already not even on the disc. I already took a screenshot of this one. Let me go maximize it. You can keep the disc going. I'm gonna be searching.
Okay, I got you covered. Of course, this is going to be our competition. You're gonna have to find 3 Teemos, and when you do find them, make your submission over on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA. Let us know how you did, how you found them. I think I found one on screen right now. It's that big red one. That's about as far as I'll get.
That's a good call, Matt.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of you for finding that one. I think maybe you have to channel your own inner Legend Samir, where you just like dab it out, and then you'll have the power.
We can get to. And then the sad dab on elimination, I think, was actually my highlight, though.
I like that he broke his headset on the first time around.
It just fell completely off. And of course, our other player we had mentioned during that segment was Lelouch, our former Rising Legends champion. Before we get into the games, we're going to hear from him one more time from T, Fight, and Tactics. Check it out.
Hello everyone, welcome back to T, Fight, and Tactics. I am Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined today by a very special player that is, of course, Lelouch. Lelouch, how are you doing?
Hello, fine. Not too shabby.
I wanted to ask you just, Lelouch, what do you think has made it so that you've been so successful in game? Do you think there's anything that you do differently to other players? Do you think there's any kind of character trait or any kind of attribute you have as a person that allows you to compete and define success?
So I think I'm a very analytic mind, helps me a lot, and my strategy background. So I always every time I say that the new patches help me out because I can figure out stuff quickly. And I'm also not the type with normal posts, maybe not normal, but most player base after new patch, and let's say they're trying to find their stuff. They're asking what's broken, what's that attacked, what to force. While I'm the person that what people are not playing, what I can't play that is good, but I won't be contested. I always try to find my niche. I think that's my and Travis playstyle that distinguishes us. That's even in this meta right now that we have Ionia, Azir, and we are every time there's a spot, we are just trying to not play those builds and just to hope on multicasters or action or anything. So yeah, I think the combinations of those things, and I also think that TFT is, I would say, a game of mistakes. The person who makes more mistakes in games will the one who makes more mistakes is the worst one. Not I don't value people that are doing some, I don't know, insane plays or finding some insane spots, but I rather value people that don't do stupid things. They know when to level and stuff.
Cleanly.
So I think, yeah.
You mentioned Travis. I wanted to ask you as well about a team, and I wanted to ask you about also generally your opinion on teams in TFT esporting that's not as common as it is in other esports, and your opinion on it. But first of all, talk to us about your team. You represent Z10. You're there with Travis, Meow Meow, as you like to call him, who's also a very strong Polish player. How do you feel being part of an org? Do you think it's something positive for you as a player? What are the benefits in your mind?
I think it's a really positive thing once it's a really like good organization, I would say, because I can invest like more time because I have some financial background. Thanks to that, like I'm not depending on only like winning the tourneys, but I can like flourish my stream and like do some media stuff, things like that. So that helps with the comfort of the mind, I would say. And also it's really helpful to always have some back, like always have a person that can advise you, that wishes for your best, for sure. I can say that about my manager Comedia, that I really like. She's a very helpful person, and like she always even says, whenever you have anyone wants anything from me, just tell me. I can talk with them, I can make a deal with them, or anything like that. So it also helps me to get that, then I can just play the game. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Lelouch, for your time. I know you're a busy player, you're top player, have to be spending time playing games, so I really appreciate coming out for the interview. And again, thank you so much for always representing Poland and EMEA to the highest level in competition. I think you're a great player to watch, and hopefully Set 9 will be a lengthy journey for you that ends in a world's representation and hopefully a championship as well.
Thank you, Mr. Panda, and thank you for your time.
Lelouch is, of course, not only our former regional champion, but also going to be competing here in day number 3 of the Golden Spatula Cup. So one of many of those players that we're going to be excited to see today. We have 32 players remaining, and that brings us down to 4 lobbies, which means we get to do something pretty special.
All right. Buckle up, kitty cats, because I have some amazing news for you. I'm so excited that we have this going today, because we will not only be broadcasting the lobby that we think is the most interesting, you will have the chance to see every single lobby today, and it will be casted by our I'm pointing in the right direction, fellow co-casters over there, each of them being a very individual style that you can check out. We have it on the score sheet as well. And if you want to see the command center, which is the name of this amazing feature, it will be under the stream. There will be a little button that you can click on. Chat will be the same for all of them. So if you get confused about something, chat might just be that they're commenting on a lobby that you're not currently watching. But I'm very excited that we're the first ones to pioneer this for Riot, and it's a very, very cool feature.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, able to see all of the players all at once. So if you have a favorite player who's not on the main broadcast, this is me buckling up, by the way, Max, because you told me to.
Excellent.
I got it with the sweater.
Excellent.
Yeah. Not quite as safe as a seatbelt, but I'm doing my best here. But of course, after all of that, after all of our prep, now that you know about all 4 lobbies, we're going to be getting into the very first game of this last day of the Golden Spatula Cup with our casters Counterfeit and a special guest that I'll allow to introduce himself.
Thank you very much, everyone. Yes, I'm here along with returning the inestimable, the 4-star general, Kenobi himself. Kenobi, I mean, you've been keeping track of things over days 1 and 2. What have your thoughts been so far coming into this ultimate day?
Well, hello there. And what I would like to begin with is that we've seen so much variety in day 1 and 2, both in just the sheer number of different comps that we've seen, but also the number of comps which have actually gotten to win lobbies. So I'm really excited to see what the players have learned through, and what they will bring to this day 3, what creative ways they will find to hit the boards that will net them the wins in the final day.
We did hear a little bit before this all started, of course, about some of our players wanting to fish for a ravenous Hunter Warwick coming in. But for a lot of our players, they have just been keeping themselves relatively open. So as we head into the first low, of course, here in day 3, we have got some incredibly high-class players. While we lost a lot of big names in day 1 and day 2, here in day 3, there's a one chance to get themselves the championship and a title that will stay with them forever.
Yeah, and well, it has to be, it's a necessity that we lost some of the big names from day 1 and day 2, but now all that's left are big names, basically. So all of them have a shot at taking the trophy home with them. And I'm really excited to see this first lobby. Well, we see a majority of German representatives, which is, well, representative of the this final day where Germany is the most represented country here.
Oh yeah, I mean, Germany was the most represented coming in and remains that way, though France is close behind. The rest of the EMEA region have still got a lot of representatives in 6 total, so actually rivaling Germany and France, reflecting how rest of EMEA did very well at the Super Bowl, surprisingly so. But there are also a lot of countries that only have a single representative, so there's a lot of weight on their shoulders particularly.
Yeah, and well, maybe we should stop saying that rest of EMEA is surprising us with their consistent good results. They're just showing up time and time again that they cannot be underestimated. And to my chagrin, obviously the rule of France over Europe might be coming to an end here.
Well, let's talk about the specific players we got on here. Of course, Tomino coming out from an incredibly impressive first place finish in day number 2. It's worth bearing in mind that the points are reset coming into day 3, so it doesn't give you a specific advantage, but being the number 1 player out of the most recent day of play is still something not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, and right after him, we also have Solo Gesang, which is the very famous German player and streamer, and we will be getting onto a Yodel Portal map, so twice per stage, players will receive high-cost units relative to the point of the game, which means it will either be just a straight boost in economy if they don't want the unit, but if they find the creative ways to fit each and every free unit they get, then they definitely get a huge power boost there.
Yes, it's very much a kind of almost like a gamble coming in there, just because it isn't going to be catered to what's going on so much, unlike some other setups we might be seeing. But let's talk a little bit about the players we've got going on this. We already mentioned Tomino as having an incredible run yesterday. Any of these other players that are drawing your eye specifically?
Well, I have my eyes on Opal as a fellow Frenchman because he has done incredibly well both in day 1 and 2, which has been rare. A lot of players have gone either a rough day 1 and then a good day 2, but he's among the few that has been consistently at the top of the standings for both days. And with the Swiss rounds, how they work, it means he has consistently played against the better performing players and kept coming out of on top.
Yeah, and being consistent across the first 2 days definitely sets you up in expectation very highly. Of course, take a chance to shout out Yerka, of course, was featured back in our first day of play. One of our newer players coming in, taking advantage of the room created by so many of our big names getting knocked out early on. I think for some of our new players particularly, they don't have the confidence in themselves that they can go all the way in this tournament, but making it to day 3 at all is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and right from the start, all the 128 players cannot be underestimated. So now that we're down to the final 32, it's very impressive, and they must be playing with a lot of pressure on their shoulder. And we shot the game with a silver augment. So we see Solo Gesang playing the own legend, going for this inconsistency, trying to get as much econ as possible. And with that, he combined with the Yodel Portals map, he might be generating so much economy and decide to take that to a high level right away.
I mean, it's a lot of extra money coming in there as well. Looks like Abixon's got the same in mind as well. So far, it looks like we are going to be taking a bit of a slower start to this first lobby of our final day of play. Again, there will be only one Golden Spatula Cup #1 winner guaranteed a spot in the EMEA regional finals. But if you can finish highly, maybe in the top 5 or so, you're pretty sure you're going to be heading there as well.
Yeah, and with all players scoring points today, it's going to be really interesting to see which players go for the riskier playstyles, trying to get the first places that will give them the final victory, the first place that they covet, or which ones will go for just making sure they get enough points to basically have a high chance of getting into the EMEA finals just from being awarded points.
Well, I mean, if in this kind of position, Shinobi, what do you think is the most prudent? I mean, is that kind of a shoot for the moon kind of approach and expect that you'll at least get a good finish if you try and play really aggressively, or is it more generally sensible in an overall sort of seasonal sense to try and play for that top 4 and give up on the chance of becoming champion?
Well, I think it's really down to the player's personality. Some people are really risk averse and would really regret trying to go for a high risk, high reward playstyle, and if it ends up not working. And so it's all going to be down to how comfortable they are with the potential bad outcomes of each playstyle. Because if you play for safely, trying to get consistent placements, and it doesn't mean that you play without risks, and it can also backfire. So it's going to be really interesting to see which ones are able to go all in on that. And we already see Solo Gesang having gone to level 5. And what would be unfortunate for most people is actually kind of fine for him. He lost the round, which keeps the inconsistency going. And so now he's going to keep generating that money despite losing that streak.
Well, so talk to me a little bit about this. So, for inconsistency, you're going to be getting a little gold payout every round as long as you keep your streak relatively low. How does this, generally affect the game, compared to, regular non-economy kind of augments being picked up?
Well, it means you have to play the game in a very different way than you would with a classic econ augment. Usually you have two routes for the econ augments. Either you open fort and you make the most econ as early as possible, and then use that additional economy from the augment to skyrocket your economy to the point that you want, depending on what you want to roll, if you want to re-roll or just generally reach high levels. Or you can use economy augments as a pseudo-tactician's crown, where you get one more unit on the field because you're one level higher than your opponents thanks to that economy. And if you keep a win streak going, then you still generate more economy than the players that go win, lose, win, lose. But with inconsistency, you can't really go either route. You have to find the middle ground between having being strong enough to get actual wins, but then losing to some people to keep the inconsistency going.
So taking a bit of a look at the wider picture, across days 1 and 2, of course, we have been seeing, the Slayer KO composition really just be the dominant force in terms of, showing up the most often, but also having an enormously high win rate as well. From what we've been seeing from these players so far, and the kind of lobby we're in right now, do you think we're going to be seeing players going for it here in game 1?
Oh, for sure. That composition is going to be a staple of day 3, in my opinion. It is so consistently good at stomping out the opposition. Anyone who does not have the damage to go through that massive 4-star poppy is going to get absolutely rolled and take infinite damage once the composition is set up. And of course, you risk. You take big risks when you go for this composition, because if you miss, then you're instantly going top 8, and then that's pretty rough when it comes to being able to win the entire championship. But I'm fairly certain that most of the players that play the composition are fine with that risk, considering how good it is.
Once we check in with Saxel, getting a decent win there. Did do pretty well last in day number 2, and known as a kind of flexible player. In this case, finding the Ionia emblem very, very early on. We generally know this is going to be headed towards a late game terrifying Belveth board or something similar online, so we're expecting big things out of him.
Yeah, and just as we mentioned, we can see here Kubix on using the blood money and the Yodel portals to have some obscene economy. He's already at 50 gold on 2-6, which means he is going to be able to roll so much gold on level 4 here. He just has to make sure that he will not lose, rather that he will not win, which would cause him to lose his loss streak and make a small dent in his economy. But honestly, with how rich he is, that would be fine. But well, no worries there. Kaisa on Opal's board already is going to be taking care of that.
I really do like the setup here. We've seen, of course, from several of our players before, making sure that whatever they end up hitting in the early going, they make the most of. Gobosteur trying to soften the losses a little bit at the bottom right now. Will continue to take the losses and keep that streak intact. Yerka, up at the other end of the table, remains undefeated here in stage 2.
Yeah, and we're going to see... Well, I'm not worried at all for Gobosteur. He should be hitting the composition really, really early and have no troubles stabilizing his mid game, which means the entire lobby is going to be absolutely terrified of him past the stage 3 when he reaches the 4-star Poppy. And it's going to be interesting to see if people adapt to that and start going straight away for items that are really good at taking Poppy out, like a Giant Slayer, or ways to reduce the armor she'll get, or just straight up, you know, Cassante style units that will knock her out, plain and simple.
Well, that was what I was going to bring up next, with us seeing that Chaos Slayer has been so dominant. You mentioned specifically with the methods for getting rid of that eventual Titanic Poppy. In terms of actually getting rid of Kayle herself, are there any options our players should be really looking out for, knowing that this comp is coming down the pipe?
Well, the biggest strength of this composition is, as I mentioned it, the 4-star Poppy that is best in class when it comes to being a frontline. And so, yeah, it just, as predicted, already 2 3-star units and has the Demacian Radiant item on Kayle. So the ways to get through Poppy can be either use displacements like Set kind of does, or Cassante to move the Poppy away, or straight up ignore her and use units that reach through the backline without having to take the front line down. And I suspect that's one of the reasons Akshan is so good in the meta, because that's what the spell does. If you manage to position well enough that the shots go through the front line without having to stop on Poppy, then if Kayle dies, no matter how tanky Poppy is, she can take down an entire team on her own.
And we certainly know it's been an incredibly popular competition across the day, but we'll get our second augments coming in. So we've gone from silver to gold. Gobosteur, of course, as you said, a lot of eyes going to be on his board and how strong he can make it from here.
Yeah, and he gets access to the Petricide Shackles, which is, as far as I know, the only comp that can use it, but it uses it really, really, really well, and it's going to be so much more scary for the rest of the lobby. He has had to stop rolling because he's kind of far from hitting the third 3-star units that he will need to get the 4-star Poppy online, but he's still relatively healthy and should save a lot of HP with the 3-stars he hit early. Now, we're seeing, interestingly, Sasa picked up a Shimmer Scale item on 3-2, which is the Mogul's main and will make him tanky. Do you think it's good at this stage, or is it kind of too late, and will he be getting enough value out of it, in your opinion?
I certainly know that getting it from the very beginning of the game has been hugely influential, but I think particularly for the Mogul's Mail here, because it's just a set gold generation rather than scaling off the amount of gold in the bank. I'm not sure I'm huge on it for Sasa myself. I have a feeling that you might not be either, but I would ask the question, Matt, well, do you think this is going to be the right move for Sasa, having now, being on a big loss streak of his own?
Well, what's really important and that we haven't had the opportunity to see is what were the other choices that he had, and also he's kind of low on HP, but we have to remember that he has taken the Latent Forge, the silver augment for Ornn, which is not his legend, but still gets access to it with the Poro, and he will be getting the Ornn item right after this round, if I'm not mistaken, and which is going to be another boost in power for his composition, and I'm expecting him to try and stabilize his composition right at that time. And he doesn't look worried, just sipping the coffee away and ready to take the game into the next stage and try to reinforce that board.
Of course, we can see Sulgasang, one of the players here, who is looking to try and make sure that his opponents do not stay too relaxed, having managed to get an Akshan online. 2 items so far, the inconsistency. Looking like we've got a pretty solid board for Sulgasang, currently in the middle. Tamino are just above. Of course, our number one from day 2 on a win streak right now. The only one to be on a major win streak.
Yeah, it looks like Jericho, who had that 100 HP stage 2, has fallen down a little bit, and we've seen Sologesang has hit the Shriman Legacy, which will turn the Sun Disk into not merely a tool for ascension, but also just a weapon of mass destruction who will tear down most boards during stage 3 and 4 until the front lines are all stabilized. And he must be really glad about that. That means he can delay his action from being 2-starred and still win his rounds, which is absolutely massive in this meta, where you need the 3 stars to cap out the board.
Yeah, but we're keeping a close eye on how many of our players will be picking up those 3 stars. Of course, one of those players will be Tamino. We thought we would see Noxus somewhere in the mix here because of how ridiculously powerful this comp can be when it hit early on. Tamino has been running roughshod through the lobby and already has a pretty scary-looking Darius and the beginnings of a scary-looking Katarina as well.
Yeah, his spot looks absolutely magnificent. Level 7, 30 gold, 5 win streak, so we know for sure that he has Noxus stacks under his belt, which will help him continue the win streak, and the components he has on bench are really, really good. He does look disappointed that he's facing Sologesang, and we will have to see if that Darius can take down the Akshan, but he's really far away from it, and he might get CC'd down before he gets there. But no, it looks like he's found the fast track to the backline, and that must be really, really scary because the Executioner is coming right for him, and Akshan is looking at death straight down, and it's not going to be enough. So Sologesang not able to get a win streak. Well, good for his inconsistency then.
It's, I think, having the Juggernaut in play from early on as well, you know, especially once we've got that Titans fully stacked, just an absolute nightmare to deal with the itemization. But Tamino, again, the only win-streaking player currently in place. As you noted, Yucca, from the early streak, has been pushed a little bit down the table. Tamino looks to rise even further up. We've still got Salsa and Kavixon down at the bottom on the lowest HP, hoping to make a turnaround in stage 4.
Yeah, we see Tomino, we could see it right there on the cam. He gets access to Heimerdinger, but sadly there's no real way for him to fit it in his comp. He was looking for a way, but ends up deciding that there's no way to sacrifice any of these units. The Juggernaut's too important for Darius. Even though such an early Heimerdinger could pay off huge dividends, he opts to not go for it, which is very understandable.
We do see Salsa has got something coming together here. You noted that we'll be seeing the Ornn item coming in. The Manzane means that Lux is casting like crazy, and Tamino's streak will finally come to an end as both Salsa and Kavixon win from the bottom of the table. Looks like stage 4 is going to develop interestingly.
Yep, we've seen Sasa stabilized just as predicted with a lot of economy on a Azir and Lux duo carry board that we've seen a lot of, with some really creative use of the the ornament, and the Manazane on Lux slightly offset, or I would rather say unaligned with the Archangel that he has, you know, since Archangel is backloaded, will be more useful as the fight goes on. But the Manazane will give it a lot of punch right at the start of the fight. So hopefully it ends up balancing each other out, meaning that he's both strong at the start and the end, but might also end up costing him a lot.
All right, we haven't seen so much of Yucca, but now we'll get to see the full force unleashed. So we're seeing something which would kind of remind us before of an Aphelios board with this Freljord Bruiser kind of set up on the front line, but just swapping the carry out for one instead. I mean, we know that we've got action also being played by another player in the lobby. Is there a world in which we could see this eventually become an Aphelios variant?
Rather, I'm thinking we're gonna keep seeing both players play Akshan, and just instead of trying to 3-star it while being contested, they will just go forward, get to level 8, and keep a 2-star action on the board and use that as a carry. The main issue with Aphelios isn't that the champion is too weak, it's that the kit of the champion is not designed to handle most of what the meta has on offer. Aphelios has lots of AoE damage and is really good at ramping up, but he can't take down huge HP targets like the 3-star Darius, the 4-star Poppy, and he will get outscaled by the Kale, for example. So overall, we're just gonna probably see Akshan using his long range and his single target burst instead.
All right, we'll keep checking around the board because we are starting to see a big cluster. In fact, our bottom 4 players all on very similar HP to each other as they try and scramble to make sure they don't go out in the bottom 2. Of course, we are in day 3, which means there's going to be no more cutoffs here. But again, we've got the place guaranteed in the EMEA Regional Finals for whoever wins this event. But the higher you can finish the day, even if you don't win the entire thing, the more GSC points you get and the more chance you can relax in the season to come.
Yeah, and we see Stag here trying to stabilize his stage 4 to get to a top 4, but it's not looking great so far. He hits a nice Zephyr on Jerk's Akshan, which is gonna be enough to win him the round, thankfully. But it's gonna be really, really close, and that's not looking good, because if he ends up missing that Zephyr, he'll probably not be winning most of his rounds unless he finds the 2-star Kai'Sa.
Well, talk to me a little bit about Zephyr at the moment, because it's something we've been seeing an awful lot of over the previous 2 days. You know, where is Zephyr, in the meta at the moment? Is it a crucial item for everybody?
Well, crucial would be too strong a word, I believe. But since a lot of the meta is polarized around reroll units, reroll compositions, being able to land a Zephyr on either, the 3-star tank or 4-star in the case of Poppy, and take it out of the equation for the first 5 seconds, allowing you to sweep the board and only deal with her with the full force of your own board afterwards, is a really powerful tool. And we can see Stag here is using it wonderfully, once again hitting a 2-star Akshan and letting his team run rampant on Solo Gesang's board. And we can see Solo Gesang not found too many upgrades. Will that be enough for Stag? No, it looks like the Akshan is taking it home, and Stag falling down alongside Opal, which is now at 25 HP.
Yeah, Stag's definitely not in a good spot here at all. No streak and no money. Has got a spatula to maybe put together something a little bit spicy. Opal, of course, we saw doing some really great stuff yesterday. Also in a bit of a rough spot. Kubikson really the player who's climbing up from the bottom, while Yerka is slipping further and further down.
Yeah, and we're looking at both players actually in 7th and 8th place playing Ionia, if I'm not mistaken, and that's going to be really interesting to see if they can stabilize, because throughout the tournament, the Ionian compositions, whether it be massively challenger or, with the spatula on someone like Heimerdinger in the late game, we've seen a lot of it, but it has oftentimes kind of underperformed a little bit. It's been really easy for the players to just simply miss in stage 4 and then just have nothing to recover on.
Well, Solo Gesang certainly not missing here, getting some very good upgrades. We've got the Jarvan and the Sejuani up to full power. So while the backline may be a little bit lacking here, particularly if he gets Zephyred again like previous, you can see Solo Gesang switching around to try and prevent that from happening. The front line is very, very good indeed, and it's going to take a fully itemized Darius perhaps to punch through.
Yeah, and we see a peculiar positioning from Solo Gesang, and that's no mistake on his part. That's really intentional. And I mentioned Akshan's ability to reach through the front line and straight to the back line, and he's trying to maximize that by opening up the center of the board, putting his frontliners on the far side, even going as far as to putting Sejuani on the second line to create a boulevard for Akshan to shoot through and snipe the carries.
Yeah, I have to imagine as this tournament, now we're in the 3rd day and our players will be adapting to each other. Every single tiny advantage they can gain is going to make all the difference in the world. Pale, though, you can see here having a pretty rough going of things. As Yerka comes down to join on very, very low HP, we could be headed for our first couple eliminations soon. The top of the table is now being occupied by Kubikson and Sasa, both win streaking and heading up, stripping out a lot of the top of the table's HP.
Yeah, and we see here Tomino going against Opal, and he just hit Katarina 3 and is one of hitting Darius 3, which is a really, really bad news for Opal, because I'm not sure that Yasuo has the damage necessary to take down the Noxian carries, and here it looks like it's going to be down to the final life for Opal, unless the board can clean it up. Although Yasuo is staying alive, but never mind. The Katarina has been taken down, and now we see the Samira and Cassiopeia versus the Kai'Sa 1-star. She looks like she's able to take it, despite the tear from Tomino losing the round, which is apparently, well, very upsetting to him. He is very low on economy now, even though he just needs one more Darius to cap out the board.
I mean, Tomino's certainly been incredibly strong during the early going, but it does feel like a lot of that damage Tomino has been handing out has been sort of, shed evenly across the lobby. So we've still not seen our eliminations, even with players like Yerka dropping down very, very low. Jukyu down on 20 as well. Kabixen in the same sort of spot. Really, only Sulgasang managing to keep a good amount of HP heading into stage 5.
Yeah, and it's really important to notice that even though Sasa, is second in the lobby, he only has 39 HP, which denotes that the lobby has been really, really huge on the damage inflicted. And we see Tomino here managing to hit the 3-star Darius. He was going to finish his itemization. He must be really feeling really confident about getting that first top 4 to start the day in the best spot. And we see Yerker here having hit all the backline units, but crucially, unlike Solo Gesang, his frontline is not upgraded.
No, that's going to hurt a lot, especially when you've got Tomino deploying this newly upgraded Darius 3. Going to be able to start getting the dunks off in a hurry. I don't think it's going to be too much that can really stop him as he walks right onto the Azir and starts getting to work. It's going to be left for the Akshan to try and chew through the units. Exactly as you said, Kenobi. The frontlands gets deleted. It doesn't look like it's going to be that harsh for loss to actually kill Yerka, but it certainly won't be a win to start turning things around.
Yep, that is a rough loss for someone that started the game so well. Maybe a glimmer of hope in that 5 Urgot copies here, but 6 actually. It might be more than a glimmer of hope, but he's really low on economy. He would need to 7. Maybe I'm about to eat my words. We find, crucially, the 2-star Sejuani. We just play double crab on board and trying to use that additional damage as well as how tanky is probably better than the Jarvan here to try and survive one more round. Are we gonna see Shuku? No, that's Teg with the 2-star Kai'Sa, and we see Shuku has found an Ahri and has hit a good Zephyr on the Azir, but will that be enough?
Yeah, I mean, that was some good position from Yerka to avoid having the Akshan taken out. The Belveth into the backline, such a nightmare to deal with. The rest of the board is starting to fall to pieces. I don't think Yerka's got quite enough in the tank to survive another loss. We'll see. No, he's going to be out of there. A disappointing start to the day for a 4th place finisher on day 2.
Yeah, and Opal must be the one that's happy about this turn of event, because he was the one on the chopping block, but he managed to dodge the Executioner's Axe. He has found the RFC on that Yasuo, who is so annoying to deal with. I mentioned earlier, being able to reach through the front line directly into the back line, and that Yasuo is the expert on that.
Oh yeah, just absolutely nightmarish to deal with, especially with that Edge of Night and the Rapid Fire Cannon to access all areas, as you say. Opal still has a way to go here. We're going to be seeing that Belveth brought back to life from Stag. So building towards this all game long. Edge of Night combined with that Ionian emblem just attacks like absolute crazy bonkers, going back up to full health again. And I mean, this is going to be the end of the line for Opal. That was brutal.
Yeah, and I mentioned getting access to the backline, but on Stake's board, there's no real backline that can be reached. Kai'Sa just yeets herself out of there, and Belveth is not worried at all about Yasuo cannot be deleted in one cast, so there's nothing really he can do about it. Kubikson has dropped to 5 HP, however.
Yeah, Kubikson was definitely a really exciting player to watch in a day too. Again, I suppose, Elise does have a lot of money in the bank to try and make that leap up into the top 4. The Elise for the remaining players, there's only a few lives left for each player. So it's not impossible Kubikson could turn all this money into a solid finish.
And he goes 9 with no money to play an additional unit, and I love it. It's necessary when you're playing when you're playing Kale, getting to that level 9 is the condition that you have to get the higher place finish. He gets access to the third part of Kale's spell, sending a wave of damage every single auto attack. And once again, we see Steg with a Zephyr about. Yes, he hit the Kale. That's right.
That is so painful. Exactly said, taking out the main carry for a good chunk of the fight, especially when they're a carry with the Gwynsu's Rage Blade, does drop back down. But the Belveth is still alive for now, not any longer. The Kale, even after being Zephyr, is still good enough. You see, Steg's still pretty taken aback by how that round went.
Yeah, and so was I. Kubix on getting the gamble to pay off here. He's going to be able to place that final 9th unit here. His front line is a little light, only 1 item and the Radiant on Poppy, but here he gets access to another unit he can put in. Finds a Scion that he cannot pay for, sadly. And in the meantime, we see Solo Gesang not content on sitting on 2-star action, looking for the 3-star here.
We know our players, here on the final day of play are looking for something absolutely enormous to take them over the edge and get that first place finish. They'll push them towards contending for the title here today. So like I was saying, up against Steg here. Steg has been denying death for a little while, but we know Solo is very hungry to continue to shake his reputation as a player who doesn't perform at tournaments.
Yeah, and Steg once again hits a crucial Zephyr on his opponents, and it looks like it's going to be down to the 1v1 between Belveth and Solo and Akshan, sorry, and Belveth is going to take that handily. So Steg staying now is not in the final in the bottom position anymore, looking like he might claw a top 4 here.
Yeah, Tamino looking very, very good indeed. Has managed to recover from slipping down before to now have a decently solid win streak going heading into the very tail end of the game. Honestly, Tamino, was really impressed yesterday. Doesn't look like he's lost any momentum at all.
Yeah, and here we see Sasa cannot go to level 9 despite all of this gold, and he's going to be probably trying to hit a 4-cost 3-star right there to get that final top and win the game, but it's not looking great. We see 3 Kaisas here during the roll down, but not, well, here's, 1, 2, and can we get 3 more Luxes here? 3, only 2 more, and 1 more, we're 1 off. All right, maybe we can do it. He still has, and he finds it. Wow, holy moly. That was quick. From 3 Luxes to 9 in but an instant. And with that Mana Zane and the Radiant item, that Lux is going to be looking really, really terrifying.
Wow, ask and you shall receive. She's going to be able to cut through, though she does get CC'd for maybe a significant portion. Action on the other side is 3-star, so if you can get onto the Lux, she will go down very quickly, but the rest of the board has evaporated. Solo Gesang looking ruefully across at the Lux 4. Steg is out, Solo Gesang is out, we're down to our final 3.
Yep, and we get the Noxus player, the Kale player, and the Sasa getting that 3-star Lux. He plays very smartly, places an Age of Night onto her so that she cannot get one shot and will be freed of all CC and afflictions upon reaching 60% HP. And with that Mana Zane, even if she gets CC'd, she just doesn't stop casting. And by the time the Mana Zane is finished feeding her mana, there should be no board left to face.
Sasa on the path of rage up against Tamino, who has a roughly similar board to before. We did see the Echo sneak in here as well to give Rogan more access to the backline. We just see immediately how much these individual massive Noxus units just get evaporated. But the backline access is not going to matter this time around. The Edge of Night, perfect for making sure that Lux is just unstoppable.
Yep, and it was crucial in that matchup because without it, I'm pretty sure she gets deleted here by one Katrina 3-star with 3 items. But now we see the final, what will probably be the final fight. Can the Poppy Kale hit the Lux hard enough that she cannot take down the entire board? There's no Declaw, no Dragon's Claw on Poppy. And crucially, we have a Zephyr still on that Gwen that could hit the Lux, but I'm certain that Sasa will do his best to dodge it and find the corner here.
Oh yeah, well you know it's coming. It's going to be very, very hard to land that successfully. So Edge of Night still in place. Lux gets down to deleting boards as fast as possible. Unfortunately, the KL is not going to be the best for throwing out the upfront damage. The buy space does delete the frontliners, but KL is still left alive. I think Bixen just wasn't ready for that level of power. An amazing end for Sasa. Maybe a little bit lucky, but that's perhaps what you need to get across the line.
Yep. Well, he played according to his win conditions. He had a very, very a bad early game, no upgrades. He played for his lose streak, stabilized on level 7, and then recognized what the win condition here was for him. It was either find one 4-cost 3-star because he wasn't contested, or die and get 5th place probably. So recognized that, went for it, did not miss the execution at all. It was quick roll down, did not miss the positioning, found the edge of night, really clean execution there, gets the 1st place, takes down the K.
Well, as works out pretty well, as we come to the end of our first of our 6 games being played today, we will have an interview with Sasa from that previous game to tide you over before we go to our analyst test. So stay tuned, and we will be back in a few minutes' time.
Hey guys, I'm Zaza. I go in-game by 5454, which stands for Zaza. I'm 24 years old and I come from Germany. What are my thoughts on the set? I think it's really fun. Like, we have the best release patch we ever had, and I'm really looking forward to competing in the set. I think implementing TFCs has a lot of positive things with it, but yeah, I think it still needs some refinement, but like for me, I like always qualify for GC through TSC, so I can't complain too much. Oh, my best tournament was GC2 last set, and I finished 1st. And I think like GCs are also the most fun for me. I think the best performing player last set was for sure Canvas. I think he made like every day 3 and went to Worlds, so yeah, it has to be Canvas. Yeah, I think the most creative player I know is probably Skip Pierce. Like, he's always cooking some fun stuff. My goal as a player is for sure making Worlds one time. I've been doing well domestically. I won a GC, and I think now my next step is going to Worlds one time. Big thanks to the German community for cheering for me. Like, whenever I do well, they are always cheering in chat, and like, it really hypes me up. So thank you for that.
Got 2 words to sum up that game, Makes, and you'll have to fix my pronunciation because they are good reroll.
Yeah,
I think
you know, he went in, he typed good reroll, me, Lux, /Defen, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that's all she needed. Morgan, you were absolutely dumbfounded during that reroll. I saw your face during and afterwards in the green room. You were just like screaming about it. So why don't you take us through it?
Why do I not take you through it? Why doesn't he take us through it? Why doesn't anyone take me through that skill? I know that Mix is gonna tell me her famous tip. Get good. I know, and I'm gonna tell you one more thing. Yeah, just ask, honestly. Okay, jokes aside, that roll down was magnificent. From buying all these forecasts, from being this quick, from not missing a single Lux while still being able to roll down so quickly, while being able to still stay above 50 gold and making that decision. Also, putting the Edge of Night on the Lux was extremely smart and extremely clutchy. It made her survive from the backline access from the Katarina that came from the Noxus board. But Sasa just absolutely deserved to win this game. He had it coming with that roll down.
Yeah, I think a big thing for me about Sasa's board was that he started with that Lux opener. So he had his direction locked in pretty early, and the Mogul's Mail, giving him additional econ from that Shimmer skill item, really helped him get there. And he stopped someone who was having a hell of a good game along the way, Mix.
Yeah, we were like heart scouting Zulugazang because from the very start he had great lineup. He had great augments. He found the Akshan. He found the Azir. He had everything. Even the Freljord card
Legacy,
allowing
my favorite.
him to have 4 Freljord, which is incredibly strong. And then he meets the Lux 3, costing him probably another placement. I think he would have gone third or maybe even second place here if the Lux hadn't come for him first, but that's how it goes sometimes. Another person that did lose out on that little competition there between the Azirs was Yurka, just unfortunately on the very same track as Sologazang, then also sharing some of the Shurima units with Zaza, who was also up on there, and it just didn't work out. That's the moment where you kind of want to go, oh, I guess that's not what we're playing. And we go into a different direction, didn't work out, but there's plenty more games.
I think the big thing for me that game as well is we need to track that Kale reroll across today, because what we've seen over the past 2 days is it takes very specific conditions in order to excel. But if you can find those conditions, it does very well. The Blood Money opener for Kubixon to augment his economy, followed by the Petrosite Shackles giving him the extra damage, was really strong. But even after he got those 3 stars on 3-1, he wasn't quite able to stabilize until he pushed 9 in the later stages of the game. So really just playing on a knife's edge, nearly got knocked out halfway through the game, but somehow managed to pull out a second place from all of that.
And you speak about people being quite lucky, you also speak about people being quite unlucky, same as Tegzor, for example. He got away with so many rounds that he should have maybe not won, except for that Zephyr. Specifically, that last fight between him and Sologazang. He already went with it, but it had won him the round. And speaking about placement and board placements, we're now looking at the real ones, Matt.
Yeah, Lelouch, we had an interview with yesterday as well. He's going to be taking a 5th in that first one. It's just round 1, so if you're like, oh, my favorite player did really poorly, don't worry. Don't worry, we've got 5 rounds to go. It's chill.
Yeah, and you know, chat has been saying that the tournament is pre-recorded. I just want them to know that it's not. We're seeing you, and you better whip out those copy pastas, right? Like, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for some good jokes, for some good copy pastas. I see you, chat. If you don't deliver, then that's on you if players do badly.
Yeah, honestly, speaking about players doing badly or doing good, I'm happy that Hyakuya was not in that first page because, yes, baby, he's in that second page. You know what? It means he's done really good in his first game and he's able to get 5 points. So I think that was a 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken, or is it 4th? It's a 4th. I think it's a 4th. But the only thing that matters is Mena is doing absolutely good and Hyakuya might be able to score a place. If not in the top 3, maybe on the top 1. I'm going to get a little bit optimistic here. So I wish that he could actually do good in the next few games as well. But I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, I think for me...
the hair flip.
Dramatic hair flip from Morgan. I was really excited to see Little Bit Pro sitting there at the top. One of those players that I think I want to see a little bit more of this set, because we've seen them in previous sets doing varyingly successful, but I think given the performances that we saw days 1 and 2, I'm really excited about where they're going to be going here in set 9. So, of course, to take us away to game number 2, following our boy Kubikson after that Kale game, is going to be our casters, Counterfeit and Kenobi.
Thank you so very much. We're heading up to Lobby 1 now, here on our final day of play. Kenobi, this is going to be all the players who figured out absolutely everything in round number 1. So this lobby should be pretty tight.
Yep, and tight is exactly the right word. They're going to be battling to stay in at the top of the standings, because right now I think they probably all have eyes on the fact that they're now in the prime position to keep winning and get the trophy home. So among the players in the lobby, who do you think has the best shot of taking it all?
Honestly, I'm always a sucker for an underdog story. For me, I mean, Catalyst, of course, a player who's had some pretty diabolical tournament performances before, to be coming into day 3 and to already be in lobby 1. I really want to see Catalyst do really well here. So I hope it happens, as we can see him second along on the bottom left, looking calm and collected.
Yeah, and I can't help but notice that once again we have 3 German players in the lobby. Feels like a repeat every time we are over. And also, but not the only ones, we have 1 French player once again, and then we get Kubikson, who played Kale perfectly. Top 2 against the Log 3. We get a little bit pro, SnubleTFT as well to round out the lobby, and it's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, of course, we've already seen a lot from these players doing extremely well from before, but it definitely feels like today, in this tournament in particular, we've got such a big door open for our players to make their names. Of course, Sasa, managing to get the win before, it's very rare to be able to reach those heights a second time unless you are one of the very, very best.
Well, he did manage to climb back from a terrible position and turning into a top 1 once. So I'm confident he has the tools to do it again. Now we'll have to see if the nerves hold on for a second game, and obviously if the rolls, if Mordog, who foresees and controls everything, is with him as well.
You've got to be a little bit lucky, as well as making sure you make all those right decisions along the way. So last time around, of course, we did see we saw, of course, the Kale reroll. We saw the Noxus reroll coming through. But this time we will be heading across. And again, this time going to Iona, be getting some champions that drop in. So this time around, it's not going to be random. It's going to be champions that fit the team.
Yeah, and this time it's going to be allowing for some additional skill expressions from the players, because last time they had to adapt to whatever the game could give them through the Yodel portals. But this time with the Dreaming Pool, the players can decide which units they want, and if they play the right units during the final rounds before a new stage starts, they can get the desired champions, and that's going to be propelling them ahead of the curve, bypassing some of that RNG. In the game with the rolls, they can guarantee some high cost units right off the bat.
Well, talk to me a little bit about the mechanics here, because this isn't necessarily a random champion they're being given here. I believe that there's an actual, specific formula in terms of the costs that are coming through.
Yeah, no, exactly. Here, Little Bit Pro is an excellent example. The unit he will be getting here is guaranteed to be set, because he has 2 out of 3 Ionias, and it's the highest number of synergy on his board. If he had 2 challengers, for example, it would be the Warwick, but here he will be getting a set, and it's going to be the same for each PvE. We're going to be seeing players use that to their advantage, to playing some really weird board during neutrals to get the units that they want consistently. Oh, wait, I mentioned set and I forgot obviously about our boy set. My mistake. Obviously,
I imagine Pro would have preferred to have seen the set coming through there.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
he does have the 2-star Viego, so I imagine he's quite happy about it too. So I think it's fine.
All right, so some decent backline threat early on. So the Silver Spoon, an injection of XP into the mix as we check around the place. We see some of the familiar ones from before. The inconsistency being picked up by Kubikson and Sasa here. So definitely, I think, a popular augment amongst our players, but there is another one from Snubble as well, the Pandora's Bench, which we didn't see in the previous game.
Yep, and it's gonna be really useful. Well, it's not gonna be guaranteed, but it can be really, really powerful. It has some really high highs as an augment. It can give you access to some truly massive power spikes, but also can do nothing at all.
Well, so talk to me about, so we, of course, I mentioned, of course, before, we're in the dreaming pool, so we're getting those champions dropped in. How does it, as you say, they're fitting into the team composition. Does this change what comps are going to be stronger or weaker in this particular lobby?
I think that doesn't change the strength of the comps necessarily, although the one-cost reroll compositions might be a little bit weaker because of that. Because when, let's say, you're playing Kayle reroll, well, you don't really need any particular 3 costs when you come 3-1. But for example, someone playing around Deadeye units will be really, really happy about getting a guaranteed action straight out of the gate on stage 3.
As we check in with Snubble, we can see that already putting the Pandora's Bench to good use. We can see the Z on the board and 2 costs on that bench, hoping to be able to turn those perhaps into more Zs to come. Of course, once those units do get 2-star, they will be also re-rolling as 2 stars as well. So potentially a lot of power forthcoming if fortune favors Snubble.
Yep, and hopefully for him, because if it doesn't, then it's just going to be a consistent drain on his economy, and so instead of being an augment, it's going to be a downgrade. Instead, we see here really, really early on, we get the 2-star Z as well as a set, which will trigger the Ionia here for Snubble. So already looking fine for him in that position, probably committing to the Z reroll from this point onward.
We certainly know from looking through our players' records from yesterday and day one, the Z reroll can be incredibly strong. The start certainly seems to favor it. Having the Infinity Edge already, you mentioned the Ionian effect coming in, going to give Zed a little bit more punch behind those crits, but it looks like he's not the only one thinking down this route.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things about this portal, this region, the Dreaming Pool, is that it's also easier to contest some compositions because you are guaranteed the units don't come out of random, they come straight out of the pool and into your board at the start of every stage. So that means that it's also easier to contest some comps, especially once we reach the later stages with the higher cost units.
So yes, as you mentioned, we got the 2 costs coming in before, so presumably on stage 3 we'll be seeing a 3 cost, stage 4 the 4 cost, stage 5 bringing in the 5 costs. I would base that assumption that we're going to be seeing some pretty scary late game boards coming through eventually.
Yes, especially, everyone's favorite purple monster that once she gets an Ionian crest becomes an absolute terror to everybody. Well, everyone that wants a Bell Vest can get a Bell Vest if they tailor their board properly during PvE right at the start of stage 5, which is going to be really interesting in the later stage.
All right, so we'll definitely be keeping our eyes out for any players who do manage to find a way to keep some of those voids around. For Kabixon, though, currently on a 3-round win streak, looking pretty good. Aware in a similar position as well. They could be on a collision course coming out of stage 2.
Yeah, and whether he wins or he loses, I don't think Kubikson would be too sad since he once again is running an inconsistency. So here, any end result is favorable to him. He will still be getting so much economy. And you think we're going to keep seeing that augment every time we get a silver and 2-1?
It's certainly seeming that way. I mean, it seems like it's so reliable. Yes, either you're getting the 2 gold from the inconsistency, or you're getting a similar amount of gold from your streak. So either way, you've got a lot of gold coming through against Dark Hydra, who's put together a relatively similar board, but what Kabixon's got going on is very, very strong indeed. We'll keep our eyes out for Aware also winning their game. So you've got 2 players on the win streak coming close to Krugs.
Yes, and now it's going to be really interesting to see if either of them decides to try and force their way into the win streak here. And by maybe pushing to level 6 or trying to find any ways to reinforce their board. But we see Aware has the latent forge, so it's unlikely that he tries too hard for the win streak since he's, down some power, basically.
And we have the beginnings of what could perhaps be an Akshan board coming together. Good old Cassiopeia, we saw from days past, doing a very good job as an item carrier. It looks like our two win-streaking players will bypass each other. So if they can both make it out of this round, they should be able to put down a lot of pressure on the rest of the lobby. It does not seem like that's on the cards, though.
Yeah, it looks like Catalyst has found a 2-star Cassidon here with the healing orbs. He's gonna be dealing the pain to a Where's board. The Cassiopeia, not a great Runan's user. He'd definitely be looking for that Akshan, who's gonna be coming right out of the gates, right after this stage. And which is why he was not scared of, slamming that Runans despite playing an AP champion. We can see him starting to manipulate his synergies, making sure he will be getting that Akshan.
Yes, so the Deadeye being the topmost trait, as actually said, our players getting the huge amount more control over this game than they would normally be. Taking a quick look at the economy on the right-hand side, you can see that while we haven't seen Aware keep that streak going, Catalyst has stepped into that space just above with a smaller but still significant streak of his own.
Yeah, and so Little Bit Pro and Hyrule also dodged one another for the lose streak, which is really crucial to them. Because if you're win streaking and you lose your win streak, you're kind of sad. But if you have been lose streaking as hard as you could and then lose that, then you're down HP, but you're also pretty poor now. So lucky for them, but looks like Hyrule had a small issue here and got a karma, which he was unhappy about through the Dreaming Pool.
Yeah, so again, remember, this is Hyrule who's contesting with Snubble, though doesn't have the access to the Pandora's Bench, is still putting on a lot of items here. But if you're in Hyrule's position, knowing that you are contested, the board's working pretty well right now and should be enough to at least give Aware a little bit of worries. Do you see maybe that Hyrule could be changing to something else longer term?
Well, sure, he's got, his AD items could be going on to someone like a Yasuo. If we turn that bow into an RFC, especially, that would be just plain great for him. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do right here on 3-2, whether he decides to roll for a win streak here or just accepts that Zed is not going to be the play here. So what do you think?
Okay. I always up for some fun of double trouble, but I don't know if it's really on the cards here. Know your enemy is always going to be the good generic choice for Hyrule, who potentially is looking to change what he's up to. Going to throw a little bit of gold away to see what can be found at level 6, which may not be ideal, but it's maybe enough to push and get the Yasuo.
Yeah, we are getting lots of relevant forecast units here. Shen first, the Gwen that we opt to not take, and here the Yasuo. So, and we're going deeper still, not stopping here and trying to find the upgrades, because he's got a, well, 1-star everything except Zed, actually.
It feels kind of ambitious, but of course, this is the day and this is the lobby to be ambitious. Again, we're in lobby 1. All of our players doing very well in the first round are going to be Swiss seeded against each other. So the longer this day goes, of course, 6 games to play total. To stay at table 1, you have to be doing it amongst the best in the competition against the best in the competition.
Yeah, and I was pretty worried for Kubikson because for Hyrule, because Kubikson was looking really, really strong, but luckily Zed is a really, really good matchup into Kalista, because once he goes rogue, the spears disappear and they have to start all over again to do all that damage to him, and he takes the win, which was really important because of how much he invested there.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And I imagine it's going to be a real pain, given that we have got a couple of Zeds in the lobby. Let's check across to Catalyst, who has managed to step up. You mentioned that eventually we're going to be seeing Belvest landing here, and we've already got a Void emblem coming in second for Catalyst. So we know where this board's going long term, and it's going to look pretty terrifying.
Yeah, the healing orbs in particular, while being a silver augment, is going to be devastating. Once that Belvest is here, she's going to be able to regen extra health on top of her Empress synergy. And +1 Void that early in the game with the guaranteed Kaisa and then guaranteed Belvet, as you mentioned, it's going to be really powerful.
So talk to me about Void, because it hasn't necessarily been front and center for everyone. I know you have to have the emblem to get up to Void 8, but in terms of the overall meta right now, this kind of Void 8 approach, is it the way to go if you get the opportunity?
Well, if you get a reliable opportunity and a good early game, then yeah, sure, it's great at getting top 4 places. The harder part is that kind of everyone wants Kai'Sa and Bel'Veth in their composition, so it can be really tricky come the stage 4. And here, obviously, he bypasses those issues, so he should be fine getting both units and transitioning his items, staying strong, hitting the Baron Nashor ahead of time, and then getting to access his win conditions.
So I'd like to open up a sort of a larger tournament point here. You mentioned the Void, while these are somewhat unique circumstances for Catalyst here, the Void being generally more of a top 4 composition. If you're here at table 1, and of course you want to stay up on the top, as high up in the tournament as possible, is playing for a more top 4 kind of composition the way to go over the course of the day?
Well, it's a definitely risky proposition, to aim low, because if you aim low and you miss, then you might end up going really, really, really low. But here, I think it's has the potential to not stay at top 4 and go higher than this. What do you think are the ways he could do that?
Oh boy. Well, I mean, we've already mentioned, of course, how incredibly powerful the Bel'Veth will be, and that we'll be seeing her arrive pretty much on the queue once we get a little bit later into the game. But I don't know. I mean, I suppose we're looking really for that third Orb coming in to see if it can push Catalyst further. They mentioned the Healing Orb's already a good choice, and we don't need any more Void Emblems.
Yeah, we don't, and I'm just heartbroken for him because that loss was devastating. That the Kalista staying alive on what looked like 10 HP to take down the board, it's not feeling too good. But getting, well, if it's not too contested, a 3-star Kai'Sa could be one of the ways, alongside a 2-star Bel'Veth, because there's no really many ways to empower the Baron, and he's going to be falling to some 3-cost players that will hit. And here we see Snubble down a lot of economy, but on a big win streak, and with the Pandora's Bench filled to the brim with 2 costs.
Yeah, and with 2 healthy, the augment that gives you extra health across your squad for all of for however many 2 costs you're running, this board is looking very promising indeed. You see, the Zed will just walk onto that backline and be able to make an absolute mess out of everything. It seems like for Snubble, things are really coming together.
Yeah, it's he's really actually only has 6 Zeds, but he's 1 Pandora's Bench hit away from having 3 stars dead and maintaining that win streak, and maybe going straight to level 9 after that.
So something I wanted to bring up for Snubble, of course, from Denmark, who hasn't necessarily been huge in the competitive scene as of yet, but certainly today is going to be changing that. You did note that in day 2, he started off the day really, really rough, but managed to turn it around by switching up his legends. I believe in this case, he's gone back to something more traditional. But from where you're sitting, Kenobi, are we expecting to see any of our players experimenting more with the legends they're playing as a general thing?
This far in the tournament, no. I think they've, if there were some experimenting, I think they've done it in the first 2 days. And today, of all days, they should stick to what they've tried and found to be true at winning. And I don't expect them to be experimenting too much today, although I would love to see something like maybe someone picking Caitlyn here. I don't expect it. Honestly, I don't expect it at all.
So we check in with Pro, who is going for something a little bit different here. So they've got the Combat Caster to give shields across the squad, and a Shadow Isles 4 setup with Shadow Isles Yasuo. That's a ton of extra mana being shared across the team, and a ton of shielding as well.
Yeah, and that's a very expensive board for a 4-1, and he still has about 20 gold to his name. So even though he's low on HP, he's looking good for the rest of the game. He's going to be able to reach that stage 5, and crucially, with a Shadow Isle emblem, he gets access to what I think might be one of the most powerful tech units in the game, which is the Casanti, with the Shadow Isle emblem, able to just take out everyone.
We'll come back to that in a second, because we've got some prismatic augments coming in across the lobby. You can see faintly on the right hand side our players are starting to level up and push We've got the prismatic jeweled Lotus coming in, so a lot more punch behind Little Bit Pro. But do bear in mind, he is on 34 HP right now, so this board has got work to do.
Yeah, and we see someone else that's going for a very expensive board. Kubikson already being level 8. He has taken an Aurelian Soul Prismatic Augment to get there and have a lot of gold to roll. He's already found one Heimerdinger and is going to be looking to play an Azir Lux board with an added legendary scientist there.
All right, I don't mind it at all, though it does look like against Hyrule, who has got the ability to pop right into that backline, the things might go a bit spicy, but it doesn't actually happen. And all of these backliners just get to free fire the whole way through the round. That was an absolutely devastating round, pushing Kubikson up the table.
Yeah, and staying with 40 gold here is really crucial because his board is very unupgraded. We see most units being 1-starred with the exception of Nasus, and here comes the 2-star Birdman coming in. He might be looking at a game where he could go level 9 rather early, no?
Yeah, I mean, it looks incredibly stable from what we've got right now. We've got the upgrades coming through as well. Only really need to worry at all about the Jarvan, but in Kubikson, up at the top of the table, has got the HP that other players might lack. On the very tail end of the other side of the table, Little Bit Pro is fighting his way up the top of the table, but for now, Kubikson feels very secure.
Yeah, and we come across a Were which we haven't seen in a long time, and he has a Draven Axe on that Akshan, which means he's going to be stacking it really quickly with on top of a Gwynzeus. But is that going to be enough damage to take down Kubikson? It looks like the answer might be no.
Oh, yeah, the front line's not quite there, and a nice, very well-timed knockup from Talia makes sure of it. Perhaps a little bit closer than Kubikson would have liked. He's definitely going to need to keep these wins flowing in to build his economy back up again and perhaps push for level 9, as you said.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Little Bit Pro is going up and up this little ladder on the right side, and Were and Hyrule are now at the bottom of the standings and will need to find something to, come back in the game. Were looked like he was quite a ways away from his Akshan, and rolling would make him weaker due to the Draven Axe, which is the difficult conundrum he needs to fix to win the game.
So talk to me about this kind of situation. If you are the kind of players towards the bottom here, as honestly quite a lot of players are right now, you know that you've got an opponent, Little Bit Pro in this case, who's built up a substantial board and a substantial streak. At what point are you kind of going to start putting in everything just to try and make sure the Pro doesn't push you out of the game entirely?
30 HP, about 30 HP looks to be overall the limit players tend to allow, varying depending on their composition and how comfortable they are on it. But here we see Sasa probably doing some mental damage to Aware, finding the 3-star Akshan here, meaning that Aware would have so much trouble finding his own, probably condemning him to an early death.
Oh my gosh, and Shurima Belveth as well. We've seen this be an absolutely ludicrous unit. Of course, not at full power remotely as of yet, still relying very much on the Akshan, who does avoid getting too much aggro in the early going against the Shadow Isles board. I did want to bring up the Shadow Isles conversation again with you, Kenobi, because as we can see right now, these Shadow Isles units are terrifying.
Yeah, they're so hard to take down, and Little Bit Pro has built really intelligently around them, having the Titans to scale up and the Archangel on the Gwen here, because the fights are going to be long. No matter what he's facing, he has so much HP on board thanks to that huge shield from Shadow Isles, and with the guaranteed legendary here, he's going to be able to get Senna to make the fights last even longer, magnifying his power. So how hard do you think he's going to beat all the other players right now?
I mean, from my limited experience playing towards the Shadow Isles, because this tends to be a hard route to be able to get into, it can end up being absolutely ridiculous. But I was wondering when we get to see a little bit more of the Slayers in this lobby. You can see the Noxus combination with the Slayer is always very strong indeed. And we got Katarina versus Katarina, two very similar compositions, but it looks like it's going to be the more the top variant that wins out. Hyrule pushing Snubble down just a little bit more and establishing himself a little bit further up the table.
Yeah, and we see here Snubble is re-rolling a 2-star 3 cost here in the hopes of getting an early 3-star Katarina, since he only needs one more Zed. He's really, really close, but Pandora's Bench has no guaranteed, so he could still stay really, really far away and never hit it, which would be really tragic.
So could you give me a quick word here about what Snubble's bringing in terms of his augments? We mentioned the 2 healthy before. Now we bring in some extra health and Omnivamp. It seems like there's a lot of emphasis towards survivability on this board above everything else.
Yeah, so basically the way it's going to work and the way it's going to be winning rounds is that no matter how low HP Zed drops, if he has enough Omnivamp, due to the nature of his spell, it's AoE, he's going to be regening back to full HP. And so once the Titans stack, he just goes infinite and never dies.
Well, Snubble's going to be feeling a little bit disheartened there, trying to roll down to find the last Zed, but it's not forthcoming. Catalyst, exactly as you said, gets the guaranteed Bel'Veth. So Void 8 is online. And while this Bel'Veth's only 1 star right now, she'll continue to build up behind the shadow of the Baron.
Yeah, and he's found 2 Bel'Veths, so guaranteed 6-1. He gets Bel'Veth 2-star, which means he gets probably the opportunity to go fast 9 here. And with the 2 Zed players contesting each other, they are weaker, and so Hyrule drops to 1 HP against that fearsome Baron Nashor.
Oh boy, I'm loving seeing a little bit pro with the Shadow Isles board though. So again, I want to try to get this conversation in because we rarely get to see this on our screens. So we've already established, for this, with the Shadow Isles setup here, we're getting a big shields in for our Shadow Isles units. We're getting big mana regen in as well. How does that match up into the general field? Why is that particularly good, compared to some of the other comps you could run?
Well, here's the thing. We have two Zed players here, and they are assassins, basically. They need to take down their targets quickly, which is basically impossible, as we're going to be seeing here a little bit pro against Hyrule on 1 HP. The Shadow Isle units will be staying alive no matter what. The Gwen is just about doesn't get the shield proc, but the Yasuo is still up, and you see that HP bar is absolutely massive and too big for that Zed to take down.
That is just absolutely ridiculous. You have the multi-threat there, of course. We have got that dual Lotus at Prismatic to make sure that everyone is a damaged threat. The 2 Slayer Zed players, as you said, cannibalizing each other, as Aware will be the first to drop with Hyrule shortly behind them. There's not a lot of HP left in the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Sasa down to 8 HP, meaning he has absolutely no leeway and he cannot lose any round. That early 3-star action does not look like it has paid dividends, but we have found the 7 Shurima, which is very, very powerful. Not having to wait 8 seconds to get the Ascension on the entire team is absolutely massive in terms of damage output.
Oh yeah, I mean, we know that we've got a lot of power coming through. Still, Bel'Veth being left with minimal items, relying a ton on making sure that Sejuani stays up and fighting, as dueling actions on each side of the board. Dark Hydra trying the very similar idea as the 2 front lines get absolutely hammered from both sides of the board, but it's eventually going to be Sasa who proves too much to handle, pushing Dark Hydra down to a single life.
Yeah, and on the one hand, you could see a 1-star action versus a 3-star action, so the final answer was not really in question. And here we see another Shadow Isle Spatula potentially for Pro rather, sorry, who could get up to that very, very hard to reach 6 Shadow Isles, but no, Snubbles can snatch it out of his hands and prevent him from getting there, which is really smart of him. That would be just too much.
Yeah, no, definitely taking one for the team there. I have seen the occasional Shadow Isle 6 board come online. It's not something you forget quickly. The shield, the mana regeneration on a whole different level. In this case for Snubble, at least it does have a purpose for him as well as denying it. Going to mean the Gwen's going to be just a little bit more of a threat alongside the Zed, and sadly not a Katarina 3.
Yeah, not a Katarina 3, but it's not looking bad. He has so much HP. Yeah. And that also got him a 2-star Shen as well. So really a full house, a 3-in-1 deny, upgrade your own board, your own units, and upgrade your own synergies. So it's kind of a really lucky find for him in that regard.
All right, double elimination time potentially, as we're going to have ourselves fights from left to right. Sasa has been very, very strong indeed, but against the Shadow Isles board, it's, as you mentioned, it's going to be incredibly hard to deal with. The Yasuo gets onto the backline, deletes everything. It's eventually going to fall down, and we've finally found enough damage to put the Shadow Isles board down. We do not see an elimination on either side of the board.
Yep, both Dark Hydra and Sasa managed to survive one more round, and crucially for Sasa, that is a 2-star Belvest now. With the 7 Shurima and her own synergy, she has so much HP, and so she's gonna be such a huge threat, horrible to remove off of the board for the other players. And we see here Catalyst sitting pretty at the top of the lobby.
Oh boy, the HP has started to really crunch down though. Our bottom three, Kabixen, Sasa, and Dark Hydra, all on a single life. We will see an elimination in this fight.
Yeah, and as we see, Kabixen has hit a really, really expensive board on level 8, including many legendaries upgraded to 2 stars. So I'm afraid that for Dark Hydra with his Action 2, it's gonna be just a little bit too much for him to handle. That Belvet is still full HP. It's just a complete slaughter, and we see Sasa staying alive. For now, the Belvest still full HP.
Sasa just looking at absolutely ridiculous level of tankiness there. We get to demonstrate again just how flexible the itemization for the Belveth can be, but we still got 5 players alive despite having almost no HP left in the lobby at all.
Yeah, and everybody's so low on HP. Even Catalyst with that Baron Nashor not managing to secure a win streak throughout stage 5. Like I mentioned, it's not that great of a composition at entirely winning the lobby, but he's at least guaranteed to kill many units every round. So he's probably looking satisfied at his game here.
Oh boy. So Snubble, we're checking out now with a decent amount of gold in the bank, as we mentioned back in the previous day. Going to be a training partner of Gafuzzles from the UK, who hasn't made it here to day number 3, but have to imagine Gafuzzles is watching on to see if Snubble can bust through into this top 4. It seems like it's pretty much anybody's to go through, but Catalyst at the very top is still becoming stronger.
Yeah, and well, everybody's just got another legendary if they choose, for example, Snubble here getting the 4 Slayer thanks to that Aatrox that popped up and who can be really massive. I mentioned being able to regen through the damage. Well, Aatrox is going to help that once he dies with the Darkin buff. However, the Baron Nashor could be a huge problem if he decides to chomp down on Zed.
I mean, we can see how much damage there is. Belveth will fall down with multiple carries still left online. Catalyst, when the few players are able to absorb this, as Kabixen will get taken out, we have our final 4.
Yeah, we do. And Kabixen, despite his very impressive board, falters and fails to get a top 4. That's the price you have to pay for not getting a combat prismatic augment. If you don't manage to convert that into a level 9, then it's going to be pretty hard for people, against people having like Cyber Leech prismatic or a Jewel Lotus that will be doing so much damage.
Again, remember, we are at Lobby 1. These 4 players now position themselves very, very well with still 4 games to go to challenge for the title of the Golden Spatula Cup #1 here in Runeterra Reforged. We'll see again if Catalyst here at level 9 can do enough damage in a straight front-to-back fight.
Well, it's looking pretty good for him, and that means that Sasa is gonna be taking one huge slap to the face if that Belvet falls down, which she might not. She might just stay alive for long enough, and she takes down the opposing Belvet. Only Kaisa left, and it's going to be enough. And Sasa, with the Cursed Crown, going down to -18.
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, we knew in this lobby here in the Dreaming Pool, we would be seeing some pretty damned impressive boards. All 3 of our remaining players on a single life. even the smallest of changes now could swing who will leave here in round 2, lobby 1, as our tournament leader.
Yeah, and just small changes like that Zephyr on the front line for Lobby Pro. He's going to be looking at sniping a very valuable unit on the front line of the enemy team. We're going to be seeing who it is.
It's Catalyst. You can see Catalyst has been looking a little bit stressed as things go on. Keep our eyes closely, of course, on where the Kaiser ends up dashing for Catalyst, getting followed by the Yasuo, and will just avoid being deleted, maybe not for long enough. The Belveth there as backup as well. So Shadow Wilds come to claim another victim. And we can see Catalyst just wincing there. This is an absolutely brutal board. A little bit pro on the warpath, the first place.
Yeah, and with that 1 HP being enough, despite the great job from Catalyst dodging the Zephyr on the Baron Nashor, it's still not enough. The Little Bit Pro just has too much. That Senna 2-star giving too many shields, I'm sorry, for the board, and there's just so much scaling. The Guinzu, the Archangel, the Titan's Resolve on Yasuo. We're gonna see if Snubble can take it out with that Zed though.
Oh boy, I mean, we've seen, it was mentioned in a previous day of play, having these rogues up right at the front to try and take aggro. Actually not going to be the case this round. It looks like perhaps the ticket for Snubble will be switching up his positioning.
Yeah, and decides to split the aggro across his entire front line in order to try and dodge that Zephyr that we highlighted from Little Bit Pro. And the Zed is already taken out half of the backline from Little Bit Pro.
It goes through so quickly. Will the Shadow Isles be the comp to beat here? The Zed getting knocked up and taken out of commission for such a long time as Gwen does her work. This Yasuo is so enormous. Little Bit Pro losing his mind here as a comp we did not expect to be the one to rip through lobby 1 is absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, and I'm really, really glad he got the victory because he played that really well on a line that was not seen as often. It's not a 3-star action. It's not something that we've seen much. So it means he's had the practice and the presence of mind of adapting to that specific game and pulling the win out of it must feel absolutely incredible, just like we've seen.
I mean, looking back on that one now, we saw so much of that game just be dominated towards the tail end by the Shadow Isles. Before we go to break, I just want to get from you, because of course we'll be hearing this from our analyst desk as well. Are there any weaknesses to the Shadow Isle setup if players can get it in the future?
Main weakness is that if you don't find Senna for the late game, your board is really, really slow, and she just buys the time needed for the board to really bloom into life. And so that's the hard part, bypassed by the Dreaming Pool here, so really smart by our winner here. And with that, I think we are ready to take a break here before coming back for Game 3.
That's right, we're headed towards a halfway point. Snubble will be our interview during the break. Afterwards, of course, we'll be hearing it from our analyst there. So stay tuned. We are only just started here in our final day of GSC number 1.
Hi, I'm Snubble, or Snubble, depending on who pronounces it. I'm 25 years old and I'm a TFT player from Denmark. Who's going to perform the best in the new set? I hope Kevin Parker makes it for once. He's been pushing for a while, been consistently a very good player. I'd like to see him make it. The same goes for Solo, because Solo hasn't made it to Worlds, right? It'd be cool to see Lelouch put up a strong tourney performance this set, because he's been insane ladder warrior for so long, right? I played in the one tourney I played in GSC 3 in 8.5. I'm still very new to the set, right? So it was my first open qualifier and it was my first GSC, but I made it to day 3 in my first GSC. I didn't place very well in the last I think I placed 28 out of 32 or something like that, 22, 28, something like that. Wasn't pretty, but we made it to day 3 pretty comfortably, even though I think I low rolled the 2 days, but I've gotten a lot better at the game since then, so hopefully we'll see that this set. But Yeah, there's still a lot to learn. Like I really started playing at the end of set 7.5, so I'm still very new, right? And I only really grinded today, so I'm gonna shout out like probably like Bitter, Traviscwat, Frobba, and Witch, and then like my stream community. It's like probably the places I'll send a shout out.
I take issue with that trivia we saw during the break. What do you mean Garen doesn't canonically spin? This is ridiculous. That's the whole thing. How could Riot Games do this to us? They have stolen this from us.
It's okay. Sometimes, it's like when you're reading a book and you're like, the author didn't, it doesn't matter. We're the consumers. We're going to decide what's correct. And in my world, Garen will always spin.
He spins. It's a great defensive posture. We've seen Anakin Skywalker do it in Star Wars. I completely believe that there's defensive capability there. We even saw Emperor Palpatine do it. I mean, if the Lord of the Sith does it, clearly there's something to it.
You shouldn't be about that when you have two talents with the same lineup on the same desk that are absolutely addicted to rerolling, and no one is gonna forget that Garen reroll composition with this.
Yeah,
not
it
like
was good.
No, it wasn't good. I'm glad it's
Speaking
gone.
of the dark energies, though, Morgan, you really wanted to talk about that Shadow Isles composition that Little Bit Pro pulled out, and I'm gonna let you have it, but you better deliver here.
I will deliver. Okay, so the thing is, a lot of people look at augments and they're like, oh, what does this augment do? It changes my units every turn. Oh, what does this augment do? It allows me to move freely on carousel. But then you got the most Giga Chad augment of all of them. The Silver Spoon. It is just gain XP. That's it. It allows you to get to level 5 in the early game really quickly. It allows you to start catching up with these Shadow Isles units. So him getting that early Gwen and deciding, and early Yasuo and deciding to make that switch and commitment to them was absolutely good. Now, what is the big thing about Shadow Isles composition? Why are they so good? Because the amount of HP that they get through this emblem and the mana regeneration that helps them after they attack or get hit for 7 instances, it just makes your unit absolutely tanky. Now, pair this up with combat casters where they're looking to cast more because of the Shadow Isles, so they get more shields, and of course the Jewel Gauntlet, which allowed his entire board to crit a lot. So this combination with the Shadow Isles and the amount of tempo you can gain from this board was really good for a Little Bit Pro.
Well, and someone else with some augment choices that I know you, Makes, were really excited about was Sasa picking up not just suppressing fire, but that Cursed Crown.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to respect it when it comes around, right? It's not something players go for a whole lot because it's very risque, but we are seeing it out of Sasa, and I think even though he took a few losses after picking it, in the end, it did him quite well. I feel like there could have been even a little bit more, but I think it was still okay. Getting that 4th place for him is definitely up there with an augment that's as explosive as this one. Somebody that did lose out on that trait, though, was Dark Hydra, also on a very similar line to Zaza, not being able to find that action that he so would need. Then also the Prismatic kind of did him wrong. I feel like whenever you have silver, gold, Prismatic, it's such a crazy tempo world that you're being thrown in for, where at the beginning you're like, oh yeah, I'm chilling. Well, I guess this is fun, some statement augments, and suddenly it's like, what? We're going for the Prismatics? And it just can be so volatile. And for Dark Hydra, unfortunately, it was the wrong way around.
Yeah, we really liked Snubble's Zed composition as well. We continue to see that dominating our games throughout the day, able to get a really strong placement with that. So we head over to the standings after game number 2. So things are starting to shape up, but remember, just game 2 out of 6, we can still relax a little bit. Especially for Little Bit Pro, who has taken 2 first places in a row.
Him and Snubble have been doing really good so far in this tournament, by the way. In every day that they've managed through the qualifiers, they've been able to get up a lot of wins. And by wins, I mean top 4s. But in this case, today, I mean literal wins. He's been able to get 2 first places already in a final day of a Golden Spatula Cup. So this shows you how prepared he was. This shows you how really adaptive he was. Of course, playing with the favorite little legend for all of us right now, the Poro, flexibility. He plays with whatever he's given. He's not that type of player that goes and forces everything every game. Looking at you, Solo Gazang, with these action forces. And every player that goes around with Poro or Orn, you would expect them to have a ton of flexibility. And this is what he does. I don't think he's won 2 games with the same composition so far.
Yeah, really exciting play coming out of all of our players on this final day of the Golden Spatula Cup. We are going to head over to a quick break, and after that, we're going to hit the middle of the tournament, that game 3 and 4. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, my name is Gabriel. I'm 20 years old. I live in Brittany. My in-game name is Gobosteur, and I started playing since set 1. I actually love the set so far. I played a lot of games. I just personally dislike the Legend system for competitive, but I really love spamming games. I think I have more than 400 games right now. Personally, I will really... My main goal for this set is to qualify to Rising Legend final, because I'm actually really working hard, and I do think I have the potential to do it. Really like to at least do a final, because I have a very supportive family that are giving a lot of love in the game, even though they don't understand it at all. For example, my mom did this sweatshirt just for me. She don't even know how the game works, but it's really sweet from her. And I will also say thanks to my sparring partners from the Discord. We are training together, and they give me a lot of good advice, so I'm getting better with them.
So during the break in the green room, we were having lots of fun. We always do. And Peter brought up that I went to caster school. And I feel like now's the time for all of you to learn about the most awkward experience of my entire life. When I was starting my career, I was working in a game, another game, MOBA. And we had this thing called Caster School, which was a reality TV show. And it was produced by a producer of The Real Housewives. This is not a joke. It sounds like a fever dream. And he was, Rick, I'm sorry if you're watching this, but you have to know this about yourself. He was the most stereotypical, like, reality TV show producer you can think of. Imagine the person who would produce The Real Housewives, and that is exactly who he is. So that's a fun little story to start us off on this desk. Get us in the right vibe. Because Morgan, the real reality of TFT is coming at us hard and fast. This is game number 3 of the first Golden Spatula Cup for Runeterra Reforged.
I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get the university because of Jace when it came to the portals. I had a very horrible pun to make about this one, in according to your story, but it is
I'm glad we didn't, because I always forget which one is which. We saw this day number 1. I get so confused between the university and Jace's workshop, and I'm going to keep an eye on the caster cams just to make sure I do it right. University, first augment prismatic. Yeah, okay, I'm getting thumbs up. And then Jace's workshop, that's all of them prismatic.
All of them, exactly. In the workshop, you can get a lot of augments. It's a workshop. You're having a lot of experiments and everything, so it's a lot of prismatics. In the university, you're still learning, you're still going there, so it's just the first one as a prismatic to help you kickstart your career in the field. Now, what do we have here? Solo Gazan kicking off with surprisingly not an Akshan in the early game, but instead a Viego 2 and a few pairs. Also, happens to have the Maokai, but he instead maybe tries to push in that Noxus, doesn't go for the Viego and Maokai. It's a Viego 2, and a 2-star 1 cost in the early game. Is a 2-star 1 cost in the early game. You gotta take it.
Yeah, I'll pick that up, and I think going for Noxus here is going to be strongest early game you can possibly get. We've talked about it before. We are, of course, on Thresh's Sanctum, just to update the people at home. It basically counts the units that die in every fight, and once it hits a multiple of 40, you get a fun little bonus. And of course, going into this early game, I am shocked to see Sologasang not picking up all of these Bastions here. He will finally grab those Maokais, because this has been, Morgan, a crazy opener for that Kale composition if you wanted to go for it.
Yeah, I don't think Sologasang has been really tempted to play any reroll composition so far, except maybe the Akshan. We might have seen him also go for a 4-cost 3-star reroll, but for the early stars again. And speaking of the Akshan, he just got to ask, I guess, because he just got it again. And it might be him going for the Portable Forge and maybe looking for a Sniper Smoke or something. Technical superiority is so good, man.
I'm actually surprised Sologasang didn't take that. We've seen him play a lot of Azir, so Strategist really fits in perfectly with that.
Yeah, but he has a Portable Forge. He's playing Ornn. Eternal Winter into a Gargoyle Palm Plate is currently one of the strongest slams you can have on a single frontline unit in the early game. First of all, because they give him a lot of armor and magic resist, and everyone is attacking him, so the armor keeps stacking. And when everyone is attacking him, you're basically applying Eternal Winter to the entire board.
This is very funny to me because this is literally just a Kale opener with an Akshan instead of Kale. So it's halfway there. And like you're saying, Morgan, he will put that Everwinter right on that front line. And then there's the Gargoyle Stoneplate. Good call.
Yeah, we expected it, and again, they both combo really well. You would expect maybe if he's going to commit to the Akshan, he would have to keep that Null Magic Mantle a little bit open for now, because he might try to slam it into a Hurricane, which has been absolutely banger when it came to Akshan slamming items before. It works really well with the DB, because now his skill applies on hit effects, and that happened like 1-2 patches ago? Question mark? So it makes the Akshan too strong, but again, you can never avoid having a 5-win streak when you can. He already has Bastion in, he has Shadow Isles in, so that Maokai is gonna be living for a whole lot of time with the Gargoyle for Eternal Winter.
And a Maokai too, no less
as
now,
well.
Morgan.
Oh my god, no. This board cannot lose.
Picking up Shurima, but doesn't look like he's going to slot it in, preferring to have that Shadow Isles shield for the Maokai in the early stages of the game because it is just so incredibly strong. You are designing this tank to be a solo frontline, and getting a shield when you get hit is just a perfect combination for that.
Yeah, and specifically for the fact that he has a 2-star, he has a Viego 2-star, so putting in Shurimas right now when you have 0 items on the Akshan would just be suiciding your 5-win streak in the early game that he very much will be able to easily get. Again, look at this. That Maokai has a hefty amount of 20 armor and magic resist given from Bastions, which is boosted to 40 at the first 10 seconds of the game. And again, the double Akshan aiming at each other, except at this point, the Jhin was a little bit farther, so Solo Gesang's Akshan didn't go for the enemy's Akshan, but it doesn't matter. That Maokai hasn't even received a single bit of damage. Just look, the HP's bar is dead. It hasn't moved. It hasn't moved at all.
All of the healing coming in as well from the ultimate, so just incredible opener there. And it looks like Fifek on a very similar opener, also with that Eternal Winter solo frontline play.
Yeah, everyone goes for Ornn right now, aims for one of two things. It's either the Eternal Winter, it's either the Trickster Glass that you can put on one of your double trouble boards so you can get 2 Taliyas, you can get 2 set frontliners maybe with it. But because of it reducing the maximum HP and the mana cost, you don't want to put it on a frontline. So we mostly see it being slammed on a Talia. And if it's a Sniper's Focus, you just put it on one of your backline carries. But Eternal Winter is generally safe for every single comp.
Here we go. Here's the matchup of both of our Eternal Winter players coming in here. I think Solo Gesang is going to have a little bit of trouble here because of all the damage coming out from these multicasters in the back. But it looks like that Viego, the shield and the stacking damage is working wonders.
Yeah, and the anti-heal coming in from the Teemo might be able to help a little bit with the Maokai passive because of all of these multicasters casting, which essentially is countered by Maokai drawing mana from their every cast. And of course, with the overtime, that Maokai just has a lot of shield. Okay, the Kassadin might have been able to disarm the front line, but it doesn't harm him because his carry is a backline unit with the Akshan. So yes, the Viego might have suffered, but the Akshan is there to cover up.
Very marginal difference there in that fight. It could have gone either way, but Solo Gesang going to be very happy about that, maintaining his streak coming into this carousel.
Yeah, by the way, I would love to highlight that we only got 3 augments in this game so far chosen. We have 5 people playing with Portable Forge. We have 2 people playing with long distance spells, and that would be Shoku and Stegzor. And we have Wagga playing with Unstable Order Delivery. So don't you just love the variety? 3 augments given to 8 players.
Look, if you're going to have some Ornn players, at least they're using the legend system as intended, Morgan.
Exactly, for the Portable Forge early game win streak. You know, these lobbies are quite interesting, by the way. Because when everyone is going for the win streak and everyone is playing their absolute strongest boards, these are the type of lobbies where you go to stage 6 with 8 players alive, everyone on the brink of death with just a single life.
Yeah, because everyone's going to be so close in health, everyone's going to be going for the maximum player damage possible. Very dangerous to lose streak in a lobby like this.
Yeah, specifically that the portal doesn't really help you to lose streak that much.
Lelouch also has an Eternal Winter.
Yeah, it's 5 Portable Forges. So far, we've been able to spot through 3 Eternal Winters, 1 Anima Visage, and I'm not sure if we've seen the 5th one or not yet, but I'm guessing
I don't think so.
I think it was a Trickster's Glass. I could be wrong, but we've seen 5 Portable Forges, and this might be the first loss for Aware, as Lelouch here has a very strong backline unit, of course, with the hidden legendary, that one unit we all fear in the early game. Beware the Soraka with the Invoker Calm. Healing, damage, Targon, increased healing and shielding. Soraka's just so strong and underrated in the early game.
Yeah, and you were right. It is going to be the Trickster's Spyglass here for Gunmei on this Katarina. I think Trickster's Spyglass, we talked about it earlier, is especially powerful in the Talia composition because you get that free extra rock thrown. So I'm interested in seeing if Gunmei starts trending towards that direction as we get later in the game.
Yeah, and again, it only suffers when you put it on a frontline unit because they spawn with 70% of their maximum HP. So you always want to prefer putting it on a backline unit, and it also gives them some increased mana, 20%, I guess it was. So yeah, it is 20%. So on a backline unit like Talia, exactly, because the way Talia works is that any unit that gets CC'd, she throws a stone at them. So the damage being out is more of a passive thing than it is really an active cast. So she doesn't suffer from the increased mana and the reduced maximum health.
Hey Morgan.
Yes,
Solo Gesang has a Lux. It's 2-6, 2-7 now. I feel like he's going to be doing okay this game.
I feel like he's going to be doing okay this game as well.
And this is a strategy. Yeah. This is a strategy we're seeing here that was mentioned in our green room by Kenobi. Solo Gasang is intentionally putting in weaker units in the front in the hopes that they die and increase the stacks on his Thresh's Sanctum.
Yeah, you get unit counts toward your Thresh Sanctum whenever any unit dies, whether it's your units, whether it is enemy units. So in PvE rounds, this also works. You want to put your weaker units in the front, so that was a very good catch from you and Kenobi. And we've not yet seen any item that might help the Akshan except a smaller Nikos or a lesser champion duplicator if you want to go to casting school like Matt. But that Akshan doesn't have anything to help buff his damage except maybe putting him into 2-star in that alley.
I suspect this is just going to be a later game like Lux Azir pivot, right? Because he's already picked up the early Lux. He's got bad items for this Akshan, aka no items for this Akshan. And he's got a full Ginsu's Rageblade that he could slam at any point.
The thing about Ginsu's is that it's not one of the best or most flexible items that you could put in right now.
That's true.
On almost any unit, there used to be a meta where Rageblade was just slammable on anyone. But something we should highlight here is that he sold the Lux that you spoke about, man. The Lux has been sold for that 30 gold. Economy is more important than our early Sorcerer Queen.
Yeah, I guess betting on the fact that he's not going to get enough board strength from that Lux to be worth missing out on the extra gold. Double Callista coming in from Gunmei. So this is another strategy we talked about. Previously, we were mentioning it about Double Trouble during Wagga's interview, but we can see similar effect here, stacking up the double spears. Unfortunately, Gunmei's board not quite as strong as Solo's.
Yeah, and we've also seen him reforge the tier, which is something we got from Kenobi in the backstage. Thank you so much for the highlight. And he's maybe looking to forge it. We got the boss, but it's not gonna be the boss. It's gonna be another one item, and might be a Hudge. That's the best looking item that you have right now on the Akshan. Or it could be Zeke's Herald and just bump up your entire backline. Anything else doesn't make that much sense. You already have a fully itemized front line.
These are really rough items if you're trying to hard force Akshan reroll, which is what it looks like Solo is doing. So Hand of Justice, like you said, best of the options presented to him.
Yeah, still looking for another BF for that Deathblade, looking for another Null Magic Mantle for the Hurricane. It makes for a very good combo. If this is a full gold game, he might be looking for Idealism, which will make that Akshan do really well. He's only been able to get one so far, but it doesn't matter. He still has the duplicator, he can push it in, and he's still surviving with 6 win streak. Solo Gazang's board is doing really, really good. And now he's up against Aware, who is apparently gathering up items for Kaisa that we can see.
Yeah. Incredibly strong composition that we've seen multiple times through today. And it looks like Solo's win streak may not survive this one. At frontline finally being torn through thanks to that strong Jhin in the backline. And the Aurelia still uncontested there for Aware's board. So Solo will take his first loss here on 3-2.
Yeah, you're looking as much as you can to try and keep up that win streak up, but he's been unlucky enough to play against Aware's board, thus ending his win streak in the process. And the Ionia passive alongside the 2-star Aurelia with the Anime Visage and the amount of HP that she gets from that item itself and the Sunfire made her survive way too long now. The only player who's going for a reroll composition right here on 1-star units is going to be Wagga with the unstable Yordle delivery, which we know brings up a lot of Yordles and maybe some golden value if you're unlucky enough. But it doesn't matter. As long as the economy is given, you're happy.
Yeah. Here on Lelouch's board, we are seeing, of course, this multicaster composition already at 4 multicaster, and that Eternal Winter Swain in the front line, such an incredible tank. That combo you mentioned earlier, Morgan, alongside the Gargoyle Stoneplate, you can see just not taking any damage.
Yeah, doesn't really care about his frontline dying because that hefty multicaster backline is going to be dealing a lot of damage. And I think the Stegzor is contesting with Solo Gazang on the Akshan, if I'm not mistaken, if it was an Akshan too, with the Rageblade and a Static. Now, we do know that these are not action items. These are definitely not action items, so he might be sending it in the late stages of the game. And if Solo Gazang is able to get that Akshan with a Null Magic Mantle, it is a BIS. It's a Hurricane, it's an Akshan too. You want that.
We're seeing, I believe, I'll wait for confirmation, but I believe that was also Shurima's Legacy picked up by Stegzor. Yeah, it was. So that's going to be incredibly strong for a Shurima comp. We're not sure, like you said, if he's going for Akshan or if he's looking to pray for the Azir pivot in the later stages.
It's gotta be Azir, because if you slam a Rage Blade and a static, that is 100% an Azir item. Now, him committing with the Streamer's Legacy, we can safely say that he's just playing with the Akshan because he got that 2-star without even rolling for it. He just natural the 2-star as Akshan, which 100% he will be selling and transferring those items to an Azir composition. So, Solo Gazang should be in a good spot and start rolling only after Stegzor makes that pivot.
Gunmay here really hoping to find a Kalista too. It's what he's missing in order to get this composition stable here in the mid game. Rolling deep, not quite able to find it. Still one off. It's always sad when you're one off a 2-star, Morgan.
It feels quite bad because specifically for a fact that he just has to push to level 7 to keep up, maybe not losing more of that HP. And he also need that Kalista desperately. It's gonna be 2 Kalistas 2-star, not just a single Kalista 1-star. So, yeah, if that's Samira dies, he just has absolutely 0 damage output, and I think he just rolled the 7 only to lose 1 more round.
Yeah.
It is not looking so good for Gunmay at all, Matt.
Duplicator from the Sanctum if he's feeling desperate enough, and he is 38 HP, so frankly it might be worth it, as sad as that is for him. Wants to take another loss coming into this PvE round, but it's an option to consider when he comes out. Nope, actually just going to slam it right now, saying I'm probably going to lose even with the upgrade, but I can't sacrifice any more big chunks of health.
Yeah, you don't want to sacrifice that much health as much as you want, because in the late stages of the game, losses hurt more and more. And you're not playing on a comp that relies on a lost streak. You would want to win as much as you can in order to be able to survive, create some good econ, roll for that Kalista, roll for that Yasuo pair that he's currently having. But times have been hard. He's only level 7 with 18 gold, 4 lost streaks. So even if he wins this one, he's still gonna suffer from losing 6 gold within the Thresh Sanctum combo that he maybe might be able to get more gold off. But whether he wins or he loses this round, it's still kind of debatable the spot that he's in, because he just broke his own lost streak, so that's essentially 6 gold that you're losing before the PvE round.
Well, on top of all of that as well, Morgan, you look at this board and you look at the rest of the lobby. We have 3 Eternal Winters. Kalista is all about the attack speed. She's just going to be eating stuns the entire game.
We are going to be keeping a very close eye on him, and not just him, but also on Wagga, who's currently not in the best spot with 24 HP, 18 gold, so it maybe shows that he has rolled as much as he can, able to hit the Poppy, 2 pairs of that Maokai, and very far away from another 3-star unit.
And far away from level 6 as well.
He doesn't want 4 cost units now. Now, if that golden one would have been a Spat, if it was and Nikos, he would have been happier, but there you go. That might be going into a Slayer emblem for the kill.
Yeah, there's options here for him to get the upgrades. He keeps getting fed the units he does not want a 3-star. Just one off that Maokai now. If he can find it with gold to spare, he'll be able to level 6 here and stabilize finally. But it looks like not a single Maokai finally finds it on his second to last roll. But not enough gold to make it to level 6.
Yeah, he now has to make the choice whether he wants to keep in the Galio for the Demacia or the Yordle with the Teemo in for the attack speed and also for the 4-star Bobby. But obviously, at this point in the game, you really want that Bobby 4-star. You really want that front line. So Demacia is going to be going in maybe next turn. Maybe sell the Gwen, try to look for a Demacia with the Galio. And if the third augment doesn't give him something to keep him alive here, I think Wagga might be in a very bad spot.
Yeah, he's going to be ramping up, and he's going to be doing okay here. The Zed left in a 1v1 versus Kale.
Faker?
Go poorly. Oh my god,
it is Faker.
I thought it was going to be Ryu for a second there.
Oh my god. It is quite unlucky because the Infinity Edge Hodge combo is really strong because of the base states of the Hodge giving more and more crit. Double Tactician tools, he already has a Spat on him. Freaky Friday, the Trinity Force is not going to be doing anything. What the Forge might be able to make his items a little bit stronger, but Tactician's tools might give him both another unit, and that is going to be Gwen in and also Galio in.
Yeah.
It's got to be the Crown, and the Gwen is going in. Okay.
Leveling up 6 as well, so finally that kill will get the power spike of getting waves on every third attack. So I don't know if it's enough to stabilize him, but this is really the best he can hope for now. Oh, shoot you.
Options.
Infernal Contract available, and he's going Noxus reroll. He
You
picks
cannot
it up.
miss it. He has to pick it up. And the roll down begins, Matt. It's all you now.
Okay, looking for the Zed. We'll find Z3 already, pushing the rest into levels. Now is that level 7. This is going to be the maximum level he can hit for the rest of the game. Going to be rolling for the rest of the game towards that Katarina and the Kled 3.
Yeah, being able to hit the Z3 is a very strong point for him, and the amount of tempo he's going to be getting from the Infernal Contract is really good, because otherwise he would have not won this combat. Otherwise, look at the damage coming from that Z on with the 4 Slayers, also for the fact that he pushed to level 7. He was only sitting on 11 gold, but that Infernal Contract might as well have saved him, and this might have been the best business opportunity that he got. That's why he signed that contract without a second thought, maybe.
Yeah, QQ going to be able to take a win here and turn around his fortunes. 56 HP on a 6-win streak. It looks like it is going to continue like that for a while. Gunmay, of course, now finds a Callista 3, but is 1 gold off. Doesn't really want to sell anything, but I think that Yasuo is not long for this world.
It's either the Yasuo that's going to be going out, or it could be the Warwick 2, or it could be the Maokai, because General is not that good. But yeah, wait, he could never sell the Warwick. What am I saying? He needs the Challenger, he needs the Juggernaut. It's a Warwick 2 as well. So maybe the Maokai makes most sense. And again, considering the HP he had to make that choice. Now you want to go to levels 8 as fast as you can, and slam in that 6th Ionian for the Callista. No Shadow Isles. No Shadow Isles.
Oh, not going to be enough for that Callista. The Zed just rips through her during the mid game of this fight, and it looks like Zed should be enough to clean up the rest of this. There it will be. And Gunbay down to 3 HP.
It's just quite sad. It's very, very hard to put in a single backline carry unit, or like just 2 of them in a Slayer meta, in a Zed meta, in a meta where everyone just jumps on the backline, in
Wagga,
a meta where
second tack crown available for Wagga here.
Wagga.
It's open.
Is it that, or is it a Slayer emblem? And a Kled? He's far away from the spat. He could have taken it as a 4-cost unit. We could maybe have had another crown and look for any Slayer. But he knows he's kind of far away from the Aatrox, so the spat makes more sense to access 5 Slayers ASAP.
See, me, I would have took the spat, but I'm very easily baited by Tactician's crowns. We have Marisa Magnum at home.
The Marisa Magnum we have at home is all these spats. Yeah, he's still kind of far away from his 5th layer access, so that crown might have not brought him the best util that you could think about. So I do agree with slamming in the Slayer emblem.
Lelouch here on the roll down for that multicaster composition. He is going for Teemo carry, the variant we have seen the least of this weekend. He goes for that Teemo 4 in the back line.
4.
Perfectly itemized as well. Can't wait to see him just absolutely obliterate this board.
Wait, I have never seen a Teemo 4 in my entire life, but that effect with the mushrooms just... What the hell did that mushroom damage? We have a whole vegan comp coming out here from Lelouch, all of these mushrooms being thrown around, dealing a lot of damage. Eat your veggies, but no. I guess Solo Gazang says, no, I'm not ready to make that die change yet.
Yeah, Solo on a very strong comp to beat this. The problem with the Teemo carry is you need a frontline that can stall for a while. His strength is that he can put down a lot of dots, all of which stack in a large AoE. But as a result, there's no burst damage remaining in this composition unless you have items on that Talia. So for Lelouch, the name of the game is going to be beefing up that frontline and getting Talia to a place where she can contribute to the damage and stop the frontline from collapsing.
Yeah, looking at Gunmay's board now, this might be his final opportunity to try and get at least enough economy to level up for that Irelia. That is still a 1-star, and you're in need of a front line. Now, with the double Callistas, both of them stacking up these spears, and we know how that Trickster Glass is very, very useful. Just as Kenobi explained to us again, the spear stacking, the amount of damage that she gets, them being able to run targets simultaneously. The only issue with that composition is that it suffers and gets absolutely countered to death by Z compositions. So
yeah,
any other comp is good for Gunmay as long as he high rolls and he doesn't go against whose
there we
board
go.
was it that has the Infernal Contract. Yeah.
Set 3 will help quite a bit though.
Yeah, it was Shoku's board, yeah. That is the board that you don't want to go against if you were Gunmay, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Gunmay's on a timer at this point. Unless he can miraculously outposition Shukyu, he is going to be in trouble. And the moment he finds him, his time is up and he will be out. So he just has to hope Wagga's board falls before him.
And it's getting even stronger. The only thing he needs right now here is another glove to slam in another Slayer emblem, but it might not be
Or
the
another
case.
spat.
0 gloves. So we have a dead spat for him right now. We're missing one of the Kled, but he gets it. Maybe we're missing one more of the Katarina now that he's going to be going to 0-4. It's a Gwen 2, so it's a very good addition. Also gets the Katarina. It has been a perfect roll down for Shoku. Maybe just missing a glove, but he doesn't even care. He goes in with the Juggernaut emblem, slammed on the Katarina. More sustain is all what he cares about.
Yeah, just going for the immediate power at this point. Going to give her some stacking AP. Going to give Darius some extra damage. Trying to push as much tempo he can while he's not at a disadvantage from being stuck at level 7.
Yeah, we now get to see one of my favorite units, the Ionia Belvith. Also with the Challenger emblem, she rises really well. But the Ionia does so good because of the immediate 66% attack speed that she has. Maybe with the buff, it also increases to 132. I'm such a good math calculator. I love my math
really
skills,
nailed
but
the math.
maybe Gunmay doesn't love that karma because of all of that crit coming for the Jewel Gauntlet, the Hudge, and the Godbreaker she's gonna crit on every single casting. Gunmay is gonna be going out at stage 5.
Gunmay devastated there, as you could see on the cameras. Did his best with this Callista composition, but it was just too little too late. I like this Ionia board from Fifek. This is something we haven't seen. A little bit of a hodgepodge between the Beloveth plus the Heimerdinger and Karma carry. So this was initially going to be some kind of Invoker composition, but the Ionia Spat and the Beloveth just too good to pass up.
Yeah, and something people really tend to keep a blind eye to is the base stats of the items as they're slamming, in addition to just their effect. Most people just read the effect, but the Jewel Gauntlet, Guardbreaker, Hudge, all of them are made of a glove, okay? So all of these give a lot of crit. So essentially, they're a perfect combo for the Karma to deal crits on every single cast. So he was kind of unlucky when he went against this board, and now we're still looking at that Slayer Poppy, trying to do her best in order to keep Wagga alive, but he's only gonna be following Gunmay's spot, and he's going to be the second to go out in this lobby, which is full of Slayers and backline access with all of these multicasters.
Yeah, and Lelouch just kind of solved his frontline problem, right? Not only with the Demacia there on the Jarvan, it's going to give 5 magic resist and armor to everyone around him, but the Jarvan himself, with those 2 frontline items and the Radiant item that is going to appear every single round, means that Teemo has time to put out that damage and push even more healing into that frontline, letting it last longer.
The amount of attack speed that this Teemo gets with every star level because of the Yordle effect, and of course the amount of AP he gets from the Strategist, just makes his mushrooms deadly when given to a backline. Okay, the front lines can do really good when they survive against these mushrooms, but alongside with the damage over time being done, Sona's there to finish. The amount of CC being put from the Talia, and on every single unit that gets knocked up, she's also able to put in a lot of damage. So for comps like an action reroll, something like this, where you want to just protect your backline, Teemo has a free access to it with all these bouncing shrooms, so Solo Gesang will be losing this one.
I will say, though, this can be sort of mitigated by positioning, which is what we saw the last time Lelouch went up against Solo Gesang, because that Akshan just had Teemo's number and obliterated him with that first ultimate. It was just goodbye mushrooms.
Yeah, it is very good to put him on mostly the opposing side of the Teemo, but keep in mind that this also is kind of harmful if you're playing against
what was Solo doing?
Against a single frontline unit, because essentially the action bullets just don't go through units. So if you're putting him in front of that frontline unit but away from the Teemo, he will target the Teemo, but none of the shots will reach.
Yeah, definitely balancing on a precipice for that composition. Solo, during the carousel round, the only one left still selecting items, being like, will I get it? Will I take it? Will I not? Just funniest. I appreciated it, Solo. I don't know about anyone else.
Now, Fifek needs to survive one more round to maybe try to put in, 2 more rounds to go level 8, add in the 4 challengers, which is going to be a huge pivot. A very good power spike for his Yasuo, which currently has a QSS and a Deathblade, so yeah, could debate their best in slot. The damage coming in for the Yasuo, the QSS enabling him to stay away from all that CC, and the Belvith resetting kills one after one, alongside with the Ahri helping Ahri with some of the damage. Soon as she catches one unit with that Ionia Spat, she just has a lot of attack speed, man.
Yeah, Solgasang not having that 3-star Akshan was pretty devastating there. Fifek, even though his carries were getting stunned up by the Eternal Winter, didn't seem to slow him down all that much because there was nothing answers. We see Aware re-rolling on an Ionia Challenger composition of his own.
Yeah, we get to see now 6 challengers on Aware's board. He's 1 life away from going big or going home. That Rage Blade on the Senna is going to be giving her a lot of shield and attack speed to be able to cast faster along also with the Rabadons. So Matt, it might be the final fight for Aware.
Yeah, keep an eye on this Kaisa in the backline on the right side of your screen, running into Solgasang's incredibly beefy composition. Kaisa needs to tear through this front line. Sejuani, half health, will get the shielding at the last second. Shurima heal doing so much for her, but Kaisa finally survives all the way through. Akshan, a full ultimate onto Kaisa. That'll spell the end of Aware. And meanwhile, on the left side of your screen, Lelouch will survive to fight another day with that disgusting Team 04.
Yeah, we are now down to our our top 5 players in this lobby. 2 of which, or 3 of which actually counting Stegro's health. I don't think you can survive a loss with 14 HP at stage 6. Could be wrong. Maybe if he kills enough units.
At that point, what about 15? Like, this is on a knife's edge. We could conceivably see this game end in 2 rounds.
Yeah, everyone is on the brink of 1 loss, except Shoku, who's been able to keep up win streak so well, again, because of the amount of tempo he got from that Infernal contract. Another Thieves' Gloves being given here could be a good option, Matt. But on who? On a Ari 1-star unit? No, it is going to be a Hutch for that Belveth.
Yeah, Belveth, I think at this point, you're still 1-star. You're lacking a little bit of damage. You're lacking a little bit of sustain because you still need those kills in order to get your healing back up. So I like the Hodge as a last item for her, still leaving options to itemize the Ari or the Heimerdinger in the later stages.
Yeah, another fight coming up. And this time it's going to be this insane Karma, 6 Ionia. Has a lot of damage, but it's going to be against the comp that you don't want to play against. It's the Katarina that has free access to that Karma, Matt.
Now the Zed in the backline will find his jump now directly onto the Ari, who won't even get her 3rd ultimate off. The Zed finally falls, just absolutely decimated there in the backline. But the ultimate resets from Darius, not quite enough for Shukyu's board. It looks like his time has run out as well, but he's made it almost guaranteed to the final top 4.
Yeah, now it's either Vivek or Solgasang with their HPs. They're not going to be making it again. No actions yet so far for Solgasang. He only needs to roll 1 more time. He's down 1 action. He has a duplicator still on his board. If he's able to get that 1 last action, it's going to help him receive a very tremendous boost to this board with 7 Shurimas, with the Eternal Winter working extremely well with the Sejuani. Something we got from Makes. Special thanks. And again, he's down 1 action that he will not find, and he's also on 2 HP. Quite rough for Solo.
And he's now going to run into that Teemo composition that he lost to previously on the left side of your board. Fifek with that Belveth will take the loss of his main carry. On the right side, Solgasang valiantly fighting away with that Akshan, but it's not going to be enough as Teemo takes away the rest of the board. Fifek, lone Karma won't be enough either. Lelouch, the executioner here, taking out 2 players at once.
Oh, and it's going to be just the 4 damage diff that differentiates between Solgasang being a top 4, a top 5, bot 5 at this point. Because even when Vivek went out, he went out with a -14. Solgasang went out with a -18. So that was less units skilled, making him 5th in this lobby. Again, not able to gather as much points. Decides to dodge the Lux 2 here, rolling as much as he can, still on it. As we switch to the Lucius board, who's currently still dominating everyone with that little devil.
Lelouch has the potential to win the entire game here, Morgan.
Yeah, he does have the potential to know that people deal a lot of damage for the backlines. With the multicaster comp again, he has a Mechno Swarm, so that's going to be a lot of anti-healing coming from both the turret and the Teemo. The Lux is not able to shred that Swain on time, or maybe just enough to be able to access the backline, and boom, laser them one after another. The Aether luckily has enough AoE damage, and the Talia will take a lot of time to cast that ability, so it will be more than enough for the Azir to execute her, as Lelouch is out and is down to our 2 players right now. It's between 2 people.
Teemo getting taken out midway through that fight absolutely destroyed Lelouch's chances, because that stops all of the dots that are left remaining for Teemo. So suddenly the damage just wasn't there for his board to compete.
Now, it is between Shokran takes Zor. Speaking about damage and being able to compete, he wants to put in that level 9. He wants to add in another unit. It's going to be an Aatrox for the Juggernaut, for that 4 Juggernaut, if I'm not mistaken, for both the Nessus, Swain, and the Joven. So he has a heftier front line right now. But that Morello on the Lux is kind of one of the worst items that you could roll with the Demacian Radiant item, so it could be quite tough for him. Anything else that he rolled, it would have been way better for him in this fight, Matt.
Gonna be up to the Darius and the Zed here in this fight. Zed still alive, has not procced that Rogue just yet, which means he'll finally get access to that Azir in the back. Azir falls in short order, which means Shukyu is almost a shoe-in to win this fight. Lux will be able to take down the Zed with her ultimate, and Katarina still stuck on this Nasus in the front line. Kled gets assassinated by the Lux, followed by Cat. Just a sliver of HP, not enough, and Stegzor victorious, a chair spin to celebrate his round 3 victory.
Yeah, that final fight with the positioning that he had, and again, lucky to him again, despite the quite unlucky rolling on that Morella and Mikan while still being able to put in all of that damage, was something that you could be quite, oh, you know, if you rolled Rabadons here, it would have been better. If you rolled a blue buff here, it would have been better. If you rolled a glowing Radiant Glove with the, I don't know what the Jewel Gauntlet was when it's Radiant, but it's way too strong. So none of these items were on the Lux, and he still managed to win that fight. The placement was perfect. We barely got to see that Katarina reach his backline, so he was really off guard with better positioning.
Yeah, just really marginal damage differences made that fight happen because Shukyu wasn't able to get any resets with the Darius, wasn't quite able to get the kills with the Cat, wasn't quite able to get it with the Zed either. So really, really well played by Shukyu, but ultimately not quite enough to snag the victory. But we're going to head over to a quick break, after which the analysts will break down that round number 3. We'll see you soon after this interview with Catalyst.
In TFT, I go by Catalyst, and I'm from Bulgaria, and that's about it. I mean, this set, I like it pretty much. I think it has the potential to be the best set. The only set that comes close is set 6, where they introduced augments, and that was a pretty big spike for TFT. But I really like the set. The units are so much fun, and for me, fun is the most important thing in the game. I mean, I'm not very familiar with the other regions, but I think our region, basically the rest of EMEA, I think we're getting better and better with every set, not gonna lie. I've basically been participating in the Golden Spatula since set 6, set 7. I didn't finish that well. I mean, in set 6, I think I finished like top 30 or something. And after that, I kind of fell off because set 8 was pretty weak for me. I didn't like the set, so I didn't play that much. Whereas this set, it's another thing. Oh, I am trying harder. I mean, I like the set, so I'm playing a lot. I'm just getting better and better. Goals? Well, my goals were Worlds, of course. But actually, my goals are like, they perform good in tourneys, try to qualify for all the cups, try to do my best, have fun. Thanks for everyone who's supporting me, I guess. I'm really glad I get to have fun playing TFT, and yes, that's about it.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and there was a lot going on in this game. Wow, like just the sheer amount of Ornn players that we had here, and then so many of them actually going with the Forge just to find what was going on in that lobby. We had a lot of Eternal Winters, which in return don't do too well for the Kale and the Callista boards, and even though the Callista had a really good approach with the Trickster class, it just wasn't enough, and the set was a tremendous obstacle in her path. But Peter, talk to me a little bit about that Karma board that you were so excited about.
Well, I want to come back to that one in a second, but just to take a moment to talk about Stegsor's board here, I think this was brought up when we were talking about in the green room as well. The Shurima's Legacy Augment, just an absolutely ridiculous setting up an extra turret that throws a massive amount of damage onto the board.
Yeah.
Kenobi.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Just focusing on the highlights.
Yeah, I was back into the game because it was really intense. And on top of the Shurima's Legacy, we could see the a common point between top 1 and 2 was the long distance pals that they both had, and which has been overwhelmingly dominating Augment. And then what I want to point out is what we're seeing right now is Lelouch playing a multicaster board that was quite different from what we used to see in the rest of the competition. Usually we see it with Sona and Vel'Koz as the main, the center points for the competition, but here he decided to roll on level 6 and focus on getting that Teemo to 4-star to send out the nuclear mushrooms that would take out the entire enemy teams, and it was a really nice adaptation that let him climb back up the game, come back from a really low HP position and get that top 3.
Yeah, it's a really, really disgusting board to play against. I was honestly convinced it was going to finish even more highly than it did, because there's just nowhere safe on the board when those Teemo mushrooms coming out en masse start bouncing off of each other and going right into the back lines. But I think, given everything else going on in the lobby, we of course, it was Thresh's Sanctums. We're having a little bit more being pumped into the economy, and item-wise, there were so many good boards to end the lobby.
Yeah.
And the one board that did end the lobby was, of course, the Azir board that we saw at the start there. The Azir just making a very short process with Teemo towards the end there. And then also the Noxus, it just reigned supreme. Azir being super fast. And Stegzor, I love that player cam that we're seeing there. He even applauded himself. I think that was top tier. Really exciting. But with that, we've reached a halfway checkpoint. That was game number 3 out of 6, which means the players that are now in the bottom half, they're going to scramble to get up on top, and everybody that is up there is trying to stay in their saddle. So we'll see a little bit more risky comps come out. We'll see a little bit more volatile play, and maybe we'll even see some players swap up their legends, which I would really like.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I really hope so. I mean, we talked about this a little bit during the cast, Kenobi. Are there other legends which you think have got potential that maybe haven't been a bit underexplored?
Well, I think the tournament's really been dominated by Ornn and the Poro, but nothing like what we've seen during the previous patch with Ezreal absolutely dominating every game. But I think actually lots of legends have potential, but people are kind of scared of straying away from the bandwagon, and lots of people play Ornn by convenience, but we've seen some players do really well day 1 and day 2. Someone playing Veigar, for example. I think Nice Try MB was doing that, and Jimray as well, playing Veigar to some good success and reaching day 3 as well. So I'm really excited to see if someone goes for some maybe cheeky Pengu strategies or some Vladimir scaling ideas.
And with that, we'll see whether or not those cheeky penguins come out. Our standings are ready. We want to see who, of course, is where. Keep in mind, all of these players are fighting for that top 1 spot, but everybody is going to get some points. Peter, I see your reaction.
So I'm really behind 2 players in this tournament, Burnup and Yerka. Kenobi mentioned there's a level of experience difference here, and the pressure is on. These are 2 players I'm personally very invested with, and the day couldn't be going too much worse for them. I mean, at least they can try and climb up, but you see these players on top of the mountain now, and they look insurmountable.
Yeah, I mean, Snubble is up there, which I'm sure is going to make all of our Danish friends very happy. And then we have Zaza and Matt Black second and third for now. But everything could still change. So if your player, like Peter, is currently not at the very top, there are still good chances for them to turn things around. And if you're curious how the other lobbies are doing that are going on at the same time, do hit that command center feature that you'll find like over there, all the way under Kenobi, like under the stream, there's a button. Hit that and you'll see all of the different streams. They're broadcasted by our fellow co-casters. We have the Talkers, the Chongs, and I believe the third one is the Fury Horn. So lots of fun and party up there as well. Now we're gonna go into the next game in just a couple of seconds. I always ask the same question, Kenobi, because you weren't here yesterday. What's one comp you want to see?
That's kind of hard. We haven't seen much of the super late game Dragon King P-Back composition, you know, where you have Senna, Heimerdinger, Cyan, Kassanti, and Ari there to cap out completely the board. And it would be really exciting to see someone going for the Aurelion Soul Legend, and we'll see right now if some players have switched up, and as we get ready to go into game 4 or game 3.
Yeah, I think our casters are ready to take it away. Niberia and Morgan, show me a Dragon King.
Well, I can't promise a dragon, but there's a king right here, man. This is our boy Morgan.
Oh my god. No. You're aiming at the wrong direction. Oh wait. I just made myself.
We gotta open with compliments. That's how it is. We gotta keep the vibes immaculate. These kings right here. I'm ruining the green screen for production. I'm so sorry. I'll stop pointing, guys. I promise. But of course, we are coming into game number 4, Morgan. And I, for one, had a hell of a time with last game. We got to see an Infernal Contract. We got to see Morakshan, which is like whatever. But a couple like Eternal Winter adaptations. Gunmei with the Spyglass Callista, which we'd kind of been waiting for. Is there anything you're looking for here in game 4?
I don't know what's up with our players, but why hasn't anyone chosen the boss? You gotta choose the boss. We have not seen the boss on the stream so far yet. I think we've seen Riftwalker, we've seen Revenant Hunter quite a few times, and it has proven worthy. But why have we never gotten the boss? We gotta see this one. It's one of our 5 hero augments, total hero augments, if I'm not mistaken, or 4. Yeah, I think they're 5. According to the Galio one as well. Oh wait, we haven't seen Winds of War yet from Galio as well. Please, someone choose
have we seen the Swain one? I don't think we have. Like Dragon Flare or something.
We haven't seen that one?
I've never seen it picked in one of my own games. So I would have really liked to see it here so I can see someone else play it. Because I've been offered it before and I'm like, I don't trust like that. I'm not gonna go until I see someone else play it.
Swain is so hard to hit. He's just like Warwick, by the way. As much as Revenant Hunter seems like it has an average placement of 1.0 or something, and as much as it seems very, very intriguing to play that composition, but the units are very contested. Swain exists in Sorcerers. He exists in Noxus boards. He exists in Strategious boards. He also exists in... what else? He does everything and exists in every board. So getting a 3-star Swain is not something we've seen very frequently. We do get to see it sometime, but people natural it. People getting it while mainly aiming for Kaisa and Darius, Katarina and Darius. That's what I wanted to say. So rolling over for just these units is kind of hard. Same thing goes for Set, Juggernauts, Ionia. You get the idea.
Yeah, and looking here at our lobby, this is, of course, everyone here at the top of the standing. Snubble, of course, leading the pack, a new face here at Rising Legends. Sasa, Golden Spatula Cup winner. Matt Black, Golden Spatula Cup participant. Enzo, former Worlds representative, our best placing player from last set. Kubikson, the youngest player coming in here from Poland. NTMB, Cat as a hat, not in a hat, an LBP and Tamino to wrap it up. And I'm getting reports that Tamino was doing a Rubik's Cube on cam a couple minutes ago.
Production highlighted that. You've seen Pie Hat, you've seen so many hats, but have you seen Cat Hat. If you haven't, we're gonna be going to game 4 right now with him as one of our contestants. We got Unstable Rift. Nobody loves that. Tarkin Prime, maybe. It's good because of the blessing that you get when you reach a low HP. This is something that every single reroll player loves, so I'm betting that you and Mix would love to see such game.
It can be fun.
Glask Industries.
We're going to see Glask, and I'm curious what legends we have here. We know Kubikson has been running that Aurelian Soul. I don't expect to see any Ezreals. I'm going to guess. All right, Morgan, give me a number. How many Orns, how many Poros?
How many Orns, how many Poros?
I'm guessing 4
I'm guessing it's 4
Orns.
Poros.
You're going 4 Poros, 3 Orns? Okay, I'm going the opposite. I'm going 4 Orns, 3 Poros.
Okay, I'm going 4 Poros, 3 Orns, 1 Aurelian, and that's gotta be Kubikson. Until we get to see the little legends, we're only betting a small amount of you little legends here, but it's a Darius for Kubikson. You do not want to be playing Noxus with an Aurelian Soul. With Aurelian, you're looking for an Lelouch streak, maybe, to be able to get as much XP and gold as you can.
Yeah, I'll be curious if he holds this, because sometimes players are like, hey, if I get Noxus, that'd be fun at least. Can get those early stacks, and it transitions pretty well into the later stages, so there's options. Not like you can't roll at 8 with that comp.
1, 2, 3,
okay.
4. I was right. I was right. It's 4 Poros. It's 4 Poros. 3
okay,
Orns.
It's 4 Poros, but it's not 3 Orns. There's a Vhagar.
No. What?
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you because it was not clear that I was
Vhagar.
also asking. I can see how it might not be clear that I was also asking for Orns. So I will give you that you are correct on the Poro count.
No. Wait. We're even. Okay, we're even.
We're even? We're even? Okay. All right.
We're even. You
I'll
still
take-
owe
I'll
me.
take.
You owe me a cake if we ever meet, but still.
Perfect.
A Vhagar. This is the first timer. No, we've never seen someone big Vhagar ever before. That I might need to Google a little bit to search what his augments are, because this is not a little legend that I've been very fond of or so in my games or in the Golden Special Cup ever, Matt. What about you?
Yeah, he's kind of a less popular pick. I have seen him picked up a couple of times, not in competitive, but I know a couple of my friends higher ranked in the ladder say, well, I really like AP compositions, and Vhagar gives me the reliability of saying, okay, I can play something AP from here, as MB has some odd options here.
Okay, with him scouting, you can already tell that he's kind of thinking in his mind if he wants to go for the unstable order delivery or not. And it would have been perfect if this was a Targon Prime, but with Glask Industries, it doesn't really matter. He's not getting that many items, but he scouted. He knows that there is no one going for reroll compositions, and he decides to go for the unstable Yordle delivery. And he's going to be the only one rolling, specifically with Sasa, who has, you called it, Ravenous Hunter, Matt.
All right, there we go. We get our Woofy boy here in the 4th game of the day. I was about to say final. I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. And MB, this is cute.
Matt.
This is a cute frontline strat, Morgan. I kind of dig it. The Gargoyle Stoneplate Orianna, she's going to shield herself there in the front line, and it's enough to win the round.
It should be more than enough. The Akshan is going to be casting like a minigun right now, but he decides to aim, look them in the eye for 5 seconds a little bit before firing. Now, if you were MB, you wouldn't really care that much about winning one round, losing the other, because that 1 gold that you get from it is essentially, it compensates what you would lose if you, what you would get if you went into a 5-loss streak. And he also gets to save some HP, so it doesn't matter. A win is a
I'm
win.
just going to get him to 10 gold potentially if he decides to sell off one of these, if he doesn't win the next round. So a lot of benefits here from winning that round for NTMB.
I think it's the Kale. It's got to be the Kale to be sold here. He does have a rod outside that might be going for a Gunblade on that Tristana, but having that many Jinx and having a Tristana 2 already with 2 more Tristana pairs, I think the Kale is going to be taking the L.
And meanwhile, across the board, we have talked about Kubikson running for that Aurelian Soul, so Patient Study coming out is not a surprise.
Yeah, Patient Study is one of these augments that, again, both reward you if you win or if you lose. Of course, the reward is a little bit more if you lose, with just 1 XP bonus. And if you win, you still get some hefty amount of XP. Now, MB is still winning with that Giga Chad Orianna in the front line with the Gargoyle. So,
This is fun, Morgan. I haven't seen this before.
Neither have I. I've never seen someone go with a reroll comp win the first 2 rounds. might as well have a 3-win streak. And there goes the Poppy too that will be going in 100%. Maybe sell the Orianna, slam in that Maokai. The Gargoyle goes on the Orianna and call it a day. You have 20 gold if you win that round. And you're also making a lot of gold. Exactly, just as I thought. Thank you. Thank you. You see?
Golden Morgan.
This is a man of culture. That's how you create econ.
MV, I am loving this early game. We haven't seen a Tristana reroll so far on stream. We saw someone go close. It was Kale reroll with a Tristana 3 on board, but we haven't seen the full Tristana 4-star. And it's a composition that I really personally enjoy just because I like seeing the explosions. It's not because it's like good or anything, but I know that it is playable from some spots still, and I'm hoping this is one of them.
Yeah, had he not sold that Orianna, he would have probably not had enough gold. He would have been below 20 right now. Also, still having more pairs than he needs. So now, if MB is able to get 3-loss streak, that's really good. He saved HP. He got enough gold from these 2 wins that he's been able to accumulate in the first 2 rounds, and he's also able to keep very good econ. So going into stage 3, I mean, after 2-6. While still being able to remain above 80 HP is a perfect start for any reroll player.
The only danger, of course, is that he's going to lose priority on item selection, but that glove on Poppy might be worth picking up for him. Could go into a Last Whisper, plus gets him closer to his reroll. Instead, going to opt for tankier items for that Poppy in the front line.
Yeah, that 1-star Poppy didn't seem really that interesting. Again, he's looking to get that much econ. He still needs frontline items, so that HP doesn't really seem as bad as it would be. And we go again to Snubble's board, but this time, he has just given up and had enough from reroll compositions. You know it. He's just slamming whatever strong board he gets. All that Shimmers has given him a Mogul's Mail, which makes that Aurelia extremely tanky. He has the option to go level 6 right now if he wanted to. So, maybe level 5 will be more than just enough.
Pushing to level 5 there on 2-5. Got the gold in the front line, Akshan in the back line. Opting for the extra tankiness from the Juggernauts rather than the extra damage from putting in Ashe for Deadeye. Oh, sorry, he already has Jhin. All right, never mind. I'm with him. I'm with you, Snubble. I see what's going on.
You called it correctly. It would have been more damage. It would have been chill. It would have been another Deadeye applying more and more damage. So he just went for more tankiness, which makes more sense because he essentially had just one frontline unit, which is the Aurelia, until the set can get in the front line. Now, with Mogul's Mail, you want to make her tank as much as she can for her to be able to reach 30 stacks and get the gold that gets generated when she reaches maximum stacks. So, it essentially works as kind of like Gargoyle, except that you don't get anything extra for fielding them alone, except that gold. There is no combat status for putting it alone at the front line. So, level 5, 40 gold, 4-win streak, seems like a perfect start for a board for Snubble.
Yeah, Akshan pair as well as the Jhin 2 as an upgrade. So I suspect, unless we've missed a very strong board, this is going to be the full win streak for Snubble going into Krugs.
It could be. If you know, had this been Bebe, he would have probably pushed to level 6 here. He scouted enough, he's seen these people, he knows that his board is currently the strongest. And he also gets to play against a reroll composition. So it is a 5-win streak for Snubble. And you know what? He gets 2 from the Mogul's Mail. He might sell this Ashe. So he has level 5, 40 gold, 5-win streak into stage 3. This is such a Disneyland start for Snubble.
Yeah. We see NTMB there on the opposite side of the board. It looks like 2 Tristana short of that Tristana 3. So I think we're going to get to see Tristana reroll, Morgan. I think we're going to get to see the full comp come out.
Yeah, this is kind of intimidating. Not just had he won him, but he also just mowed a Tristana in front of his own eyes. It's like, oh, you want one of these? Oh, guess what? No, I just won you, and I got it because I'm removing it from your pool, and I'm also going to be selling it again. It sounded like more of a BM movement than it really was. For it.
Intimidation tactic. I can buy Tristanas too.
And I can also win you with them.
Matt Black, it looks like, so we have 2 people going for Akshan reroll, planting their flag in the sand at this point. And Snubble, it has a massive advantage here, coming into this with much more gold, a much stronger board. But it looks like this is going to spell trouble for both of them. We've seen this happen several games in a row, where the weaker one has to pivot out. Not going to be picking up that as it will finally pick it up. I spoke too soon, Morgan. So that'll help him out.
Oh, it's an Azir on stage 2 with stage 3 with a level 5. something something that we see every day happening. It's fine because players absolutely high rolling is something that is normal. This game seems like it's one of the highest high rolling lobbies we've already seen. MB already hit that Tristana with 47 gold left. Might as well hit the Poppy. We see someone with over 60 gold and level 6 at stage 3. And we also see someone getting a 0 at level 5. This lobby is just fair. This lobby is just fair.
It's a fun time, man. Gotta sell out that Malzahar, pick up the Maokai potentially. Actually not picking up the Maokai, which is shocking to me because you still can re-roll it.
I find it kind of strange that he's still going for Kale despite the fact that he's gathering Viego pairs. And he already has a Maokai in shop. That Maokai is still 1 star. So I don't know what the plan is here. Is it gonna be just reach the first 3 units that you can get to get the Tristana into a 4-cost ASAP? Or is the Kale gonna be sold later on? Too many questions.
I think there's an argument here, right, for saying I don't really have the items anymore to go for. Oh, okay, there's an upgrade coming out for NTMB. I didn't see which unit it was, but we will after he selects an augment. Oh boy, misconnections. There we go.
Misconnections. Taking every one of these and then selling them for what he doesn't want. He had already gotten the Poppy. So this will give him a lot of Viegos, a lot of Tristanas that he already had into a 3-star. It's a lot of gold.
Yeah, really good choice for NTMB. Great hit there for the Silver Augment. Looks like this will be the turn where he rolls down for his remaining 3 stars.
The only thing he has left right now is the Maokai, and he's also way far off the Viego, like 3 more pairs. Oh, wait, actually, he's a little bit farther from the Maokai with 3 pairs, but he only needs 2 more Viegos to hit that Viego 3.
And 2 more kills as well. I would have expected him to roll first before picking up the orbs, personally. Just to give that chance of using them like a lesser duplicator.
You know that this is the first time that I've ever seen misconnections being picked up in a game, by the way. I just thought it puts them immediately on your bench, and I was like, oh, that's gonna destroy so many units for him and so many pairs. But I didn't know it just puts him on a circle for you like, choose 1 by 1. Yeah. You have so many gifts in a spiral arc for you. You can choose whatever you want. And he's done it perfectly.
There's this infographic that shows where all of them are. I'm like, look, first off, I'm never going to take that augment in my entire life. Second off, there's no way I'm going to memorize all, like, 8 or 9 of them. It's just not happening. I'm sorry.
Yeah, looking at the capabilities of him now rolling maybe down to 20. He's one of the Viego, one of the Maokai. Getting very close, and he's able to get the Viego, just as we see right down at the scoreboard. Tomino has also been doing pretty nicely with his board. He has a gold collector on that gen, trying to rack up more and more gold, 52 gold, and it's 22 XP already, but you just look at Matt Black's board, man. It's not just an Azir that he had, but also a Sejuani, a Jarvan, and an Akshantu. This should be
Deadeyes in this early game are super contested. Not just the Jins, but the Akshans, the Ashes, all of them being picked up here as Tomino's board really just absolutely decimated there by Matt Black.
Yeah, you can see him going on with Frequent Flyer, and he's also relying on army building. Now, Frequent Flyer makes your reroll start becoming with 1 gold after you roll for 10 times, so essentially it's 20 gold for the augment to activate. So it's kind of very slow tempoed. Same thing goes for army building. You get a duplicator, a lesser champion duplicator, and you get another one in 7 more turns. So he has 2 very slow-paced augments, but it doesn't matter. You know why? Because he has very strong front line with the Sejuani and Jarvan that he absolutely high-rolled, so he's not worried about the tempo of his augments. He has enough units to keep him winning.
Yeah. And may continue into the later stages of the game if he hits that Akshan early enough. So we'll try to figure out what exactly he wants to put on this board. And we rotate back over to Tomino, who is full selling for the level 7 3-5 roll down. This is fascinating.
Yeah, now he starts rolling because he knows he's in a stage where he needs to get that Kai'Sa, he needs to get that Yasuo, he needs to get that 2-star board. He has only 2-star Irelia, and that's it. So it's a fall down to 0 roll down. He's able to get a Shen, but just 1 pair out of every 4-cost unit. Gets a Belveth, but does he have a spat for her yet?
No, but she is one of the strongest 1-costs in the game, if not the strongest. So just sitting her there, even if he doesn't end up keeping her at this point, probably worth the expense.
Now, he has a duplicator, Matt. If he gets one more Belveth in any way, that Belveth is going to be getting level 2 too early. Imagine going up against a board on 4-1 that had the Belveth 2 Thar with an Ionia spat or a Challenger spat. This could pivot his board into something that is really strong all of a sudden, especially thanks to the duplicators that he have.
Yeah, really preying on 4-2 for one of those augments that will give him a spat of any kind, because Challenger spat you can make work, Ionia spat you can make work. There's so many options that let you fit in this Belveth smoothly with the composition.
Weirdly enough, though, he decided to completely ignore that Shen that has appeared on his shop like twice so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made sure that this one is going to be a 4 roll down to 0 again, expecting another Yasuo, expecting any pair to make his frontline composition a little bit stronger.
Taking a look here across the board, a little bit pro, of course, starting with that Vampiric Blades. Very early planted his flag in the sand about going for this full rogue, giving them 25% Omnivamp. Doesn't seem to be quite enough against this Challenger board from Tamino, though. Just going to be very happy for him, as he did, as you mentioned, roll all the way down to make this happen.
Yeah, you might find it a little bit weird of a gold collector to be slammed on a Kaisa, but it doesn't really matter. The base stats are not really what he's looking for in here. He's looking because of all those missiles, spreading to many units, thus executing more and more, thus generating more and more gold. So it might not really be BIS, but it's kind of smart why he did it. It's all for the economy.
There's no unit other than Ahri that hits so many targets simultaneously in this set.
Except Kaisa, exactly.
So it is very powerful combination for him. So we head over to Little Bit Pro's board, who is suffering a little on econ and hasn't found any of those 3 stars as we head into 3-1. Maybe seeing a full roll down here, finds the Zed, finds the Kled. No 3 stars just yet for either of them. But he's slowing down.
A huge fan of rolling just before the augment, but he's in a place where his HP is not really doing so good, so he does have to go a little bit for it. Ravenous Hunter, Warwick 3 for Sasa, and at the same shop, he will get that Kalista 3 as well.
Of course, we mentioned it earlier on. This is going to be the Ravenous Hunter Warwick carry composition, but not just that. Has the Challenger Heart, and as you said, Kalista 3. So 2 incredibly strong carries for a Challenger composition.
I think that using the Brawler Glove on the Kalista right now might have been too early. You need a QSS on that Warwick for him to start shining really good. But for the Glass Industries, you also want to get as much items slammed as early as you can. He also won just because of that guard breaker, so I'm sorry, I take it back. You, sir, are the most skilled player. It is my fault.
Turning around that loss for him. 6 HP!
More than enough.
That's ridiculous. And there was a Teemo too, so the next millisecond, the proc would have killed him.
Combat Caster might not seem like the best option for him here. Joe Lotus also, same thing. Juggernaut is really good here. Same goes for Unified Resistance and Healing Orbs. He has so many good options, by the way. The amount of healing that this Warwick is going to be getting, it reminds you like Thrill of the Hunt, except that this one is a better version of Thrill, because the backline carries wouldn't just steal it this time. No, they also still heal the front line when they need it. Also, had he gone for Juggernaut, 4 Juggernauts with that Warwick would have been really good. Same thing for Unified Resistance, some armor and magic resist. Doesn't hurt anyone, so he had a lot of good options. Decided to go for the Healing Orbs. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's a really good choice, especially because you're running out of Quicksilver for Warwick, so he's going to get stunned up, but the Kalista in the front line could get a kill to keep him alive through the CC.
Very good point. As long as he stays alive, the QSS doesn't really matter that much, and he eventually, sooner or later, will get it from carousels and from units. Now, we get to see MB rerolls board against Little Bro's reroll board that has been quite unlucky with finding any Z pairs in order to get him 3-star at this stage. Meanwhile, MB has been high rolling really well, so that puppy is staying alive for quite a while, being able to get all of that attention from her again with these hammer times. Doesn't have a Rage Blade on the kill so far. He does have a Zonius to keep her alive just in case the Zed gets a backline access. Overtime will come, and Little Bit Bros is not going to be dealing enough damage just in time, so he will lose, and he's in a very horrible spot with 28 HP.
Yeah, it's a tale of two rerolls right here. We saw very early on NTMB hitting, opted not to go for Tristana 4, much to my chagrin, instead going for the much better, frankly, Kale reroll composition. Meanwhile, similarly early committal from Little Bit Pro, and only just now did he hit the Z3, punished for that early committal, and really poor luck on those rolls, but may now be able to push levels, try and slot something in to try and save him.
He's doing really good. Transfusion does give him a lot of HP for his units the more he goes down. He also has Slayer's Resolve, so that Z will be tanky. And his Z3 is really going to step up a lot with his board. Now, remember when I told you about finding a Bel'Veth 2-star into that early stage of the game? That's what we have. Tomino rolling down on level 7 does manage to get another Bel'Veth, quite frankly, with 1% chance. Yup, as I told you, this is Wonderland, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Bel'Veth 2, but quite not enough still, because Matt's board with Darakshan 3 is not going to be giving access for any more healing for the Bel'Veth.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier on. Matt Black just found an insane board very early on. You mentioned the return on investment there, meaning, or...
Frequent flyer.
Frequent flyer. I get them confused every single time, but I knew I was wrong. But it's going to reduce his reroll cost to just 1 gold, so he's able to hit that auction incredibly quickly, meaning that he is going to be absolutely decimating the enemy boards for the next stage.
Again, we haven't lost a single player yet, and this is such a good luck charm that we always love to keep an eye on when we're in these stages of the game, because how many times yesterday did we have someone lost and fall down from us before stage 5? A lot. There were games where we lost 2 or 3 players before stage 5. This one is much closer, just as we anticipated. Even the people at the top, they have their HP bars quite very close to each other. 58, 59, 65, 67. So there is no one crazy when streaking with above 80 HP, not losing a single round.
Yeah, this board here in front of us, Morgan, is kind of fascinating to me. We don't see Vertical Void without a spat pretty much ever. But that is what Kubikson has opted for. Doesn't have the 3-star Rek'Sai, clearly angling towards it, but not really best in slot items for her.
Yeah, Kubikson at least does have the Shojin. A 4 Bruiser frontline, so that Rek'Sai is going to be living for quite some time. Getting also healed by the Kai'Sa, might not be able to cast her ability just on time against that Zed that has a lot of healing with the Barbaric Blades. Again, way too tanky with the Slayer Resolve Transfusion combo. Not receiving any damage from that Kai'Sa, and any damage that he gets, he'll be able to gladly get back in a moment, especially thanks to the help of his augments, to the help of the Hudge Infinity combo.
Yeah, and that's going to be, you know, saving the game there for Little Bit Pro, who was struggling so much early on, but now that he has that Z3, he has literally any carry on his board whatsoever. You can see just how effective it was.
Yeah, Bruiser Emblem on that. Kassadin, using him as his main frontline right now, saving up enough economy to maybe look for a level 9. He has social distancing, which, to my knowledge, does get ruined by the Void Egg. It doesn't really matter that 12% AP on the Kassadin is not going to be doing him that much effort, so he's much more reliant on the backline. And again, we still see the Ravenous Hunter on Sasa's board, but he still doesn't have a 3rd item, Matt.
Yeah, very little CC coming out, but that Kassadin really being the MVP of that fight, able to disarm the Warwick for the time being, give some time for the Kai'Sa, but there just isn't enough damage. Wow. We talked about it at the top of show with Wagga during the interview. You need burst against this composition, and there is none to be found for Kubikson.
Yeah, one thing you need against the Warwick is to kill him quickly before he can lick his wounds, because the amount of Omnivamp he gets from the Bloodthirster, specifically with the switch that he gets from the Ravenous Hunter to all of his healing from the passive, is just absolutely disgusting. You need 2 things. You need anti-healing, because he's going to be hitting and healing regardless, and you also need to burst him before he can heal after the Grievous Wounds have been applied in one way or another.
Yeah. Frankly, great CC to put on him is that disarm, because he's completely reliant on auto attacks, but just not enough.
Okay, think about Bruiser Bel'Veth. It's absolutely not troll, by the way. I'll tell you why. Why. Hear me out. Hear me out. Her passive, that one they agreed on the top left, Empress, it gives her a lot of maximum HP when she kills the first unit. Now, what that skills with Bruisers. So you need to put a Bruiser emblem on her, and I mean, you don't need to. But she scales really, but it's good. If you can have it, it's really good. She can scales really good with it because of the Bruiser HP giving her a very, very amount of tankiness. Oh, and that's a 22 as well. Perfect, just ask.
And a second Belveth, casually. And a Scion, casually. So, some incredible rolls there from Kubikson, utilizing Glask Industries to give him enough gold in order to push that level 9. Really good use of the portal he's on.
Yeah, and the reset's going on now with the Guard Breaker being on Kai'Sa. Again, one of the most perfect items on her, just as you stated. Again, Matt, she's able to get her hands on so many units at the same time. One of these might be shielded, and one of these is going to make your entire board suffer because of the Guard Breaker blocking. Again, that Nessus is way too tanky, however, with the Dragon's Claw, and the Sunfire doesn't receive any damage, and with the continuous Shurima healing, with the Radiant Gunblade on the Lux, that Nessus HP bar barely moved at the end of the fight.
Yeah, the problem for Kubikson's board, he just does not have damage right now. He's got a fairly beefy frontline, but we saw that Kai'Sa just not quite enough. Finally, will find a Belveth too. Deciding how to put it in, has to sell out the Scion, and that's gotta hurt.
It's a Belveth 2 with 2 items. Now, if Kubikson is able to survive just 2 more rounds for the carousel and get a 3rd item on her, he will have such a destructive weapon. But can he keep it going through, Matt? Let's see whose board is going to be against. He needs to high roll here for 2 fights, so playing against someone that he might be able not to lose against, but it is going to be MB.
And TMB here, only level A, will not get those multiplicative waves coming out every single fight. Belveth into the backline, looking for that Kale. Poppy 4 going to stall the Belveth for the time being, and Kale starting to pop off. Has the Zonia still available? Belveth will get some healing out of this Hand of Justice, but not quite enough. The Zonia's is exactly enough to keep the Kale alive for the time being. Kai'Sa missiles going out hard and fast, but Kale somehow survives. Malzahar won't be able to save it, and Kubikson takes 1 more hit, now down to single-digit HP, joined by Little Bit Pro and NTMB himself.
2 things that I've never seen happen in a single fight happened just on this one. First of all, you get to see a board between both Kale and Tristana, not going for 4 gunners, not going for 6, definitely not going for the Zon Chem monster he might put on a Jinx 3 as well, but it's a Kale. And one more thing, the Rift Herald ignoring everyone on the front line, going straight for the Tristana, absolutely jamming his main source of damage in that board, which is supposed to be the Tristana. But guess what? That Kale was still alive to put in damage, and this is the beauty of that comp. You're not scared whether you lose the Kale, you're not scared whether you lose the Tristana, because you still got another source of damage.
Yeah, Little Bit Pro in a lot of bit trouble right here, going up against Enzo's incredible Shurima board. Has this Zed to rely on when he jumps into the backline. There's going to be the ultimate, giving huge healing, almost taking down the Azir, but the Azir survives, trying to get out as much damage as possible. This Nass is unkillable. Zed doing his level best, just needs 1 more ultimate in order to save Little Bit Pro's game, and it will be enough as Little Bit Pro survives for another round, making it all the way to Carousel.
That combo might have been one of the most disgusting I've ever seen on a Zed comp. That amount of HP given from Transfusion, the Slayer's Resolve keeping him alive so much that another Rogue Crest that if Little Bit Pro gets might be able to pivot maybe for 4 Rogue, and it's also on a 5-cost unit. He does get it. We might see that Zed receiving even more firepower and even more Omni Vamp.
Morgan, it's not just a 5-cost. It's not just any 5-cost. It's a damn Belveth. You couldn't ask for anything better.
You don't even know what's going on with these boards here, but if you know one thing for sure, it's gonna be a massacre. Now, we lost our first player at 5-4, and this is something that we predicted. This is something that we saw with the amount of high rolling in this lobby. Remember when I told you one of these games that players are all of them 3 or 4 on a blink of 1 life? This is how it is right now for Tamino, Little Bit Pro, and Kubikson, all at the same time, 1 life away from dying.
There's going to be the 4 Rogue put in for Little Bit Pro. And you have to look across the board as well. Nobody above double-digit gold. Just 13 gold is the highest in the lobby there for Snubble. Everyone else down to those single digits. And it will not be Rogue Belveth, actually, putting the Rogue on the Kled instead.
It's also going to be a Senna, maybe to put in that Shadow Isles, of course, for both the Gwen and for herself, and the amount of shielding that she gives the front line, which is something that he needs so they can lick the wounds again with the Vampiric, and the amount of HP they get from Transfusion. That Katarina is not a 3-star, but it doesn't matter. The Rogue buff makes her deal a lot of damage because of the 30 maximum HP that they do on their first target damage once every 4 seconds. So that Rogue emblem might have gotten a little bit, bro, from bot 4 in this game to perhaps a very easy top 3 at this point. Kled has been absolutely smurfing in this fight. He got a very good amount of backline access, but we switched to Kubikson's board, who's 1 life away from dying. That's just when he's still alive. The Kai'Sa is also able to put in a lot of damage, but he will be surviving for 1 more round against Snubble.
Yep. Kubikson able to make his way through one more round, and we're looking across the health. There are 6 players below 20 HP. This is the closest lobby we have had all weekend.
Yeah, and then you have Sasa chilling over there at just 65 HP, casually ready to lose 5 games in a row.
He's fine. He's gonna do just fine, Morgan.
Yeah, he's alive with 65 HP at this point, Matt. Again, we might be losing 3 players in one fight. In this lobby, we might already be down to our top 4, and we get to see Kubikson's board for one more chance. This time it's going to be aimed straight away at Tamino's board. So, no, Tomino, I mean, not Tamino. That one sings. Between these two, one of them is going to be getting the other out.
Yeah, that Belveth still alive, diving into the back line, but the Azir uncontested there as well. This Nasus is going to spell danger in the later stages as we see Little Bit Pro's board in danger, taken down by Sasa's Warwick. And now the Belveth board from Kubikson, it looks like will be just enough to take down that Nasus, and Enzo will fall as well. 2 players knocked out. 3, we have our top 4 in round number 4. Kubikson, Matt Black, Snubble, and Sasa.
As expected. It's probably going to be aimed between Snubble and Sasa, if I'm not mistaken. Matt Black somehow getting a little bit bro out despite the fact that he's been able to get that rogue emblem. That Bruiser Belveth that I told you about. See how much it made that board get really strong, Matt?
Yeah.
See that amount of HP scaling? You see the Void Queen able to survive and deal all that damage? That's Belveth Bruiser for you, baby. Ignore the Ionia Challenger meta players out there. Bruiser Belveth is the key.
I mean, frankly, one of the best holders of any emblem in the game at this point we're finding. You know, Challenger is good, Bruiser is good, Ionia is good, Shurima is good. Rogue would have been good.
No. Rogue would have not been good.
Okay, no Rogue.
No Rogue. We don't want no Rogue Belveth. Now, one thing we need to do is to place our votes. It is going to be Kubikson against Matt, so not both of them are going to be going out on this turn. We still are down to our top 3 players after this fight. It's Matt against Kubikson. Matt, who's winning this one?
I think it's going to be Kubikson, actually. It depends on that Akshan in the back. If he's able to get damage onto the carries, it's going to be Matt Black's fight. And it looks like the Belveth stuck here on this beefy Urgot is going to delay her damage so significantly. One more ultimate coming out, but it looks like Belveth just in time dodges out of the way. One more ultimate coming out from the Akshan, and it's not enough to get the KO. Matt Black will fall. Kubikson survives one more round.
Okay, allow me to flex. I did predict that this Belveth 2 would be coming really early. I did predict that this Belveth with the Bruiser Emblem is going to be... So, can we get a few Giga Chat Belveth in the chat? The Bruiser Emblem just makes her HP doesn't go down. She heals according to her maximum HP from 1-by-1 kills. So, it literally saved Kubikson the game, by the way. He has been sitting on that 5 HP for more than 4 or 5 consecutive rounds. Yeah, 5 consecutive rounds. Had he not lost a single round. All thanks to that Belveth.
Yeah, give Morgan his props. He's done very well with his predictions so far. Snubble now on this board, running against Kubikson's Ghost, I believe, as the Darius starts firing away, jumps into the backline because of a perfect Zephyr, takes away the front line. Darius has eliminated 70% of this board all by himself. Katarina now looking for the damage, finds Kaisa, so it is Belveth versus the world. Darius not able to find the reset, but it is Belveth versus 3, 2 of the strongest carries. Snubble will take victory in this round, and Sasa has fallen as well. Morgan, this is anyone's game still.
I'm pretty much going to be vouching for Kubikson in this lobby. I think that he's able to tank a lot. Snubble has been lucky enough not to play against his Shadow right now, but as we look at him, we see that he's about to play against Kubikson, the real one, not the clone this time. Not that it makes a much of difference anyway, but still, I think we might be down to Kubikson and Sasa after this fight.
All right, we'll see how Sasa does, Morgan. This Challenger Ionia board versus Kubikson's Void Belveth.
Yeah, here it goes. That Darius is on the face of the Belveth. She's going to be eliminating the Scion, then going to take them one by one. The Muggles Mill not being able to S-tag ASAP because of the Scion. Yes, going straight to the backline. It doesn't matter. His Kaisa will escape. His Belveth will heal. So essentially, they're being kept a lot alive, way more than you would have think. The Darius is not getting any resets on such a bruiser board. He doesn't have enough luck at all eliminating the right targets right on time. And the only one who's going to be getting eliminated from this fight is going to be Snubble, because Cubic Sans Belveth is just way too tanky. The Darius deals a lot of damage. I might have been wrong. The resets come in. And guess what? Cubic Sans will be going out, all thanks to the overtime and the Darius applying these resets. There will not be another game for that Belveth, surprisingly.
Such a close fight, but like you said, it all came down to that overtime where the healing was reduced and the damage was upped there.
I cursed it. I cursed him. I spoke way too early.
It was close, you know. Anyone's game. Anyone's game, like I said.
Okay, this is a real-time caster curse. I see you, chat. I see you. You didn't want to give me my Giga chat on that Belveth. Now it's your fault. I swear to God, it's your fault. All of you.
Now, Snooble's in a really tough position here. He's only down to 6 HP, but he has to eliminate Sasa enough times to get rid of 44 HP, which goes past the next PvE round.
Going to be one more fight between Snubble and Sasa right now. He's finally been able to get that rapid fire on the Warwick. Again, QSS would have been better, as we said, but that attack speed coming and keeping him safe will be more than enough for him to stack enough damage. However, all of these units are stacked up in a single spot. That means that there are going to be a lot of resets for that Darius for Freely, who's been able to eliminate his backline Samira again at this point. But the Warwick will get eliminated, and Snubble is not going to be able to lose this fight against Sasa because his board has a lot of damage with the Shrink modules. Because of his placement, getting applied on everyone immediately, so he's been able to delete his Warwick really quickly.
Sasa here holding a Belveth, perhaps looking to replace that Senna in the backline if he's able to find a 2-star. He does not need to roll very desperately here, even if he takes the likely loss at this point. He's not knocked out of this game, so he's got 1 or 2 more chances to make this game count.
Gonna be one more fight, able to get the Senna to 2 now with the Ionia Spat and the Static Shiv. We'll be getting more and more damage for the Kalista, this time slightly positioning better, try to avoid that Shrink module being applied on the Warwick as much as he can. The Kalista again is getting very, very clumped right here with all of these units. The rapid fire on the Warwick not giving him any sustainability at all because essentially they all fall down to melee range. The turret does manage to execute him with the Mechno Swarm. Kalista, however, is still alive. Doesn't have enough sustain with that Hand of Justice, but is able to survive quite a few hits, getting heavily damaged. The CC from the Heimerdinger might not be enough. Eliminates the first one, might be going for the second one, but the Aatrox will do his thing. It's a 2-star Aatrox, so all that damage will keep him alive for one more round.
Yep, Snubble applauding his board as they make their way into the final round. Of course, after this PvE round, there is exactly enough player damage to take out either player. So 7-1 will be the final round of Game 4.
Yeah, the thing with this comp is you need to kill as many units for the healing orbs to trigger, but his entire front line, because of the Noxus, has a lot of accumulative HP. So that healing orbs is not giving him as much value as you would have thought. It gave the Kalista the ability to survive, but now it's down to whoever can get a more cheesy item. If it's a Zephyr, if it's a Shroud, it will make a lot of difference.
We got a full roll down coming out from both players, neither of them finding any significant upgrades or changes to their board. There's going to be a Kaisa 2 picked up for Sasa. Not sure if it's the difference maker, but it sure is better than nothing.
Let's see what's going on right now. It gets supplied that he does have a Shroud. This time the positioning needs to be really good. On this time, it's going to be the Warwick, the Kaisa, the Warwick, the Kalista, and the Senna all on the same board and all on the same side mat. The Zephyr this time will get his front line Kaisa, so his placement has been way better than Snubble on this fight, maybe.
Yeah, watch this Warwick, watch the Darius. Darius on opposite side of Warwick, giving Warwick plenty of time to ramp up and take out this front line. 1, 2, there goes the claws. They're out. The Darius cannot 1v9 this. And it looks like Sasa, after a hard-fought battle for first, will take home this round.
It's all about positioning, and this time the Warwick being saved on the front line gives him just one round that he's been trying to get for quite a few times right now. Snubble has tried his best. He's been able to sneak in a few rounds, all thanks to placement. But in the end, Sasa positions his Warwick just in a very, very good spot, so he's able to use in that rapid fire cannon. The Senna also giving him the shield. Him not getting focused this time by the Darius gets absolutely astonished by the amount of amping up damage, all thanks to the Ravenous Hunt.
And you got to say as well, that board from Sasa late game was no cookie cutter board. He was swapping in a Zeri in order to get the Zaun plus the Gunner there for the Senna, who was there to add the Shadow Isles for Callista alongside all of these stacking bonuses plus the Ionia there. Sasa was really being incredibly creative with the late game state of that board, and he was rewarded for it. Patient through those losses and incredibly flexible, changing up that late game.
Him and Snubble really did put up a good fight in the late game, but again, you positioned quickly for 2-3 combos. I think that it was Snubble that won, but in the end, all he needed was to keep the Warwick safe. He's managed to do it, all the shielding, and of course, a very good point that you mentioned, the Senna getting the Shadow Isles, thus more mana, thus more damage, with the Gunners and the Shadow Isles giving her more and more mana regeneration for the shield. The Warwick was kept alive, and thus was Sasa's chance to win this game.
Great combo and great final positioning there from Sasa, nets him a win. And of course, there's more to that game, much more, so much more than we can handle. So we're going to take a break and toss it over to the analyst desk where they'll break the rest down. See you soon.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me. I'm Leza Fort. Everyone know me here in Spain like Leza. I'm 27 years old. Right now I'm living in France. I have to say that the first batch of this set, in my opinion, was the best batch I've ever played in the new set. I found it so balanced. You could play a lot of different compositions. I participated in the Golden Spatula Cup 2, I guess. In the set 7, I was also in one Golden Spatula Cup, Golden Spatula Cup 3. In the set 8, due to work, it was difficult for me. I didn't have enough time. And right now, that will be my first Golden Spatula Cup. I'm really happy because I think that I performed really well in the Spanish tournament. So we'll see how I'm gonna do in this tournament next Friday. I would like to say thank you to every single people who supported me in the last 2 years and a half. I always try to do my best in terms of competition, in terms of performing, streaming, making a really good environment every single day. So thank you so much first of all for the Spanish community, all my friends that are here in the Spanish community.
Okay, guys, I don't want to scare you, but Ravenous Hunter Warwick won the lobby?
Oh.
Peter's just gone. That's it. Such a surprise, Kenobi. Take me through that winning comp.
Yeah, so Sasa had a really tough early game, but starting from round 4-1, when we found the Warwick 3 on level 6 alongside the Callisto 3 in the same role, he just started, well, promptly rolling over everyone in the lobby. And he made a really interesting choice that using the glove to make a Godbreaker on the Callista, which prevented him from getting the usual Quicksilver that Warwick wears to avoid getting CC'd and let him stack the Ravenous Hunter up to the 50 stack. Instead, he opted into a Rapid Fire Cannon, which let him do roughly the same thing with more attack speed, but also a little bit more vulnerability to CC. And we've seen that even if in the last fight it was kind of close due to the Heimerdinger turret and the Scion charge breaking up the Warwick, he ended up finding the positioning to work around that and beat his opponent.
And with this lobby, gold augments coming in first, we did not only have the Ravenous Hunter, a strong statement augment, but we did see a couple others as well. The Yordle delivery on the side of NTMB, where we thought, you know, this could be really strong. It just didn't work out towards the end, didn't really hit the units that he needed to hit at the time where he needed to hit, was very open with like Tristana, Poppy, Kale. I think maybe even a little bit dizzy in his decisions. Items weren't ideal, and in the end, it just was an 8th, unfortunately. Similar kind of story up there for a little bit. Pro, who picked up the Vampiric Blades from the get-go, also wasn't really able to get it online. Snubble was much quicker, much faster to get that comp ready. And I think that was kind of a strong storyline there, with Zaza also pressuring down on the lobby. The Glask Industries just did the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, getting the extra gold every time you're completing items, we saw, very much incentivized everyone to be slamming it fast and often. I think it definitely lent into playing towards the lower end of things a little bit. I do want to touch on Kubikson, though. You know, we were talking about looking for, hopefully, to see some ASOL being played here. Did run the patient study, didn't quite get everything online, but still had a pretty damn good board.
Yeah, and ended up being really, really close in the end. He finds the 2-star Belvet, which was pivotal not only for him, but for Tomino as well, finding the 2-star Belvet on level 7. And we've seen her time and time again dominate in the end game of the lobbies, being the unit that players really aim towards when they think of a legendary unit that can carry them. And she's been so good with so many different spatulas. Honestly, we can probably call her the best unit to hold spatulas in the game, because we've seen Bruiser Belvet just right there getting a ton of HP, Shurima Belvet getting both the HP and the attack speed, and obviously Ionia and Challenger Belvet really dominating in Ionia and Challenger composition. But right now, we can take a look at the standings before going for the last 2 games. So Peter?
Well, I mean, I'm certainly happy to see at least one of my 2 friends in Yaka and Butter managing to push up the table. But I mean, it makes
up, first place.
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
Like, where's the screams, the excitement? But what we just saw was the lobby that was leading the pack. So with that first place from Zaza and a second from Snubble, both of them are still sharing that first and second place. And we might even go as far as call this a little bit of a foreshadowing for what we're going to see later. I think for now we might even hop down one lobby, but I'm sure we're going to see these players in the very last lobby again. And I'm curious how that's going to develop.
Yeah, it's wild because we're in the Swiss seeding, which means that absolutely they'll, as long as they continue to get high finishes, they could well potentially be battling directly against each other to take the title here at the Golden Spatula Cup #1.
Yeah, and we've seen, to my relief, 2 French players in the top 8. So they will be battling as well alongside Zaza and Snubble, with Enzo and Opal both getting excellent places, and maybe trying to get these 2 players off of the top 2 places and looking to finish first as well.
With that, we have a break ready, an interview with our all favorite Traviscwat. Meow meow.
Hey, I'm Travis. I'm from Poland. My in-game name is Zitan Traviscwat. I think the new set is great. Like the patches we had so far are really good for the beginning of the set, and I can't remember the game being so well balanced, despite what some people are saying. So far it's really nice, especially after set 8, which I didn't like. I think the best performer in Runeterra Reforged will be either me or Lelouch. We both like the set a lot and we're doing good so far, so I'm hoping we win the EMEA this time. Okay, so my best performance in a Rising Legends tournament was probably second place in Golden Spatula in set 7. I almost won, but Skipeus cooked a fun board and unfortunately beat me. But yeah, that was for sure my best performance. I also played in Rising Legends finals, but I finished like 20th place or something like that. Oh, I can highlight a underrated player. I think Alanskio is coming back to the game and he's gonna be a beast set 9.5 when he scales. Okay, I want to give a shout out to Lelouch, Alanskio, the people I train with on Discord. I also want to give a shout out to my team Zero Tenacity, they're cool guys. And of course to my community that watched my stream on Twitch.
Welcome back to Runeterra Reforged and to the first Golden Spatula Cup of the season. We are in the last day of the competition and we are headed to Lobby 2 to see which of our warriors is brave enough to move up to Lobby 1 for the final game.
Honestly, I'm so excited, right? It's day 3, so basically every single lobby is just extremely stacked. But this one is the one where people are really struggling and fighting and going for those first or 8 play styles because they want to go as high as possible, and this is what it takes to do so, and here they are.
Yeah, I've been bouncing up and down on my chair more and more as the excitement builds up. And what's really interesting about this lobby is that all the players are within 3 points of each other. With the top players having 20 and the bottom player, Catalyst, having 18. So really, Lobby 1 is up for grabs for everyone. There is no outlier that will stay in Lobby 2 if they perform well. They will go and battle for the title.
Yeah, I really currently like that the players were getting some snacks in there.
You gotta stay fueled. You gotta stay gamer fueled all the way to the end here. It's been a long day. It's been a long tournament, and you know the most important game is yet to come after this. You better make sure you're at full capacity.
Yeah, it's been a long 3 days for them. Actually, it's a real endurance run here, and that's when the nerves might be coming in. They are really close to playing for the win, so that's when they need to stay at the top of their mental game, on top of their actual game.
Oh boy. Well, Makes, you did mention in our previous lobby that we saw a lot of our players finding their direction very, very early on. It didn't actually necessarily work out super well, so I'm wondering if perhaps we might see this lobby trying to keep themselves as a whole more open, unless, of course, they find an action immediately.
Why not? He's a German, after all. Sometimes you just gotta hit. But it seems this lobby we're not getting one but two traits with NTMB and Jimmery both on Vhagar, and the only Poro player that remains in this tournament for this lobby is going to be Little Bit Pro. We are in the Dreaming Pool. Just a quick correction, that is the portal that we've chosen. There was a blurb that was incorrect, was from the previous game, but the Dreaming Pool is the portal that we are in right now, which is going to give us some extra units just porting on our bench.
Yeah, and TMB starting off with the Crocodile Collection right there might be looking at some interesting ways of playing around Jorimas with them. If he finds an early 3-star Renekton, then that could lead to some interesting direction.
So, we saw in the previous game that the Void Brawlers worked out a little bit well. Certainly would be a solid start for us here. I mean, Kenobi, there isn't a composition we've necessarily seen a ton of across the competition. Is there a particular reason why, the Rek'Sai reroll just hasn't been in?
Well, I think there are several reasons, but the main one is that it just loses to the other 3-cost rerolls. It's slower to set up. You're much less stable with 2-star Rek'Sai than you are with, say, 2-star Akshan. And so you bleed out when you're not on 3-star, and when you're on 3-star, and if the other opponents have hit, you also still lose. So I think that's the main reason.
We are seeing some great decisions coming in here right from the get-go. NTMB on the Vhagar Augment, not going to go for the Jolt Lotus, but going for some risky moves, losing HP now, and then getting some gold later. Is Lelouch going to follow down that path? Doesn't seem to be the case, goes for the Bruiser Heart instead.
Okay. So we know we've got something a little bit special going on here. There's a chance to move up to a high bruiser count very early on, and we've potentially even got a Cho'Gath chowing down early.
Yeah, and we get not one, but 2 players on the risky moves. So that means they are really going to be scared of facing each other, because if they play around it, well, the way it's usually played around, rather, is that you want to save HP and then use that economy boost you get on 3-3 to skyrocket yourself ahead, because you cannot afford to lose. If you lose stage 2 here, you're so low on HP.
Notably, another very interesting augment to me is going to be the Blood Money from Jimray, which is going to give him extra gold for when he loses HP. Sorry, can you hear my cat? Just like yelling.
Yes.
So sorry. I see both of you starting to grin. I'm like, oh no.
I mean, there's a lot to complain about with having augments this risky early on. But again, as we said, right coming into this lobby, the players we've got here really need not just to do well in this lobby, they need to do really well, because they'll be going up against the very best players in the competition next round, if and only if they can finish in those top spots.
Yeah, and having the guts to go for these risky augments where you go down in HP instantly is really interesting. It shows that they have the nerves, the guts to go all the way. Even in the last 2 games after 3 days of competition, they have not lost it. And it's really, really nice to see. It's going to be a really exciting game.
I love exciting games. I also checked out what my cat wanted. Turns out she was just yelling because she wanted me to see the food that she had. So now you know. Not really sure what's going on here.
I hope it was impressive.
It was very impressive, of course. Of course.
All right. Jimray going for K reroll, I presume. Yep, selling the Tristana. So definitely going down that route, using the blood money to put his economy ahead. Already on 30 gold. He's going to be reaching 50 really quickly.
Okay, well, it's really interesting, and we can see the open forting there, making sure that lots of HP gets lost quickly. A little bit pro, though, going straight into Slayers. Finding a Slayer Heart at Silver is fantastic. I have to think that's going to be a bigger impact than the Brawler Emblem, Brawler Heart, rather, we're seeing on the other side.
I love Slayer emblems because while the Kale comp is notably the one that we see a lot of, it's not doesn't go into vertical Slayer as much. She's on the board for now, but we're not going to go into very much of rerolling here. We see the level coming out of Little Bit Pro saying, I'm not oriented for these one-cost rerolls, but more for a Slayer-directed comp. The Zed is already on board. We can slam the emblem onto a Katarina, and we're going to have a fantastic time.
Yeah, and I want to hit you up with a question, Peter, here. Look at Little Bit Pro's items and the Slayer Heart. What is he going to make of that?
Jeez, you're throwing me under the bus here, Konami, because I haven't got a clue what's going to be going on there. I mean, we certainly know that the Slayers do like to get the job done early. And in this case, with the chance to move up towards potentially a Gwen carry later on, I wouldn't hate seeing, maybe a move towards Gwen-centric items from the beginning.
That would make sense.
I think we are able... He just picked up a crit glove, right? So he can do JG now once he has a Katarina, which would be very good. And Zed also really likes Hodge or IE. So generally, you just want to go for a lot of crit. When you're playing Slayer, it's going to be very good for you. The item's not necessarily ideal. With the belt, it's kind of meh, but you'll have to use what you're getting. Hopping on board with Catalyst, though, we are seeing something that I know gets Niberia excited. I would assume she's only an item carrier for now, but, actually, I'm really, really annoyed about how her name is pronounced in English, because in German we say Cassiopeia, and in English it's Cassiopeia, and it makes me angry.
These all sound the same to me, Makes. This is why I find it so confusing. I know there's Cassiopeia and Cassiopeia, and I think Cassiopeia is probably more right, but it's, I think, like a lot of champion names, it just gets filtered through the champion spotlights where it's said wrong all the time.
No, it's Cassiopeia, not Cassiopeia.
Is that a French version?
No.
Yeah. Okay. That's a more exciting way to go.
All right,
of course.
so... Catalyst using that snake lady to get a four win streak to that stage 2. It's going to be interesting. Nobody else has gotten a full streak, so he should be fine to get a full win streak here and be really, really, really far ahead in terms of economy. Already with the 30 gold, that's really impressive.
Looking over on the other side, we're seeing a Little Bit Pro. We were just talking about this board. Doesn't have as much gold, so definitely in a very different position here, but Catalyst also is on that 4-win streak and would really like to keep that going, but it's not going to be the case. Will be stopped here before going to Krugs.
My mistake.
Yeah, Catalyst looking a little, you can see the fatigue is starting to set in for our players at this point. As we noted before, this is game 5 of very many 6 games we played across days 1 and 2, and now we're almost getting towards game number 18 across the 3 days. I can only wonder which one of our players can keep up their focus and concentration to the bitter end.
Yeah, you see Jimray here having to roll during 2-7 in order to not lose against Krugs, which would be a massive blunder at this stage. Does not fall for it, but he's got some issues to work there, Makes, doesn't he?
He does. I'm actually really scared. If you're playing those one-cost rerolls, there are situations where you lose against Crux, and then that's just the way you've chosen to go. One will fall, but the other one is looking very rough. One more shield on the Poppy, and I think we can do it. But that one was not guaranteed.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, for Jimray, this is the composition he's managed to take to a first place before. So I think if you're going to lean on any composition when the call goes out to do the best TFT you may have ever played, this is the comp he can do it with.
Oh, and we can see, I think, the nerves starting to get to him because he's rolling really, really deep despite having farmed Maokai 3 and Poppy 3 and being only on 3 kills. Oh, he was looking for that Demacia to get up, to get his board up and running, but now the situation does not look good, and he knows it.
You're absolutely right. Even though he now found at least Demacia, the missing Kales are going to be a huge problem. And on the other side of the board, you're seeing some of them as Little Bit Pro is turning up once again. And that's just bad news. You're down on 10 gold. You're on a 5-loss streak, 6-loss streak. You are so far away from that Kale carry. This is turning into a very bad situation quickly.
They want to put in a small note about what we saw sort of developing there. We've mentioned with the Slayer count, but I'll come back to that in a moment because we've got our second set of augments coming in, and they will be silvers.
Slow impact. We like that. Some people, at least I heard. I don't.
Yeah, it's
Maybe someone in chat.
It's going to be interesting to see if he opts into the tiny power. He looks like he's having a hard time choosing here. And it looks like, yep, he's going to get the tiny power to try and stabilize himself. So we'll have to see. He found 2 more kills by rolling a couple of more times on level 4. But position does not look too good, doesn't it?
Okay, let's see what we're getting here from these augments. A lot of forges coming through, which generally for these silver augments, just a good value pickup.
Oh.
NT, MB? So we've got a similar setup on both sides. We've got the extra dose of power coming through. It does look like for NT though, I mean, having the backline access there, I mean, that sends a dire message to Dimray going forward. So that could happen again at any moment.
Well, at least the loss streak has not been broken, and the blood money is still spitting gold out of his wounds. So he's got that going for him, I guess. But it's gonna need some real high roll here to pull the Kale 3 out before dying. And meanwhile, we go and see Lelouch win streaking with the Breezer Heart.
Just a quick note on that Jimray board. Even if he finds that Kale 3, that's not going to be enough just yet. You need to reach level 6 to get her that AoE, and then we want to have more units in there to protect her for as long as possible from other boards like the Rogues. We already know Little Bit Pro is on that Slayer angle, is going to have a set, is going to have a Katarina. Those make short process off of your Kale very quickly.
Meantime, we see on both sides of the board 4 cost units already having been found. A Kaisa versus an Azir, Kaisa and a Jarvan, versus an Azir and a 2-star action for no, that is not, that is NTMB.
NTMB,
yeah, that is 2 very strong boards very early in the game, and we see it going the way of Azir.
I think Lelouch is still going to be building up, though. It's got the bronze ticket, which is a pretty clear indication this will be a Rek'Sai Brawlers game. If the stars seemingly having aligned, but heading to the next carousel, I do see Jimray managing to find a very, very early Gwen with a decent item as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he had it already, but if not, that's a Rage Blade that you're holding there with the bow that is on his bench, and the Gwen, of course, it's going to help as well, as other players are picking up their items here. Catalyst, last to choose, is going to go for a Crit Glove and a Poppy. Not something to scoff at either, because we're going to hop on over to Little Bit Pro, who is on that Slayer angle, has found IE.
Oh no, that is tragic, and he knows it. He's on Z1, and with no gold, no streak. That's
okay. I can see a Little Bit Pro potentially pulling out of this corner, though the itemization is a little weird for it, only because Little Bit Pro has been spamming Shadow Isles Gwen repeatedly in previous games. I don't know if that's what's going to happen here, but maybe that's the way out.
Yeah, I did mention the nerves here, and it looks like he is losing his over this low roll, and that's it's gonna be quite rough because I hardly see a way out from this position. You are down in gold. You have some HP at least to live on, but that's not gonna be enough. Items are slightly weird.
Okay. As a reroll enjoyer, let me jump in Little Bit Pro's corner. Yes, it's looking rough. Yes, it's looking dire, but as reroll enjoyers, we're not too worried just yet. If we can find the Katarina 3, and there's lots of Katarinas coming around, then that could even be an option to stabilize on without having that Zed. Of course, Zed 2 would really be nice, and if it came around, we'd be very happy. A Little Bit Pro definitely feeling it right now. But with 65 HP, you're okay. You're just going to fall back on that. That's a lot of resource. That's a lot of cushion. Other players, not so much. Jimray, 12 HP. He's about to get thrown out.
That'll be a hugely early elimination. Do bear in mind, of course, Jimray is getting the blood money gold, so I mean, we said our players here in Lobby 2 needed to play risky to have any chance of getting to Lobby 1 for the final game and a chance to take the crown here at the GSC 1, but I don't know if I was prepared to see players like Jim Ray play quite as close to the edge of the abyss.
Well, very, very close to the edge of the abyss, and wait, it looks like... the abyss case is back because he's just been eliminated on 3-6. That's... well, it's going to be a long time for him to reset his mental going into the last game, but that must feel terrible.
That was one deadly stare from that abyss that came back to him, I guess.
Big stare. Oh well, at least for a little bit pro. You can see. I was saying when you were saying what you were saying before, Max. I was like, I'm not sure if Little Bit Pro is quite as optimistic as you are about the current situation because we've seen him flinging his hands around the place and looking very despaired indeed.
It's not a great position. I didn't claim that. I'm just saying not all is lost just yet. But hopping over to other players, NTMB rolling a little bit. Steaksaurus here has found a Lux 2 and an Azir 2 and a Cassante and an Asus and a J4. Come on, what is this?
Wait, he still has 64 gold. He's not... What? I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. What the hell? He's not rolled at all, I guess? He was rich due to the risky moves, but it looks like the risky moves paid off big time there.
Well, bear in mind, again, we are in the dreaming pool, so that means that our players are getting tailored champions again, coming in every round. So just like we saw before, this is going to lead to some pretty ridiculous boards coming online much, much faster than we're used to.
Facing
right.
Against Solo Gesang and Steve still loses, but, well...
Demacia! Come on! It's not enough.
Not quite
Steaksaurus
enough.
takes a loss here, despite a massive board. But on the other side, you said it, Zologasang seems to have found similar upgrades. Last augments coming through. There was a good chance these were going to be prismatic, but at least it's going to be golden ones. Everybody knew this. There was a tempo uptick with these coming through. And Catalyst on the right side there, sneakily finding that Kaisa too.
Yeah, we can see Steaksaurus just taking a quick peek at the data, I believe, about his augments to help him make his decision, because he's getting quite the conundrum. The choices are quite good, actually. Every one of them could be the one, and he opts into Gifts of the Fallen. And yeah, if he finds any upgrade for the front line, then he might just shoot for the level 9 straight ahead.
It's got a ton of money in the bank, as you pointed out before, and a pretty solid position as we check across the rest of the lobby. We can see that NTMB has picked up an interesting final augment for himself.
Yeah, that's Matt's favorite one. We're on the Shuremans. They're going to ascend. It's going to be fantastic if we can get the comp online. Little Bit Pro on the mana burn is also going to be something to look out for, and everything else is looking a little bit more general, a little bit more lower impact. But with one player already knocked out before 4-2, that means everybody else is going to take a lot more hits.
Yep. And the HP is starting to come down. No clear dominance in this lobby. Everybody's kind of close in HP. The 7th place having 40 and Lelouch on 1st place having 59 only. So the entire standings could be shaken up in a couple of rounds here, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it goes.
So Lelouch has got a pretty decent setup online. The Kaiser 2, a fantastic addition this early on, though we're quite a long way away from putting together the Rek'Sai 3. The itemization and the units have come together for Lelouch to put together a board that's a lot stronger than I would have expected it to be at this stage.
Yeah.
And good news, my friends, Z2 has been found. Little Bit Pro, very happy to have him on the board here. Not sure it's going to be enough against the board that Lelouch has put together, but like I said, there is hope in the kingdom.
There is hope, but it is dimming by the moment for Little Bit Pro.
Come on.
I'm sorry, but even the ways of the force would not be enough here. He's taken the path to the dark side, and there's we all know how that ends when I'm here.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lelouch has got the high ground advantage for the time being. Little Bit Pro and Catalyst both feeling pretty low right now, especially with, from 4th place upwards, NTMB having a ton more HP than the bottom of the table does currently.
Lelouch, last to pick. What are we gonna go with? Has a belt on board. None of these items. I mean, it could have been a Sapphire here, but goes with the second belt instead. Maybe slamming a Warmog. So we're gonna see what it does. But here is Tomino with an Ionia board. And I think we're looking at a variant with Karma carry. There's a second Karma 2 on the bench. Another Karma getting picked up. 2 more to go. Maybe not going to find them. Oh, 1 more to go. There we go. I mean, close.
Close. It's really a tough spot for him because he's found a lot, honestly. The Shen being 2-star, being 1 of Karma, but he's missing some really key units. The Yasuo being 1-star with only 1 item means his board is really slow to dish out the damage. If he finds the last Karma, though, that could change in a heartbeat.
Yeah, we need the win streak to put together an economy again, because right now there's really nothing left in the tank. Karma 2 seems like she's actually going to be good enough to punch through the bruisers, who definitely do not have great backline access. So Karma's getting all the time she needs to get set up to go off big.
I really like this variant. No, wait, how does it? Variant of Karma.
Oh, right.
I'm getting
I was trying to figure out what word you were saying.
I'm getting better. I like this variant of Karma a lot better than the Invokers, especially here. I think it makes so much more sense to have that additional carry there in the front line with the Yasuo that you were calling out. We do have Yasuo too. It's not greatly itemized, but it has an item at least, and we're going to get there. And then as soon as that last Karma comes around, you're not going to be very contested on this, so I assume it will come around sooner than later. It's going to be very good as well. Little bit pro in the bottom there, finding Klet 3, which is not what you wanted, but it is what you got.
Yeah, he's having to play with what he can to get at least a 6th place if he can. I don't think he's aiming for much higher than this, but you're definitely right to highlight the Karma. Playing the Invoker version without having an emblem or just a heart to play with is very, very awkward very quickly, because you're having to lug around some units that become pretty bad pretty quickly. But here, no bad units. And Yasuo with the final Hasagi takes down Solo Gesang.
I mean, I think that's a really good illustration there, where we're talking about, on the particular lines of play, the unit quality, that you can just kind of have something in there that's being used as a secondary carry, as well as Yasuo is. The Onions supporting each other extremely well. As a little bit pro, as you said, got the Kled 3 online, the Slayer 3 online, but not a lot of money in the bank.
And
he sold off the Zed, actually put in the Belveth saying, if it's Z2, I don't even want it. Not for now. The items are much better used on this legendary unit here. And he's getting a big cash out from this.
That was so many items and a duplicator on top of that. Shame that we could not tailor to get a Belveth from the Dreaming Pool here, because that would have been massive for him. He would have gotten a 2-star Belveth on level 6, which is unheard of, honestly. But no, sadly could not find the Void units. That's the harder part, obviously. But meanwhile, Lelouch getting closer and closer to the final form of his board.
Yeah, we can see the itemization coming in there. So Rek'Sai being built up to full strength, though not on full stars. A little bit pro, 1 step away from being thrown out here again. Our players are playing for potentially a spot in Lobby 1, but they do need to finish highly. So taking these early losses rules them out of any realistic chance of winning the competition.
Yeah, Karma falls, but it's not enough. The Yasuo is here, and that will be a dice of cutscene against Little Bit Pro, who's going to get knocked out in 7th here. Everybody else is still fighting, though, but if you're looking at the HP totals, there's a big gap from where Little Bit Pro was to the rest of the lobby, and then they're all quite close, to be honest.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Just good reroll. Me Sejuani.
Would you like to repeat the joke which you made in our chat, Kenobi, about the situation?
Yes, he's currently hugging all the Sejuanis, and he's getting really, really close with that champion duplicator to hitting Sejuani 3 before the Rek'Sai 3, which would be hilarious and very scary to the rest of the lobby. And
I'll be honest, ridiculous. I've seen a Sejuani 3 before and it lost. Notably, it did lose to a Lux 3, but that doesn't really matter for the story, does it? So I'm going to wait and see for him to hit this one. Whether or not, I'll cast judgment on whether it's good. On the other side is Sologazan with the Akshan comp, and it's one that we've seen a lot out of him today, despite him ranking it only tier 2, not tier 1 in his own spreadsheet. He seems to have found favor for it during these last couple of days on the patch. You can see why it's going to take out the Kai'Sa there in the backline, and that means Lelouch is going to fall even further in this HP.
Well, you don't want to give away all the secrets on your tier list. You're going to make sure you hold something back for yourself. But I do want to touch back on what we're seeing from Lelouch in that last round, which was your Rek'Sai, incredibly amazing if you can get her resets off and get those kills, get healing. But if she's put up against an Omega level tank like that, she just bounces off them and does absolutely nothing.
Come on, you used a duplicator here. Yeah,
yes,
I was gonna say, Lelouch, it's okay. We understand that this requires, you know, brave play, but on 9 HP, you don't want to hold back. You need that Rek'Sai 3 to do anything here, and I want to see what that Rek'Sai can do against the Azir comp.
And
oh,
as we
boy.
see, oh boy, yeah, that is quite the board that Seixor has here assembled. But Rek'Sai gets one reset. She's face to face now with K'Sante. If he does not knock her away, she will get another one, and then another one. And another one.
Oh boy, this is what you're playing the board for. Once you punch through, I think particularly against that board, which was relying heavily on a Jarvan who's generally going to jump out of the way. We've seen this with previous boards. You weaken your front line considerably and give Rek'Sai the access to the resets she needs to go completely nuts.
Carousel comes through. There's a Senna and a Bel'Veth with a Bruiser emblem.
Oh,
that
yes.
will look tasty to some players here. Let's see. Sologazang lining up, seeing if somebody else wanted to go for the blue buff. Not gonna pick up the Bel'Veth, and it seems like everybody's saying, "Nah, I'm good. I don't need her." You know, what for?
That's astonishing. But hey, what a world we're living in right now, Lelouch. One more. Give us the hog. Go on.
It's one. Please.
Sell the board. Sell the board. Do it.
Not quite. Come on, one more. We've seen it before. You can hit, I believe.
Everything else in the bin.
So
what's going on now? Selling off left and right, not really sure what we're going to do here. Trying to find the Sejuani 3, but she's not going to come into fruition for now. It's going to be Lysandra, one with a Hex Tech, carrying some of the load here. But that Rek'Sai has some biting to do. Furious Bite is going to come in now, and here we go with the resets, just healing up through the entire backline.
And once she gets onto that backline, she gets the free fire again and again. But her healing isn't quite enough. Lelouch is borderline on 9. No, it is not good enough. One short of a hog wild party. Lelouch gonna have to bow out here in the bottom 4. That means very, very likely we won't be seeing him in our final on-stream game for the title.
Yeah, and I was about to point out that he made a really, really smart decision here buying out the Ashe, because what Sejuani 3 does most of all is do so much damage through her passive, and she just becomes, you know, a better tank with the active, but the passive does like 500 damage on every auto attack on a chilled enemy, so you need the Ashe to apply a chill consistently, but that won't matter because he does not hit, and now Sologazang is up against NTMB. We will have to see if he manages to survive here, because he's one of the Akshan 3 and just did not hit him.
It's going to be a battle of the Shurimas here between NTMB and Sologazang. Akshan 2 on the bottom right, still away from the Akshan 3, but Sologazang with 16 HP can fall back on that should he need to, and it seems to be the case. Azir is just blazing through that board, knocking him down to 2 HP, but on the right side, Tomino also has taken a massive hit going into this dragon, which is going to mean that both of these players will risk everything after this.
Oh boy, the HP is looking so incredibly terse there. Do want to point out for NTMB, we mentioned before in the previous game, Shurima's legacy at play there, allowing the turret to fire again and again. I mean, if you look at the stats, there's, you know, of course, Ravenous Hunter is absolutely ridiculous, but the second most ridiculous augment is that Shurima's legacy turret.
Yeah, and I want to point out what's going to happen right now for Stakesor, which looks really, really good for his chances of winning the game, because here comes the 2-star Cassante with double fertility.
Wow! Delivered to his doorstep!
Yep, that is going to be a massive power swing for his board, because now, and he gets an Edge of Night so that he can single-handedly take out the entire board.
Oh my god. So yeah, he's going to be impossible to put down, casting immediately. I guess it just depends who gets in his way. Both the carries to opposite corners of the field. The setup seems to be good for Stakesor to throw himself forwards.
Stakesor here, 1 Lux off, the Lux 3, sitting on 50 gold, very pretty, very healthy, can go level 9 should he want to in a couple of rounds, still lots of HP to work with, but first he needs to throw out the competition. Can he take out Zologazang? Everything onto the action, and he will fall, and Zologazang will go down with him.
Nasus, Lux, both thrown out of the field. That was absolutely revolting. And Steg is even gearing up to get stronger than this.
This is not even his final form. He has all the gold in the world to look towards improving his composition. He's going to be trying to make every 4-cost unit on his board into a 3-star, even picking up the additional Cassante, you know, just in case, because 4%, you know, it's not 0%, so there's a world.
You know,
I'm not sure how to live in that world.
There's a Swain 1 on the board, but on the other side is Tamino fighting for his life with the Karma.
At least this time, because Santi isn't going to be able to make that an additional elimination. Yasuo, one of those units that is much more resilient to that knockback effect because he's dashing around the place. Might find the Azir, does delete him, has to avoid getting knocked off the board. It's going to be close. The dash through again takes the Lux very low, and somehow I think this board's going to lose.
We mentioned it, the 3-star Karma really, really doing work here for Tomino. She came through, and with the Ari from the Dreaming Pool, he's able to survive the onslaught of that huge Cassante, because Yasuo keeps repositioning, so he never gets taken off the board. But here, we're now going to see Stakesor going off against NTMB. He decided to not roll too deep right now. Taking his time.
Honestly, that Cassante was playing double agent in that previous fight. He threw the Yasuo right into Lux's face. That's friendly fire.
Oh gosh. Well, at least Lux's got a little bit of HP to try and find a better setup there. This time we'll get a knockback, which will be blocked off of knocking off the field. So that's a big disadvantage. Even if you're, providing a lot of CC, you're not killing high-value units.
Let's see how it goes. Lux under attack is going to get knocked down all the way, and Stakesor down to 1 HP with his Lux, 1 copy off, and a Dream. He will get to rolling after this carousel finally.
Oh boy, it's always a bit painful, yes, as exactly you said, to have the problem with Cassante and then have your opponent in the next round show you exactly how you should be using your Cassante to absolutely destroy you instead. But we're building up towards some hugely strong late game, and Stake is the only one who's got gold left coming into this final section.
Yeah, and now we're coming up on the final roll down. He is not hard, and we are gonna keep going. Maybe try to go for the
Azir 3? Come on. That would be so ridiculous. Sell everything. Find the Azir 3. I believe. You're on 1 HP. What are you holding this bench for? Oh. Come on, Stakesor.
I mean, it's not like he's gonna lose. He's got the Radiant Gunblade this round, so I'm pretty sure he's just gonna greed out a little bit more. He's just going for maximum value.
That is so greedy. I love it. Tomino and his Karma on the other side. We're going to see him go up against NTMB. Pretty sure the Lux can handle her copy, but there she gets thrown out by the Cassante, and I think that's going to be a massive L for Tomino, unfortunately going out here in 3rd.
I mean, that's the other way to build a Cassante, of course, just making him completely impossible to kill with raw tankiness. And just walk up to the backline and kill him immediately. This Lux 3 might look unstoppable, but she's still standing next to the edge of the board.
Yeah, I'd really love to see Stakesor position himself in order for her to not be able to be executed by the Cassante. but he's not worried. He's keeping his gold for now. He will probably use it again starting stage 7. But right now he's just scouting, ready to use that Zephyr for the final fight. Well, not the final fight, hopefully for him.
You know, sometimes you just have to lean back on your gold and really say, you know why? Why should I roll? And he goes up against NTMB here with his Lux 3. Look at the sheer power she has once she fires off her laser, just nuking through the board.
Oh my gosh, it's absolutely disgusting, but we're going to see it at least one more time. At least we got the reroll this time around, but I mean, that one wasn't even a little bit close. I failed to see how a single item could change that significantly.
Yeah, that would require a real upset, some real Cassante shenanigans here to take it off of Stegzor's hand, because he looks like he's geared to join that lobby once again.
Well, Konomi, talk us through the Cassante positioning here. You know, how do you make some kind of miracle happen? How is that even possible?
Well, I think the first key element that could help is using that Zephyr here to try and create a gap, an opening for the Cassante to start smashing through, and he'd need to eject someone from the front line and then land right on top of the Lux, but it's so unlikely that it can happen. He doesn't have any starting mana, so it's not looking too good. Would have loved the blue buff on him, but unfortunately he's got 3 completed items, so I'm not optimistic for NTMB's chances. He moves the Zephyr, and how is it going to look?
This might be the last chance for this Lux 3 to show us what she's got. NTMB is on 16 HP, and off she goes. Torrent of light coming out onto the entire board. She lives, gets stunned, just a short second, charges back up, and that is everything. Massive L. Stegzor takes yet another win in this tournament here on the final day of Golden Spatula Cup.
That's going to send him right into Lobby 1 if the stars align correctly. And what a game to do it with. That was a terrifying board. I mean, of course, the players from Lobby 1 will have had their own game to consider, but I think if they get an inclination of what's coming their way, they're going to be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, and really interesting fact. Both players that took risky moves are the ones that made up the top 1 and 2 for this lobby. So they really went for it, and it really paid off big time there. Piloting with 20 HP, starting with 80 HP, still managing to get the top 1 and top 2 positions. Really well played from them. I can't wait to see what they do in the final lobby here.
All right, gentle friends, we will be going to a break before our final game, final analyst test before our final game. We'll be hearing from Sasa during that game, and then in game number 6, we will determine who will be walking away with the title from the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, I'm Zaza. I go in-game by 5454, which stands for Zaza. I'm 24 years old and I come from Germany. What are my thoughts on the set? I think it's really fun. Like, we have the best release patch we ever had, and I'm really looking forward to competing in the set. I think implementing TFCs has a lot of positive things with it, but yeah, I think it still needs some refinement, but like for me, I like always qualify for GC through TSC, so I can't complain too much. Oh, my best tournament was GC2 last set, and I finished first. And I think like GCs are also the most fun for me. I think the best performing player last set was for sure Campus. I think he made like every day 3 and went to Worlds. So yeah, it has to be Canvas. Yeah, I think the most creative player I know is probably Skip Pierce. Like, he's always cooking some fun stuff. My goal as a player is for sure making Worlds one time. I've been doing well domestically. I won a GC, And yeah, I think now my next step is going to Worlds one time. Big thanks to the German community for cheering for me. Like whenever I do well, they are always cheering in chat, and like it really hypes me up. So thank you for that.
Risky moves, the name of the game coming out of that lobby. My name is Niberia, joined here by Morgan. And that really was one of the most incredible lobbies from this weekend overall, Morgan.
You already called it. You called the headline for that lobby that we just saw. Risky moves. There were a lot of risky moves in that lobby for sure. There were a lot of risky plays. But guess what? Both of them, very rarely do you ever see a lot of players take risks. But when two people take it and two come out on top, first place and second place, you do know that this is where you should be taking risky moves for sure.
And they came from two very different angles, which is what I found interesting. NTMB stabilized pretty early, used that to push for level 9, but Stegzor had a different game plan, and he knew what it was from very early on in the game. He had a Zir 2 and Lux 2 at 4-1, and he said, you know what? I'm going to be rolling for Lux 3 this game. Played incredibly, I cannot stress this enough, Jeff Bezos levels of greedy throughout that game. Just stacks on stacks on stacks in order to roll for that Lux 3, and very nearly also got an Azir 3 that game. So his risks paid off in spades.
And this is what we really want to appreciate in our players for this lobby again, and appreciating everyone that was playing for the win. I would not imagine myself going for 4 or 5, 6 consecutive hours playing TFT and not just ranked in my Master Diamond Elo. That's nothing. No one cares about that. But these players are playing on the highest levels of TFT for 5, 6 games consecutively, while still being able to have a good mental, still being able to go for the win, still being able to stay in the mood and mental to take risks. He was very low on HP. He knew what he was going for. We saw him checking those stats. We saw him having a strong game plan, going for that Lux 3. He saw that win condition and he went for it. So huge shout out to everyone who's made it to this lobby with a chance to win. Now, the more it closes out Niberia, the more we have our standings, the more we have player going in. And at this point, it might be contested between just a few. So who are you keeping an eye out?
Yeah, it's down to our final 8, and after that Stegzor performance, I'm going to keep my eye on him going into the next game, because he was able to make that top 8 echelon, that final first lobby, so he's in contention to win it, potentially. And I think after that last game, the ability to play that incredibly greedy style, that ability to play on the knife's edge and know there's a very good chance that I absolutely botch my game from here. There's a very good chance that I sacrifice my chances at the finals, but you have to go for it. And those are the players that are the most dangerous in the final games.
You have to do it, and all of that amount of gold coming out from a small augment, something like risky moves, despite the fact that it's a gray augment, it still gives you a lot of economy later stages of the game. Now, we're not just going to be speaking about that augment, we're going to be speaking about taking risky moves quite literally in these games in order to be able to win. Stegzor has already been not having his best, maybe for the first 2 games, maybe not for the 4th game, but in the 3rd one and on the 5th one, he's been able to get a 1st place. Now, this is something that all players have to keep in mind. You're very close in point, but there is only one winner in the end. Of course, prizes will be distributed evenly among players and all these things, but they're here to win. It's called the Golden Spatula Cup for a reason, because there is only be one trophy holder, and we're very, very hyped to know who it's gonna be.
Yeah, and I think, looking at today's results, Snubble is definitely one of the other players I'm watching out for. Highest amount of first places that we saw on that screen, or rather highest amount of points at 32. First place followed by a bunch of seconds. And as for the actual highest number of firsts, that's going to go to Sasa, our former Golden Spatula Cup champion, and could be, Morgan, our first ever repeat champion.
Could be the first repeat champion, so I'm not able to wait anymore until we go to game, which I think is ready so far, Mats, and so are our casters, I guess.
That's right. Toss it over to the casters, guys. Take it away for the final game of Golden Spatula Cup #1.
There have been 9 Golden Spatula Cup champions so far. By the end of this game, we shall have ourselves a 10th. My name is Kanafet alongside Makes and Kenobi. One last time here in the first Golden Spatula Cup of the season. What an incredible lobby one we've got to come.
I'm so excited. Honestly, I'm so excited. We have so many cool players, and one of them I just saw in chat. I'm always lurking. So I'm in chat saying, praying for Ravenous Hunter Augment. So we'll see how that goes, if that happens. Stay tuned.
Let's take a look at our players here. So this will be one of the occasions where the players' points have started to separate out significantly. Snubble, Sasa, Matt Black, they are our current front runners to win the competition. Enzo, Kabixon, Apel, Stegso, and Scapeus are all a step behind.
Yeah, and what's really interesting here is that thankfully for us, Snubble and Sasa both went respectively top 7 and top 6 in the last game, which means that we have a final on our hands. Anybody could take it home today. The stakes are at their highest, and not to toot the horn of my own country, but we got 2 French players in here, and so it's basically over, guys.
Is it? Because we also have 2 former Golden Spatula winners in this game. Not only Saza, but also Scapeus, and everybody in this lobby can still take it. Chances are there, for some of them a little bit lower, for others a little bit higher, but it's all out there. And I'm really curious what the portals are going to be for this one. Maybe a little bit of sump action? Doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh. We've seen the vaults already. We wouldn't mind at all seeing a little bit of Grove action just to push it, but no, it will be vaults. We will have a hugely explosive final game.
Going to be the name of the game is going to be advancing your economy. Every time the augments hit, the spikes will be that much higher for everybody. It's going to be interesting because we've mentioned time and time again, the nerves creeping in, the exhaustion setting in, and now is the moment to not buckle under the pressure and rise to the challenge and take it all home. Kubikson not faltering, still playing the Dragon King Aurelian Soul himself.
Let's see what everybody else is on. I really want to know if we have some Vagars, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Most of the players switching back to Poro after what seemed like an Ornn infection in the mid games. We're now back to full flexibility. Everybody staying open for that hero augment. Am I right?
It's what we're here for. As was noted before on the screen, we're still missing the chance to see Set come and boss around the field, but gosh, these few moments separating our players from seeing those first augments coming in, we know that our players love to commit in for Lions very early on, so we could see our champion emerge, or at least start to emerge, from the very first augment.
Okay, real quick, before we go into augments, chat, here's a task. If you want prismatics, spam 1. If you want gold, spam 2. And if you want silver, spam 3. Quickly. We need to get the voting out there because everything's pre-recorded, So sometimes we'll just have to spin it up on them. We'll see who can win this race here as the PvE rounds finish up. Augments are going to come in, and it's going to be gold augments.
Yeah, and Cubixon has been holding on to the Jace he got with alongside the Orianna, considering a Piltover opener, which would be so great to see in this final game, but no Vi in that shop. Instead, it looks like the Void route is going to be wide open for him. We've seen him play it just previously, going up to level 9 and hitting the Belvets, and this looks like it might just be a repeat of that with how good that start is.
What is this opener?
Have a board this strong? Wait, hold the phone. Nothing else we've said has or will matter. Sasa, his prayers have been answered. He was the one asking for the augment in the chat, and Mort Dog, he listened.
Serious?
Oh, and he has the Bloodthirster, a bow already, so he's already on his way to getting the 3 items on the Warwick, and he's going to be howling on top of the corpses of his enemies. He's looking for a repeat of the previous game where he got first there. Oh, it's gonna be interesting to see if people start denying him then.
They've got
that's the task of everybody. Yeah, exactly. Every other player in this lobby now only has one task, and I'm so sorry to say it, but it's the truth. They're now trying to hold Zaza back as long as they can from hitting that Warwick 3.
Honestly, while I'm massively surprised it's happened at all, I think you point out really well that we've got the chance here for our first ever repeat GSC champion. And given how aggressively Sasa should be getting denied here, I wonder if it can even be him.
It's going to be... Oh, he's already up on 10 gold here. Like, this is so scary. Well, they have to deny him, but at the same time, it can be quite hard to find the economy to do that without screwing your own game over.
He has 5 items, he has 10 gold, he has Ravenous Hunter. The only way other players are beating that is if they hit more. I will see how it goes. On the other side, though, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Opal found a Slayer emblem, is on a Kale angle from what it looks like. Has a Rage Blade already slammed on a couple of copies there in the background. 1 Kale account, but would like a few more of his Maokai and Poppy.
We are seeing a ton of really good items coming in across most of our players in this lobby. So we've really got the rarefied air alongside the Ecliptic Vaults. Again, it's going to be 4 golds at the start, 8 golds coming in on the next augment, and then 12 gold at the end. It's a lot more into the lobby. I think we are gearing ourselves up for a final lobby worthy of the name.
Oh, it's definitely going to be crazy good. And we see here Enzo looking like he will be playing towards the Noxus line with that Darius. Having 2 gloves on the bench is really, really good because he that composition kind of wants infinite gloves for the IE, for the Hand of Justice, the Jewel Gauntlet for Katrina later on. He's so glad he has all of these, and his hands will stay warm in the winter.
Jeez, I was trying to figure out where you're going with that one for a while. But absolutely, it seems like a very good start to try and keep things toasty. But interestingly enough, Kubixon, despite taking patient study, has still found such a ridiculous board to start off the game. He's handing out L's to Noxus comps.
To be honest, if you don't get wins with Noxus comps in the beginning, they're actually much weaker because you don't get the bonus out of those wins. But we're going to go into our first carousel here. Let's see what players pick up. You can see that Matt Black, the very bottom of the standings right now, is holding a lot of items, still looking for that direction that some of the other players have already found due to augments and other things.
Did get a little bit of an update. We have asked our wonderful observer Danny to keep track as best he can of the Warwicks being held. Stays holding one in the bench, I suppose. That's going to be worth something. I mean, we've seen before you can delay this Warwick comp from hitting. But as we check in with Stake, we can see an interesting item setup from a field of already powerful items early.
Yeah, really clear direction here. we can see that this action wishes he was a little bit more purple and had some pretty wings on his back, because he's standing in for a Kaisa that will have some really powerful items for an Ionia comp, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I also wish I was purple and had wings on my back. I think that's something I share with this Akshan here. But on the other side is an Akshan that actually just wants to be just that. Has the Runons already slammed for Snubble, and we're going to see them go up against each other. Notably, there is one big, massive unit there in the front line holding down the fort, but with the Akshan being completely sniped out of existence there, I think the Maokai might fall eventually.
And no more damage left in the tank. It's worth noting, though, even while Snubble is destined to eventually take a loss, he is currently ahead of the rest of the pack by a single point. If Snubble does come first here, he is guaranteed to have won the GSC 1.
And yeah, with the I'm not certain on the tiebreakers for this, but I'm pretty sure he has to get a first place to be guaranteed. If he does not, then it's going to be up in the air as who wins the tiebreakers. So there's really no guaranteed here, and so the tension will be really at the highest point for the entire time, because as we said, anyone could take it.
Just noting on the tiebreakers, so the first tiebreaker is going to be the total tournament points, so day 1, day 2, and day 3 accumulated, and then the second one is going to be wins, so top ones. We're going to see how that plays out. I have a strong rule of not doing any math on broadcast, because there is a guaranteed recipe for going wrong if you ask me, so we're going to leave that to the admins, and we'll see what comes back after that. But for now, Stixer seems to be continuing his win streak here into Crux, which is a great position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, Stixer needs to have a really good finish here. As you know, as Konami mentioned before, along with Skapes coming in with 27 points, joint last in this top lobby. So absolutely has to get the really big payout here. But of course, we are going to be getting onto our second augment soon. With this being in the vaults, we'll be seeing more gold injected into these economies displayed on the right.
Yeah. Interestingly, here we see Matt Black has, I'm noting he's taken the frequent flyer augment. It's the second time I see him taking that augment in as many games as I believe, despite it not being too much. And it's really interesting to see that he's found a niche with that augment and really likes it, picks it over and over. And he's ready to really make use of it with his complete loss streak. He's ready to start racking up the rolls.
The frequent flyer, I think, gains so much value in this patch specifically, 13.13c, where rerolling is king in many different situations. So Maplak opting to go for that with, I think he's on a Noxus or Slayer variant, just judging by what we just saw pop up there. It does make sense. It does make sense to go for that and try and get the upgrades. That way, you're going to get your rerolls cost much less, and in the end, you're going to preserve some econ. However, of course, you're losing out on board strength.
An update on the Wolf Watch starter has hit Warwick 2, so the Doomsday Clock moves one step closer to the edge. Enzo, though, doing a public service, going to be using that Warwick, as we noted before, on his own board as an item carrier for the time being, doing double duty of denial, while also being pretty darn strong.
Apparently, no one else is holding Warwick except for Snubble holding one. So basically, Sasa is going completely unimpeded in this game. He's hit the Warwick 2-star and is going to start probably rolling over the rest of the lobby in short order.
We'll see how it goes. On a roll being picked up by Opal here, something we're not seeing a lot anymore because it was changed a little bit. The way it works now, if you only remember the very OP prismatic kind of version, is that you can only get 2 rolls per round. So he can get 2 free shop rerolls now and then 2 free shop rerolls in the next one. He's already on level 5, but it'll allow him to just keep those rerolls coming in. So if he upgrades here now, he's not going to get that free shop. So he won't do it. We'll sell her off, move stuff around just a little bit and try to hit in the next one.
All right, checking back in on Sasa personally. The itemization has remained good from the beginning of the game. We have got the potential to build a Quicksilver later on as well and make sure there's so few options to stopping this Warwick going off completely huge. Coming against Kabixon here, of course, who has been patiently studying up until this point, picking up a tiny Titans to give himself more time to get real smart.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to me to see if Kubikson opts into staying for the multicasters, and he's holding a 4th Vel'Koz on bench, so that definitely is an option in his mind, because what takes Warwick out is a burst of concentrated damage straight from the start of the fight, and if there's one composition that does that really well, it is multicasters. Once you have that 3-star Vel'Koz accompanied with Talia, Timo, or Sona, you can definitely one-shot the Warwick, not leave him time to stack up and regen back up to full.
We've reached a frequent flyer bonus here on the side of Mad Black. Now refreshes only costing 1 gold, as you can see in the shop. We're looking pretty good, I would say. There's a Z2 on the bench, there's a Z2 on the board. We're not going to repeat what happened for Little Bit Pro in the previous game. We're on quite a good of a track. Only thing that's going on is 25 gold, not very much to work with, so we kind of need to get those wins in here soon, and will be the case against Opal.
I do like Opal has gone for a very early move into Edge of Night to try and give his Kale an extra lease of life. But in that case, the board itself wasn't quite strong enough. Looking at the overall standings, though, Skipaeus and Kubikson up at the top of the table right now. Skipaeus on the win streak. Opal and Matt Black down at the bottom, both around 40 HP.
Yep. And we're going to have to see, Opal is taking the slow route to hitting his Kale, maximizing the value out of the honor roll, because some Kale players decide that when they have enough, they just roll it down early to get that win streak going and regenerate econ this way, but he's going for the slower way.
It was a great pickup in that carousel for Stake Sword, going with that Azir with the bow on it. It's just, that's an instant pickup if you don't have that direction yet, or if you're going for the Shurimas. But while I'm speaking, Opal is going to hit that Kale 3, finds that Galio 2. That's massive upgrades for the board. Just have a look at how it's looking. We want one more Maokai. This time around, we're rolling desperately. Oh no, we picked up the augment and we're not using it. We're just going in down to 14. That's a little bit unfortunate. I think maybe we could have had another loss down just to preserve a little bit of econ here, but maybe this Kale 3 is enough to bring us back on track.
Well, yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely got to be building here for our players. Again, this has been a tournament of opportunity for a lot of players who haven't necessarily got their impressive competitive credentials really locked down as of yet. But it looks like even without the full board online, this Kale is still enough punch to bring Opal back into the conversation.
He's so close. He is so close. I'm pretty sure he rolled it down just to hit that final Maokai, but he keeps missing, and that's just tragic. And meanwhile, we're back to Sasa having 5 Warwicks and a transfusion to give him that extra HP to make sure he does not get taken out. And if I'm not mistaken, the zone mod that he has is adaptive implant, right? Can we get confirmation?
I think so. We're going to get confirmation, but we're also going to get confirmation on some of the players in this lobby doing the right thing. They're holding on to those Warwicks. Some of them have 2, some of them have 1, and they're trying to make this spike come as late as possible and hold on to them for as long as they can, even if it costs them a little bit of econ. That's exactly what they're doing. And for Zaza, that means he's going to bleed for now.
Yeah, going on to a loss streak, at least I suppose, get some money in the bank. He's going to be sitting at level 6 for a little while. That transfusion will at least give him some amount of reward for sitting and chilling for the moment. So we check in on the state of the overall lobby. We can see that in Enzo's case in particular, right towards the center, he has spent money very aggressively and doesn't have a streak to show for it yet.
Yeah, level 6, 4 gold. Hello?
Yeah, yep, that's a scary position to be in.
Gonna check in with Enzo in just a second. I assume he's gonna make at least 10 back from the Wolves here, but maybe, just maybe, it's not enough. I'm curious what we have going on here as Zaza rolls down, finds another Warwick 2. Callista 2 is going to come and play. He rolls a little bit further. One more Warwick to go. He needs one more, just one more Warwick to come online and make this lobby a very scary one. Goes all the way, sells bench. Can he find it? He's nulling his gold, and it does not come around. It's sitting on some of the benches, and he just invested his entire bank account.
This is what the analyst desk wanted, though. They wanted bold choices, which could be potentially the makings of a champion. And sometimes it's just not going to go your way.
Yeah, just like Opal missing the Maokai 3 for so long, Sasa gets hit with the same issue of when you're playing a reroll comp and you don't find the final unit and you roll it down, then you're just left stranded here. No econ anymore, not even a good HP lead. So it's going to be really hard, even if he does find it. And I believe the defensive dash should give it to him, but it's bad on Warwick.
Augments coming in. Gold Augments to finish us off here is going to be the defensive dash, because why not? After all, why not make that Warwick even stronger? Do still want to check in with Enzo, though. Just really quickly see what he's on. He rolled down his entire gold. He's on Pandora's bench. Long distance, always nice to see with this variant of Noxus as well. And still a little bit off of the 3 stars, but seems to have stabilized here.
That's long distance pals going to be, of course, intensely powerful and overwhelming. The thing is, though, again, as you've noticed before, Enzo really needs these wins to come through right now, and he's actually up against possibly one of the reasons why he has been struggling to put together his board, that he is directly contested on a lot of these Noxus units.
Yeah, Matt Black using the frequent flyer to invest into Darius himself, as denying his opponent as well as making himself stronger. Hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, but that Darius is hitting many birds with 1 axe and takes down Matt Black, keeping the win streak going for Enzo. And if we're lucky here, the Pandora's bench will do the work for him.
It should. We're hoping that it does, but will it is the question eventually. Just like with Pandora's, you always have this hope for getting your absolute best in slot. Sometimes it takes very long to arrive.
I mean, you certainly remember the games when, say you were in, I don't know, the last game of an enormous competition where you could get your name written down in the history books, and somehow, though, you got the bench which was defective and just doesn't have any of those units. It's a huge thing to put into the hands of fate. But on Skipper's side of things, currently ruling the roost with an incredibly impressive and straightforward Akshan board.
Yeah, action on both sides. Let's see which one is going to take them out eventually. A battle of the actions as sniping goes out towards the end. Snubble now falling quite a lot. The player that's currently on the very top of the leaderboard seems to go out in 8th here if he cannot stop this.
Oh my gosh.
It's rough. Really rough.
It occurs to me, I remember a situation similar to this before. Mentioned Snubble, his training partner, Kafuzzled, ended up in a similar situation in the previous Golden Spatula Cup, where he came into the final game as favorite to win the entire thing, and then plummeted out in 8th, completely sealing away his chances of winning. To have the same thing happen to his friend in almost exactly the same situation would be crushing.
Yeah, in the meantime, we see Kubikson being 1 off the Velcos and 3 off the Sona already. With the perfected repetitions, actually, I mentioned the ways to deal with that pesky Warwick is overwhelming amounts of damage, and that composition has that in spades. So, but once again, just being 1 off, rolling down everything and missing. This seems to be team.
That's okay. We're on 65 gold, 65 HP, 10 gold. We're okay. We're losing, but we're okay. We're not down there just yet. Snubble on the other side is, though, and it might be the stopping point here just now. 4 or 5, probably not enough to get knocked out here, and it seems like his action is saying, no, I don't want to go just yet. I'm going to hold on. We're going to fight this one out.
If Snuble's going to climb up, you can see the HP totals are pretty substantial. Though Matt Black taking a loss there means at least getting into 7th could be on the table. You look further up as we see the Jarvan upgrade coming in. But for the HP totals for a current 7th and 8th place player, they are so far behind the pack.
Is going to be quite the mountain to climb, but that is not something that should scare them. They have not gotten here by mistake, by accident, or through luck. They have gotten here through force of will and skill, and we will see them try their best to outwit their opponents. Here we see Sasa has found the 3-star Warwick and is running rampant. I don't think Cubixon has the damage yet to kill him, but that might come later.
Mate, something I'm noticing is missing here from this Warwick is a 3rd item. I thought Sasa might be able to pick up the Quicksilver off that last carousel, but doesn't seem like it's happened. It might never happen.
We're gonna have to wait and see. He does have the cloak back there, would only need the crit to make the dream come alive. So eventually it comes from the Raptors, eventually it comes later on, but he is saving that spot. He's saying, no, I don't want to take it just now. And Snubble now down to his last life with 6 HP. As we move into the Raptors, he needs to find something here to turn things around, to hold on, leading the entire day, leading all of Golden Spatula Cup 1, and now seems to get eliminated very soon.
Yeah, it's tragic because that we've seen that board time and time again, being ahead in lobbies, you know, being top of the lobby with that many upgrades. It's not like he's missing stuff. It's obviously just on Akshan 2 and not Akshan 3, but we've seen Akshan 2 just be able to power through to level 8, and here it's just not working in that lobby.
No, it's headed for a heartbreak here for Snubble from Denmark. Skapeus, of course, up towards the top with a huge amount of gold in the bank. Will spend some of it to try and retrieve his position at number 1.
I'm just watching all of these gold totals, trying to see who's actually investing. Some of these players going back down to 0, notably Enzo, who we know doesn't need to worry too much about his econ due to the Pandora's bench, but Cubixon also down there with him on the very last leg as Snubble goes up against Enzo. Shroud of Stillness hits, but not what it needed to. Katarina and Darius are on track to make short process. Katarina stuck on the Sejuani. Can she take her down? Darius not getting his resets. This tanky board might just be what Snubble needed to take yet another win and hang on for another day.
That Black Opal, they are starting to reach into an area which might be possible. But even with the position the Snubble's in right now, it's only a 1-point lead against the people who are very close to catching him. Coming into even the top 4 may still not be enough.
It's looking really rough. Nobody's died yet. Remember, previous game someone was dead by 3-7, and this time we're getting to 5-2. Nobody's died yet. Snubble could survive yet another round, but here we see Skipius not waiting until Snubble dies and decides to roll down, and we see Cubixon again has found finally the 3-star Vel'Koz, has given him a second item, and is starting to look real scary.
Yeah, you can see the damage coming out of that Vel'Koz as he lasers off, but the Akshan is quicker to it, beats him to the punch, and Skip will find the win. The Snubble, unfortunately, is going to go out here in 8th. It was a trend that was showing throughout the entire mid-game, and eventually it came to full-on halt. Good plays from today and the past days, but not enough to get that golden ticket.
It must have been. Oh, let's see that.
Oh!
Yeah, we'll hold that thought for a second because we've got Shen 3 on the table. Skapeus coming into this lobby, one of the lower points players with 27, needs a massive win, and it could come off the back of the Shen 3.
You know, we don't get to curse often on this broadcast, but allow me this one. What the fuck? What's going on here? He just naturally found a Shen 3?
Easy.
No, well, naturally, that was just. He still has the duplicator on bench, flexing it, and he's looking like. Oh no, oh no, that's. Oh wait, can he? Oh no.
I think I don't think this Shen 3 is going to cut it.
That's gonna be heartbreaking. You know, you find 3-star Shen and you just get mowed down by the Warwick. But I think it might be a very, very different picture if the Shen is in front of the Warwick at the start of the fight and just holds him there for a while.
You gotta know that Sasa's going to be actively trying to stop that from happening, though, because I mean, to hit a Shen 3 and still lose, that's the nightmare scenario. At least Capes has got enough HP in the bank to have several goes at that same scenario. Sasa, though, up on top with the Warwick fully online on a 7-round win streak. This lobby did not go out of its way to prevent this from happening, and now they may well pay the price for it.
Okay, hear me out. I think this Shan has more to deliver than what we saw. I think he was not standing great. He needs to be right in Warwick's face to try and stop him. Didn't happen. Scapeus, however, finding that Action 3, which might just propel his board into massive amounts of damage now. We're checking out Matt Black for now, who just got to level 8, put in the 5 Slayer, put in 3 Ionia to buff up the Zed as much as possible and is going up against Kubikson.
Yeah, and the board's looking really, really awesome, but can these Slayers, well, the Zed and the Darius, get through the Velcros without getting one shot? It looks like the answer is yes for now, and Kubikson being taken on his last life, still one off of that 3-star Sona. Oh.
I mean, Kubikson has been very patient getting to this point, but I don't know if it's going to pay off. I mean, we've seen some of our players, of course, they're pulling out every stop here to try and claim the crown here in the GSC at #1. And we're seeing the players get even stronger as well. Upgrades for Steg, upgrades for Enzo. The HP totals are starting to shrink dramatically, and there's a lot less room to maneuver than there was before.
I'm really curious on how this is going to go out. If Matt Black goes up against Opal, one of the two is going to get knocked out, but Kubikson is also out here fighting for his life. All 3 of these players are currently on the chopping block, and Stakesor also needs to stop the bleeding with 19 HP. Matt Black going up against Enzo here. It's a bit of a mirror match, different variations of this combination. We'll see who come out on top. Zed in the backline is having a grand all day, but during that time, the rest of his board was just annihilated. Can he go 1 against 8? It's not going to be the case. Enzo flashes a thumbs up as he gets knocked out. Kubikson will also follow suit, and we do have a 7th, an 8th, and a 6th place locked in with Stakesor on his last life.
Oh my word, Stakesor staying barely alive here. Wait, is he? Wait, hold on. Is this wait, sorry. Wait, why is he upside down though? But he's one off of that 3-star Azir, and he might be looking at that 3-star Lux. He's done it before, and he's looking to do it again back to back and get a championship. You
know, that's new tech. Maybe he's on holidays in Australia or something. We're not going to cast judgment.
I mean, you do what you need to do. This is the strategy, though. It makes all the blood rush to your head. Come on! This is the lobby of 3-star forecasts. Everything is going huge. Stays on big brain.
It's not over. Are we back to the Draven patch? And can this 3-star Azir stack up to the 3-star Shen? Can he get through him? But right now he's going to be facing against Enzo. And do you think the Darius can take it, Makes?
I have no idea. Honestly, this lobby is spiraling out of control. We have Darius 3, Katarina 3. Zephyr hits that Katarina right into the face as Azir charges up, powered up by Lux companionship there in the backline. They need to take out this board if Stakesor wants to keep holding on, and it seems that he can do that easily as he takes down Enzo's board. Both of them now in single digits, and this lobby is crazy. We have the Akshan 3 with the frontline of Shen 3. We have Zaza's Warwick. We have the Azir 3. What is going on?
No.
Zaza, our remaining players, is 3 points ahead of anybody else in the lobby and has what's seeming to be an almost unstoppable board. But I mean, all bets seem to be off right now with how ridiculous these boards are getting.
Yeah, we're gonna see Enzo facing off against Skippers, and that's gonna be really rough. The 3-star Shen, although the Darius is on the proper side, he might be able to get into the backline if he gets to reset against that Nasus, but the sheer size of the shields prevent Darius from getting any resets at all, and he's now still stuck on the front line. Katarina tried to get into the backline, but that's not gonna be enough. Shen 3 and Akshan 3 will take it. And it looks like Sasa has taken a loss as well against the board from Stegel.
Oh boy. Waiting on our math calculations here because it's looking pretty good for Sasa. 1 life remaining. Skippers is pushing up from the bottom of the table on 27 points. So has a lot of ground to make up with. We know the positioning is everything right now to make sure this Warwick hits the soft underbelly of the opposing Skippers comp.
Notably, there are 2 former Golden Spatula Cup winners in these top 3 here fighting it out. This is the Shen 3 board. He gets Zephyr right from the get-go, going up against Azir 3. A battle of the giants. Cyan comes in, is going to get knocked down right away. Recharges, trying to get any CC out, but he's not targeting what he's supposed to. Lux just annihilates that Shen 3, and the Akshan in the end will not have anything to show for. Scapeus taken down a little bit here from Stakesor, and Zaza out in 3rd.
Yeah, well,
oh my gosh.
We mentioned we needed burst to get rid of the Warwick, and I guess the 4-cost 3 stars kind of answer that. It looked really rough here for Stakesor for a bit because this Ashe with Shojin and Guinzu has taken, is applying that attack speed slow on the Azir, but in the end, it's not enough. The Guinzu stacks on the Azir, and he ends up being able to take down the Shen.
Skippers from the Czech Republic, Stegel from Sweden. They're both on identical points to each other. Whoever wins this lobby will take the positioning over the other and push themselves up in GSC points. Steg, don't know if they're ever going to get a board this good under these kind of circumstances again for the rest of his life.
That's strong words, but we'll see who comes out on top. The Zephyr's hit right from the get-go. Azir taken out. That's massive. That Rage Blade will take so much longer to stack up now, whereas the Akshan and the enemy backline is just free firing, sniping wherever he can. You can see the sheer power of that as he takes out one backline unit after another. Now everything to the Azir, and this is not something the bird can win. Escapeus takes a 1st place on the very last day of our Golden Spatula Cup.
What a prize for Skippers to get there. You can see from Stigel's camera, though, not pleased with that particular outcome towards the end, but Azir does take a little bit of time to come online, even when he is 3-star.
Yeah, especially against that the Ashe that slows him down, the Zephyr that took him up for a ride. The Guinzu doesn't have the time to stack up, and that Akshan might be a 3-cost 3-star, but he's backed up by quite the board with the 2-star Cyan, the 3-star Shen, and in the end, Stegsor's board just doesn't have the juice it takes to take down that board once again.
And we are just so excited with the finish of that game. Our analyst desk is going to break this one down for you. We do have an interview with someone I think all of you like quite a lot lined up. Here is Zaza, and after that, our analyst desk.
Hey guys, I'm Zaza. I go in-game by 5454, which stands for Zaza. I'm 24 years old and I come from Germany. What are my thoughts on the set? I think it's really fun. Like, we have the best release patch we ever had, and I'm really looking forward to competing in the set. I think implementing TFCs has a lot of positive things with it, but yeah, I think it still needs some refinement. But like for me, I like always qualify for GC through TFC, so I can't complain too much. Oh, my best tournament was GC2 last set, and I finished 1st. And I think like GCs are also the most fun for me. I think the best performing player last set was for sure Canvas. I think he made like every day 3 and went to Worlds. So yeah, it has to be Canvas. Yeah, I think the most creative player I know is probably Skippers. Like he's always cooking some fun stuff. My goal as a player is for sure making Worlds one time. I've been doing well domestically. I won a GC. And yeah, I think now my next step is going to Worlds one time. Big thanks to the German community for cheering for me. Like whenever I do well, they are always cheering in chat, and like it really hypes me up. So thank you for that.
What an incredible conclusion to our first Golden Spatula Cup of the set, Morgan. We got to see 2 3-star forecasts this game.
Everyone is happy. I'm happy because I got to see my favorite composition right now, which is the Warwick being played. You and Mix are happy because this lobby was full of rerolls. This time, not your classic share of reroll compositions on 1 stars and 2 stars and Kale and blah, 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 all of this stuff. We got a Shen 3. We got a Lux 3. We got an Azir 3. Maybe Lux 3 was not in the game, but it was very close. We almost had a Sejuani 3 in one of these competitions as well. We almost had... No, we did actually have an Akshan 3 as well. A Warwick 3. Did I forget anything? There was so many 3-star units on each and every board. Of course, not counting the usual Darius, Katarina, Zed, all of these boards. But this game really does deliver that feeling of a hyper finale. Everyone reaches his board maximum power. And these final boards were boards that you would expect to see at stage 6 and at stage 7.
Yeah, and I think really it was all of the players bringing their A game. Scapeus, really one of those players that I would describe as having a playstyle that can extract blood from a stone. He is able to find these incredible angles that nobody else would consider from the worst possible spots. And today, in this final game, he was able to not only do that, but find this incredible Shen 3 and make use of it, bring it to full fruition, and take a lobby victory with it. But I also, Scapeus, former GSC winner, incredible player, we know that. But Stegzor, I think, is one of the standout players we should highlight coming out of this Golden Spatula Cup. The last 2 games, he played, yes, the same composition, but took 2 different paths to it and was able to successfully find a 3-star forecast 2 games in a row. That is incredible piloting from him.
He has some very good game planning. He knows exactly how to go with his directions. He knows exactly where to stand. And speaking about stand, let us look about standings, because we have seen him literally take the risk of going to the upside down while he was doing these re-rolls. If you've seen his camera, if you haven't, he went and he literally rolled IRL from how intense it was going. And Stegzor did really well in these past few games.
We've been holding the reveal. We've been hiding it from you at the top of the standings. We are going to have our first Golden Spatula Cup winner. It is Sasa, our first and only repeat Golden Spatula Cup champion. Of course, taking victory also at the second Golden Spatula Cup of Set 8. Sasa, you have achieved something that no other player in Rising Legends history has. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling awesome. Yeah.
Understatement of the century, I can imagine.
You should feel very amazing. You should feel very, very hyped up about it because, again, you did something just as Matt said, no one has done before. Would we say that this is the candle buff? We've seen your tweet in the early.
Oh.
So I think we owe your girlfriend a thanks. All of us for lighting up that candle and for playing for that Warwick before our very special event today.
Yeah, whenever my girlfriend lights up a candle, I just end up winning. So it's just a candle diff. Yeah.
Candle diff. Shout out to the candle diff.
How's the candle hanging on at this point? It's been going for what, 6 hours at this point?
Oh, I can tweet it out how it's looking.
Yeah, show us later. I'll bring it up. We'll see if we can get it into the end of show bumper. But coming into that game, you mentioned that you were praying for Warwick, and seems like Mort Dog was listening. How did it feel when you saw that augment offered?
I was laughing because before the round started, I was typing just manifesting Warwick augment, and I actually got it. But that was kind of my game plan today. In the first 2 days, I went for consistency, playing on, getting those on items, and after that, in the third day, I went Horo to get those high roll augments, and it worked out for me. Yeah.
It went out extremely well. And one of the things that you spoke about a lot is consistency. So I don't think that there's a better question to ask to the Golden Spatula Cup winner for 2 times almost in a row. How can you be so consistent? What are your preparations before each and every tournament or Golden Spatula Cup? Instead, of course, on the side of lighting a candle, how do you practice and prepare for a tournament? Is it a lot of competitive spam? Is it scrims? What's your secret?
Or after regionals, I kind of got a wake up call that even these GC lobbies are not the same as regionals lobbies. In regionals, you usually have stronger players and a more balanced patch, so it's even harder. And with that information, or how I have to play at the highest level, I just could perform even better today. And for my practice, it's just talking about the game with my friends all day. That's basically it. I just play ladder for fun, and most of the improvement is in VOD reviews.
Well, Sasa, I wanted to ask you, of course, we always love to hear about the preparation coming into the tournament, and it sounds like that worked out for you, but, you have just achieved a brand new career high, perhaps a repeat one for you, but you've broken a record. What are your plans for the rest of the day? There's still some hours to burn. It's only 9 p.m.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna touch the game today. I think going to GC day 3 is always really taxing. I think for all the players. I'm just gonna probably chill now, talk to my friends and celebrate. Yeah.
You should celebrate. You did an achievement that is very worth celebrating as well. And before we let you have your lovely vacation from the game for quite a few days, maybe before you get prepared for the next tournament, hopefully that you can win as well. Is there anyone you want to shout out in particular, or is there anyone you want to thank? You spoke about speaking to my friends about the game. Yeah. I practice, so I'm pretty sure you got a few names on your mind when that pops up.
Yeah, I want to thank my girlfriend for the candle diff.
Candle diff.
I love her. I want to thank my parents, my family. They are actually watching the game. I hear them scream. So they are supporting me. That's really, really wholesome. And yeah, my friends. There's so many people I want to shout out, but Elia, Memo, Max.
Stream delay caught up.
Wagga. Even Daysig had some prep session with that. All of these people. yeah, like helped me out a lot, and I could never do this without them.
We love you,
That's
Sasa.
awesome.
We love
Thank you so much, Sasa. We really appreciate you. Sorry, Morgan, I keep cutting you off, but
No, it's so good. It's so good. I'm just saying he's so sweet. This is like, you asked him to give a shout out. He said every name that was in his mind, but the first people who got the priority were his family and his girlfriend. Isn't that just wholesome as hell? That's just so sweet.
Well, Sasa, thank you so much for the interview. We'll let you go. Enjoy your much-deserved celebration, and congratulations again on your massive victory and achievement.
Thanks.
Oh man, when he started mentioning that his family was watching, I started tearing up. And then I just absolutely lost my mind when I heard them start screaming again.
It isn't just
you know. Yeah,
It's
you
a
know
family
exactly what happened, Morgan, was he said that in his interview, and then they saw it on Twitch, and they were like, we should do it again.
We should do it again, and it did happen. So, Matt, I think we can gladly announce that the winner, Sasa, really did deserve it. Special thanks to his family, to his girlfriend for giving him continuous support. Support your friends, support your family. Who knows, they might win the Golden Spatula Cup one day, and I think we have one more winner to announce, don't we?
That's right, we do. We had our socials contest before the Finding Timo competition, and we had our final one of the weekend. This, of course, kind of Shurima-looking, Noxus-looking something. I'm struggling to identify the region here, but I'm not struggling to identify the winner. It's, of course, Luca Sonic 23, so congratulations to them. Unfortunately, Morgan, much to his chagrin, has realized that broadcast talent not allowed. Not allowed to compete, turns out. Unfair advantage.
Next time, if I tell you guys I'm sick, I cannot join the broadcast, it's a lie. I'll just be waiting in the background eagerly in order to contest in that Timo competition, because guess what, baby? I gotta win one of these as well, because you know what? I've seen these three very quickly this time. But it's just unfair. Why do no broadcast telling?
We'll give it to you next time, you know? You'll phone in. We'll do like a phone a friend version of it and be like, all right, Morgan, as quick as you can. Identify all this stuff, and then maybe we can let you win it. Maybe. We'll see.
Okay, I'll bet on it. Next time I'm not on the broadcast, just remember what I told you. I am definitely lying. I'm not sick. I am not out of town. I am waiting eagerly to find all of these team ups. You got it, man.
Of course. And of course, next week there is more TFT going on. We have our LAN in Malaga, Spain. That is, of course, the Gamepolis Invitational. For any more information, you can always head over to our Twitter, and that's going to be at TFT Esports EMEA for confirmation of the date. That is going to be on the 21st and 22nd. And it is going to be GSC2 as well. Will be August 11th. At 4 p.m. CEST. So again, check the socials. Keep an eye on it there, because I just threw a lot of dates at you. I'm not gonna be mad if you don't remember them. I wouldn't blame you. I've been staring at them for 4 days straight because we had a rehearsal before all these shows. So I've got them in here, but you guys, I wouldn't expect you to.
It feels very, very amazing to have such a lovely finale for this. Not just the final game, I'm also speaking about the final day. A lot of clips were so good for social media today. A lot of curses that we gave out on the stream. I'm sorry for the Belvith curse. I'm sorry for quite of my predictions that were called out a little bit way too early. That maybe didn't end up having a very good result on the players in these games, but today was a historical day. Again, we got someone who won the Golden Spatula Cup for twice, and we got almost one game with over 3 or 4 cost 3-star champions in a single lobby. And guess what? This is not the Draven's meta. This is not where you get balanced budget, spoils of war, and just go with tons of economy. It was purely skill. You just had to ask.
Incredible weekend of competition. We've got another one coming up next weekend. But of course, before we do the social shoutouts, Morgan, do you want to do any of them, or you want me to just run through it for you?
You just called it yourself.
I got you.
You've had all of these here in your head for 4 days, so I'm not gonna take your.
That's right. That's right. I'm not even gonna look. I'm gonna keep my eyes closed. Actually, I can't. That's too awkward for you guys. I'm gonna stare directly into your soul the whole time. Our Twitter, of course, at TFT Esports EMEA. On Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, you can find us at PlayTFT. And now, all of the socials for our lovely casters. These ones I gotta look at because I can't risk messing them up. There is, of course, myself at Niberia, joined here on my right by at Morgan Katz. It's with an S. It's important later. Our special guest for today at Kenobi_TFT, at Makes, MEEIX _, and our final, last but not least caster is at CounterfeitCast. No S, because fun fact, he hit the Twitter character limit. So thank you all for coming. Thank you so much to my co-casters, to all of our producers, Riot Games, and of course, you, the lovely viewers, and we will see you next time.